One Silent Night, Romeo Family Romance, Book 9, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Chapter 1. If you could just put aside your hurt pride and look at this rationally, you'll see that I'm right. Aiden needs to be with his grandparents this Christmas. An inferno of heat flushed over Noelle's cheeks as she tightened her grip on the handle of the shopping buggy. Hurt pride? Her voice rose to a screech. Did you really just say that to me? Her outburst caught the attention of a woman walking past in the aisle. Noelle offered a tight smile to the wide-eyed woman before lowering her voice, her words spilling out in guttural bursts through clenched teeth. After everything that your son has done to me, I can assure you, Dottie, that this goes way beyond hurt pride. She reached for a box of pasta and plunked it into the buggy. Her pulse was roaring like a jet engine propeller against her temples. Is it so wrong of me to want to have my only grandson with me this Christmas? Dottie's voice held a wounded tremble. Noelle rolled her eyes. Her former mother-in-law was a master at playing the martyr to get her way. Well, it wouldn't work this time. Noelle sucked in a breath, willing herself to calm down. We've been over this a dozen times. Aiden and I went to Atlanta for Thanksgiving, and we're spending Christmas here with my aunt and her kids. Noelle hoped the finality in her tone would get the message through Dottie's thick skull. Thanksgiving had been brutal. Her ex-husband, Kyle, had the nerve to bring his latest conquest to the gathering, Tiffany Wade, a 20-year-old bombshell actress who was 10 years younger than Kyle. Noelle had to watch him pawing all over the naive bubblehead while picking at her turkey, which was bone-dry and tasteless. Kyle's affair with Tiffany had been the last straw in a long line of betrayals. It was what gave Noelle the impetus to dump his butt and move back to Franklin. I have an idea. Let Aiden go with us to Tybee Island for Christmas, and you can stay there and spend time with your aunt and her family. Dottie's voice was cashmere soft. No, that won't work. I'm spending Christmas with my son, Noelle countered, as she looked at Aiden's chestnut curls bouncing in sync with his movements as he skipped along, staying a handful of steps in front of the shopping buggy. At 5 years old, Aiden was a bundle of energy. Noelle couldn't take her eyes off him for 1 second without fear of him getting into something. He glanced back over his shoulder. Can we get some popsicles? His dark eyes lit with eagerness. Aiden was the spitting image of his father Kyle, with his wide smile and curly locks. There was a cute smattering of freckles splashed across his nose, and he was missing one of his front baby teeth. It was the first one that had fallen out. Noelle nodded as she moved the phone away from her mouth. If you're good. He threw her such an adorable cherubic smile that Noelle couldn't help but grin. It's a good thing you're cute, you little stinker. He'd already caused her grief today. Is that Aiden? Dottie asked. Put him on the phone. We're in the grocery store, Noelle countered. I don't understand why you felt the need to move so far away, Dottie sulked. How many times was Noelle going to have to keep repeating the same conversation? Franklin is my home. It's where I grew up. Dottie's voice grew pleading. Your home is here with us. If you could just give Kyle another chance. A chortle rose in Noelle's throat. I've given him plenty of chances. If Kyle were here, she'd punch him in the nose and then kick him in the groin. This thing with that kid actress is a passing fancy, Dottie spouted. Kyle is just going through a rough spot. Really? Noelle hurled out through clenched teeth. What was his excuse for the other affairs? That's not fair, Dottie blustered as her words rushed out. I knew it was a mistake for you to go to work. If only you'd been home more, cooked regular dinners, paid attention to Kyle's needs." A disbelieving laugh rose in Noelle's throat. "Says the woman who lives off of takeout." Dottie was delusional. No wonder Kyle was such a putz. He'd been coddled his entire life. Noelle was getting disgusted and weary with this ridiculous phone call. What about her needs? Dottie never even considered that Noelle might have feelings. What about commitment, love, fidelity? The only reason she'd even answered her phone was because Dottie had called several times already and left 2 messages. The woman was relentless. "Come home, Noelle," Dottie pled. "You and Kyle can work this out." Her eyes narrowed. "Not this time." An edge crept into Dottie's voice. "Stop being selfish. Aiden needs his father and grandparents." Noelle felt like a dozen firecrackers were going off simultaneously in her head. "I'm being selfish?" Her voice was loud, but she no longer cared. She tightened her hold on the cell phone. "You know what Kyle's problem is? Other than the fact he can't keep his zipper up. You and Trent make excuses for him. He's the selfish one." "Calm down," Dottie urged in a superior tone. A hard laugh riddled Noelle's throat. "You started this." "I was just trying to get through to you." Dottie's voice broke. "What's it gonna take to get you to come home?" "I am home," she growled. Coming back to Franklin was not something Noelle thought she'd ever do. Being here was hard. Everything reminded Noelle of her mother. She couldn't count the number of times they'd come to this same grocery store when she was a kid. They'd walked these very aisles, their feet likely treading the exact spot where she was now. Her chest squeezed. Sometimes she missed her mom so badly that she could hardly breathe. It was especially hard during Christmas, her mother's favorite time of the year. Noelle's very name was indicative of how much Jolie Abernathy adored Christmas. Noelle swallowed the lump in her throat, willing herself to be strong. The longer she lived here, the more the pain would lessen, she hoped. It wasn't just her mom's death that had Noelle's nerves in a jumble. It was also Holden. She wondered if he even realized that she was back. What must he be thinking? Would he feel sorry for her that her marriage hadn't worked out? She straightened her shoulders, her expression going hard. She couldn't tolerate his pity. The festive Christmas music playing in the background was a stark contrast to her darkening mood. It was Christmas time. She should be happy. She needed to keep her eyes focused on the future rather than dwelling on the past. Hadn't she prayed for help and direction? She'd felt prompted to come home to Franklin. And then when her Aunt Birdie offered her a place to stay, the deal was sealed. She'd gotten a job at Viv's Salon, which was a few doors away from Birdie's dress shop. She had so much to be grateful for. The key was to create new memories so they could help fill the sadness in her soul. Noelle pulled herself out of her thoughts. Dottie had been talking a mile a minute, outlining all of the fun adventures that she and her husband Trent had planned for their Christmas in Tybee Island. Of course, Dottie made sure to highlight all of the activities that would be expressly for Aiden, should Noelle allow him to go. Aiden had gotten farther ahead of Noelle. He rounded the corner. Before she could catch him, an older man came the other direction with his buggy and inadvertently blocked her way. It seemed to take forever for him to shuffle past. The second she could, Noelle whipped her buggy past the man and hurried to catch up with Aiden. "Are you still there?" Dottie asked irritably. "You haven't said a word for the last little while." She sniffed out a laugh. "I'm beginning to think you're a mute." Noelle pushed out a hard breath. "I'm here, although I'm not sure why I'm still talking to you," she muttered under her breath. She wished she could cut ties with her former mother-in-law and the rest of the Staleys, but that wasn't going to happen. She would always be tied to her ex-husband and his parents because of Aiden. "I'm sorry I didn't catch that last part." "Never mind." Noelle spotted Aiden at the far end of the cookie aisle. He was sitting on the floor, his feet sprawled out as he ripped open a box of wafers. A mother and her teenage daughter were watching the scene. The mother's face registered disapproval, and the daughter had her hand over her mouth, sniggering. Noelle wished she could crawl under the buggy. Instead, she lifted her chin and strode past them, pushing her buggy with a vengeance. The woman looked vaguely familiar. Noelle was sure she probably knew her from somewhere. Perhaps she belonged to the same church as Noelle's mother. At any rate, Noelle didn't want to make eye contact with the woman. She didn't need the woman to recognize her right now in the midst of Aiden's antics. Just before Noelle reached Aiden, he pulled out a fistful of wafers, stuffed them into his mouth, before making a disgusted face and spitting them out. "Aiden!" she exploded as the frustration from the day engulfed her. "What are you doing?" She looked at the glob of half-eaten wafers. "What's wrong?" Dottie demanded. "Is Aiden okay? He needs structure, supervision, and—" It occurred to Noelle that she was still on the phone. "I've got to let you go." Noelle ended the call in the middle of Dottie's tirade. Aiden's eyes turned wider than 2 full moons, and he had a busted look written all over his face. "You're in trouble, mister," she seethed, her hand going to her hip. "You need to pick all that up right now." She needed a napkin or something. She glanced around, hoping to catch sight of a store employee. A daredevil defiance streaked through Aiden's eyes. "Don't even think about it," Noelle barked. Whenever Aiden got in trouble, his first inclination was to run from the situation. Noelle wished she could run away from her situation, leave the hurt and regret behind. Her warning fell on deaf ears as Aiden threw the box down, jumped up, and took off sprinting like a football player going for the end zone. Noelle didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She threw her phone into her purse, left it in the buggy, and bolted after him. She reached Aiden a couple seconds later. She went to grab his hand, but he darted out of her grasp with a giggle, as if they were playing a game of tag. Her rubber soles caught on the floor, causing her to trip over her own feet. She went sprawling head first into a large display of canned hams stacked in a pyramid formation. Successive pings of metal hitting the cement floor rang in her ears. At the same time, she heard a man grunt in surprise. It raced through her brain that the man had been standing on the other side of the pyramid. Noelle hit the ground as sharp pains stabbed through her hands and knees. She sat up in a daze as she looked around. A guy was on the floor beside her. A hot panic suffused over her. She'd knocked him down. A crowd gathered. "Are you okay?" an elderly woman asked, her lined face etched in concern. Noelle looked down at her hands. "You're bleeding," the woman said. "It's just a scratch," Noelle said casually as she clutched her hand. Her body was throbbing all over. Her knees were burning. She figured that beneath her jeans, her skin was scraped and bleeding. She looked over to where a guy in his early 20s was standing. He was wearing a store apron indicating that he was a store employee. He was holding Aiden's hand. "Does this one belong to you?" he asked. Relief swept over Noelle, realizing that Aiden was okay. "Yep, he's mine," she answered dryly, giving Aiden a sharp look. His expression was one of remorse and fright. Ever since the divorce, Aiden had been acting out. Today was his first day of kindergarten at his new school. It had been a disaster, with the teacher calling Noelle to report in a put-out tone that Aiden had pushed another kid off the slide during recess. Noelle had no idea what to do about Aiden's outbursts. Right now, however, she had bigger fish to fry. "Are you okay?" she asked, turning to the guy beside her. "I'm so sorry," she began, and then got a good look at him. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Holden?" she uttered. Of all the people in Franklin to knock down, why did it have to be him? For weeks she'd fretted over how she would react when she saw him again, wondering if the old feelings would resurface. Holden had always been easy on the eyes, but the years had done him well. Handsome in a way that screamed super fit football coach, his features were more rugged, more masculine than she remembered. A man transformed from a boy and coming into his own. Their gazes locked. She felt the old familiar flame rise up between them. It had always been that way between them, as if some invisible magnet were pulling them together. Holden grew up in the house next door to Noelle's. The two played together as kids, were the best of pals. They became arch enemies during their turbulent, awkward pre-teen phase. By the time high school rolled around, they could no longer deny their feelings for one another. Everyone assumed they'd end up together, but then the unthinkable happened, changing everything. She thought she might have caught a trace of regret in his deep brown eyes, but it vanished before she could tell for sure what he was feeling. Was Holden remembering everything they'd lost? She sure thought about it often enough. They'd had such high aspirations for the future. A crooked grin lifted a corner of his mouth, showcasing his deep dimples. She remembered pressing her finger in them when they were kids. She used to call them black holes, saying that the entire world could get lost in them. "Hey, Noe," he said softly. "Welcome home." She was fascinated by the faint creases around his eyes. They hadn't been there before. His lean jaw held a slight stubble. It was sexy. Over the years, she'd thought of him more often than she wanted to admit, even dreaming about him a few times. It was interesting to sync the memories of her past with the real-life, breathing hunk of a man sitting beside her. Amusement lit his eyes, making her realize that she was staring at him. Heat blow-torched over her face as she gurgled and then coughed. Hey!" He didn't look surprised to see her. She wondered if Birdie had told him she was coming home, or maybe he'd heard the news from someone at the salon. The only thing that traveled faster than the speed of sound was gossip through the Franklin grapevine. Her eyes seemed to have a mind of their own as she took a quick snapshot of his cut muscles, the outlines visible beneath his gray, long-sleeved shirt. Yep, she could certainly tell he was a football coach. He probably lived in the gym. Football was a religion in Franklin. According to what Birdie had told her, in addition to teaching high school history, Holden was one of the most sought-after coaches in the tri-state area of Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. He would no doubt be a king in Franklin. Holden arched an eyebrow. "Noe, you've always been notorious for making a grand entrance, but you've outdone yourself this time." Anger came on suddenly, roaring through her like a freight train. She was about to come back with a snarky retort when she saw his playful glint of admiration. A begrudging smile tugged at her lips. "I own up to my mistakes when the situation warrants, but I was helped a bit with this one." She made a point of giving Aiden a reproving look. He ducked his head behind the arm of the store employee. "So this is the little man that I've been hearing about," Holden said as he looked up at Aiden. Noelle startled. "Who's been talking to you about Aiden?" Even as the question left her mouth, the answer came in a flash. "Birdie." "Yep," Holden grinned. Birdie thought Holden was the greatest thing since pumpkin pie. She would always joke about Holden being her adopted son. Noelle looked at Holden's palms. One was creased from landing on the edge of a can. Your hand."
"It's nothing," he said casually, much the same as she'd done when the older woman pointed out her injury.
"Well, well," a female voice jeered. "It looks like Miss Beauty Queen is continuing her path of destruction."
Noelle looked up to see Meredith Sims. Her arms were folded over her chest, her sculpted eyebrow arched in disdain. Meredith was the daughter of Noelle's new boss, Vivian Sims, the owner of the salon. Meredith worked there also. Meredith was a few years younger, so Noelle didn't remember her from high school. However, it only took Noelle a single day of working at the hair salon to realize that Meredith was a diva. The path of destruction Meredith was referring to was a highlighting job gone terribly wrong. When Noelle removed the highlighting foils from Mrs. Smalley's hair and went to rinse her out, she was horrified when Mrs. Smalley's highlights, which should have been blonde, turned out purple. Noelle couldn't believe she'd goofed on her first day. She'd gone over the formula with a fine-tooth comb and followed every step to the letter. The only explanation Noelle could come up with for the fiasco was that Mrs. Smalley had recently started taking some new medication. Of course, Mrs. Smalley expected Noelle to fix it. Noelle put a dark rinse on the older woman's hair. She wasn't happy, but there was nothing else that Noelle could do. The disaster didn't bode well for Noelle on her first day on the job.
"You're lucky that you're a former Miss Georgia Royal and that your beauty pageant title will bring in lots of new clients," Vivian had snipped. "Otherwise, I'd fire you on the spot."
Meredith turned her predatory eyes on Holden.
"I wondered where you'd gotten off to," she sniffed. "Then I heard the crash."
The words snapped through Noelle's brain. Were Holden and Meredith together? Meredith was certainly beautiful enough to capture any man's attention, with her glossy dark hair and willowy figure, but she didn't seem like Holden's type. The Holden Noelle grew up with wouldn't put up with the likes of Meredith Sims for 1 minute, much less date her. He'd say she was way too high maintenance for him, or at least that's what he would have said back in the day. The point was driven home that Noelle didn't know who Holden Hunt was anymore. Noelle felt a curious sense of loss and had to remind herself that it didn't matter whom Holden Hunt dated. He was part of her past, not her future. Holden got to his feet. He reached down to help Noelle up.
"Thanks, but I've got it,"
she said quickly as she stood. She was caught off guard at how wobbly her legs were. She teetered slightly before Holden caught her arm in a steadying grip. "Easy," he cautioned. She felt the warmth of his fingertips shooting straight into the center of her core. Or maybe it was a trick of her over-heightened senses. Yeah, it had to be that. No way could Holden Hunt still have such a strong effect on her. For years she'd lived her life independent of him and had done just fine. She could keep doing the same now. "Everything's okay," Holden said to the curious onlookers. "Nothing to see here, folks," he grinned. "You can move along." He spoke with the congenial authority of one used to dealing with intrusive townfolk. "If you say so, Coach," a man said. As the crowd dispersed, a heavy-set balding man ran up to them, his arms flailing. "What happened?" Noelle read his name tag. Mac Warner, store manager. She cringed inwardly as she took a mental assessment of the scene. There were at least 20 damaged cans. She looked around for a sign that would indicate how much each can of ham cost. She figured it had to be at least $10 a pop. The least she could do was offer to pay for the damaged merchandise. "How you doing, Mac?" Holden said easily with a friendly smile. Mac nodded, his features softening a fraction. "Coach Hunt," he acknowledged with a respectful nod. He motioned. "How did this happen?" Holden rubbed his neck, flashing an apologetic grin. "I'm afraid I tripped and fell." Noelle frowned.
No, that's not what happened. I'm the one who fell. That's what I heard, Meredith inserted, that it was her fault.
She shot Noelle a malevolent glare. Noelle had been asking herself all day why Meredith took such an instant dislike to her. She assumed it was because Meredith was used to being the queen bee and didn't want any competition. However, now Noelle wondered if Holden was playing into the mix. Meredith would have no doubt heard about Noelle and Holden's history together. Mac pointed. "You're bleeding." Noelle couldn't tell which the store manager was more concerned about, the state of her well-being or that her injury could be a liability for the store. Noelle looked down at her hand. "Yeah, I guess so." In all the commotion, she'd forgotten about it. Her hand was washed in blood. Thankfully, none of it had dripped onto the white-polished stone floor. Mac looked past them. "Can someone get the first aid kit?" he asked loudly, but it was more of an order than a request. Noelle presumed that he was speaking to one of his employees. "This really is my fault," Noelle asserted. "I was trying to get to my son, and I tripped." She looked at Aiden. The store clerk was still holding his hand, but Noelle could tell from the way Aiden was swinging his arm back and forth that he was growing impatient. Aiden couldn't stay in one place for long. "Look at her trying to take the blame," Holden tisked his tongue as he shook his head. "It's a kind gesture, but this one's on me." He threw Noelle a cavalier wink. "For old time's sake." He turned to Mac. "I'll pay for the damaged goods." "I can't let you do that," Noelle blurted. While she appreciated Holden's gesture, she didn't want to be in debt to him. She wanted to start her new life in Franklin fresh, with a clean slate. "Of course you can," Holden said smoothly, giving her a challenging look. "I won't have it any other way. Just smile and say thank you," he directed. Startled laughter gurgled in Noelle's throat as she caught the reference. On one occasion, Noelle's mother had sat her and Holden down at the kitchen table and taught them the grace of learning how to take a compliment. Noelle could hear her mother almost as if she were speaking. You don't protest or deflect the comment with a self-deprecating remark. You simply smile and say thank you. "There'll be no need to pay for the hams, Coach," Mac said. "You already do so much for the town. This one's on the store." "You sure about that, Mac?" Holden asked. "Yep." A young girl wearing a store apron rushed up to Noelle, holding out a box of Band-Aids. "Thanks," Noelle said. "I'll go to the restroom and get cleaned up." Her eyes rounded. "Shoot! I left my purse in my buggy when I went after Aiden." "Which aisle?" the girl asked. "The cookie aisle." The girl nodded. "Aisle 8. I'll get it for you." She hurried off. "Thanks for taking care of Aiden," Noelle said to the store employee. At that, Aiden broke his hand free and ran full speed at Noelle, throwing his arms around her waist. She hugged him with a laugh, making sure to keep her bloody hand from getting on him. "You're a stinker," she said affectionately. "We should go." Meredith stepped close to Holden and slipped her arm through his. Noelle was taken off guard by the sharp ping of jealousy that darted through her. Holden caught her gaze. "It's good to see you, Noe." Meredith's eyes flashed. "Good to see you, too. Thanks for everything." For a split second, the years fell away. Holden had been such a large part of her life. Losing him had cut Noelle to shreds. It hurt much, much more than Kyle's infidelity or the divorce. Holden had been her soulmate. She couldn't help but wonder how different things might have been were it not for the accident. The emotion came on without warning, causing her eyes to mist. With a start, she averted her eyes, blinking fast to gain control of herself. The girl returned, pushing Noelle's buggy. "Here you go," she said cheerily. Noelle marveled that her purse was intact, just as she left it, one of the perks of being in a small town. "Thank you," She pressed her lips together. I'm sorry about the mess on that aisle." "Mess?" Mac asked, raising an eyebrow. Heat warmed Noelle's cheeks as a shaky laugh issued from her throat. "I'm afraid my little guy got into a box of wafers." Holden grinned broadly. "You always did know how to make an appearance," he said appraisingly, catching Noelle's gaze. "Amen to that," Meredith snapped, giving Noelle a look that could kill. Of one thing Noelle was sure. She'd certainly made an enemy out of Meredith Sims. So much for her good intention to make new friends. Chapter 2. By the time Noelle got to Birdie's house, she felt like she'd been through a war. She got Aiden situated in the living room before going out to the car to bring in groceries. Her mind kept replaying her conversation with Holden. It was so characteristic of Holden to take the blame for her fall. He always took the blame for things that weren't his fault. It was like he felt this great responsibility to save the world. There was a time when Noelle admired that about Holden, until it nearly destroyed him. It was interesting how she'd felt an instant connection with him, even though they'd spent years apart. Of course, that connection was severed the second she realized he was with Meredith Sims. She made a face. Meredith Sims? Seriously? What was Holden thinking? "It's none of your business," she chimed to herself as she placed a box of cereal in the cupboard. "What's none of your business?" Noelle's hand went over her chest as she whirled around to face Birdie. "You scared me," she gulped with a halting laugh. "You know me, I was just talking to myself." If Aunt Birdie had it her way, Noelle would marry Holden Hunt this very minute. They'd ride off into the sunset, forgetting all the painful events that had wrenched them apart. Unfortunately, life wasn't a fairy tale. Noelle was certainly no princess, and Holden wasn't her knight in shining armor. Birdie pointed. "What happened to your hand?" Noelle sighed. "Oh, that." She proceeded to tell Birdie about the accident. When she finished, a giggle burst through Birdie's lips. "You fell into Holden?" Her tone was incredulous. "Yeah, can you believe it?" Noelle shook her head. "It was the perfect end to a perfect day," she said sarcastically. "I knew y'all would cross paths eventually, but I didn't expect your first meeting to be quite so explosive." Birdie's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Maybe that was fate's way of giving you a little nudge." "More like fate's way of hitting me square between the eyes," she groaned. "I don't know what I'm going to do about Aiden. He's out of control. I know the divorce has been tough on him, but he can't keep bullying kids." Birdie frowned. "Did something happen at school today?" She stepped up to the island and reached her hand in a grocery bag. Together, she and Noelle worked to put the food away. "He pushed a kid off the slide. His teacher called me." "Oh, wow. Have you talked to Aiden about it?" "Yeah, we talked, but I don't know if anything got through." Birdie placed a hand on Noelle's arm. "It'll get better, you'll see." Tears pricked Noelle's eyes as she looked away. "I hope so," she sighed. "There's just so much to deal with right now. Dottie is pressuring me to let Aiden go to Tybee Island with her, Trent, Kyle, and his bimbo actress girlfriend." Acid rose in her throat. Birdie's eyes hardened. "What is that woman trying to pull? Y'all have a deal. You spent Thanksgiving in Atlanta, and you'll spend Christmas here." "That's exactly what I told Dottie, but she keeps hounding me." Birdie's voice went sharp, her eyes flashing fire. "Do you need me to talk to her?" Her blonde hair swished as her head moved. A grin touched Noelle's lips. "No, I can handle it." "If you need my help," Birdie harumphed, "just say the word." Oh, how Noelle loved her feisty aunt. Birdie was so much like Noelle's mom in looks, mannerisms, and temperament. Birdie was a little taller and thinner than Jolie had been, but otherwise they could have passed for twins. Both sisters were beautiful and capable. Noelle's mom had owned and run a bakery in Franklin up until the day she died. Even from her hospital bed, she was on the phone, barking out orders to her employees, making sure that the bakery was running smoothly. Noelle hoped she could tap into the strength that her mom and Birdie had. She needed it now more than ever. "How did your first day go at the salon?" "You wouldn't believe it if I told you," Noelle smirked. "Try me." She told Birdie about Mrs. Smalley's purple highlights. Birdie's jaw dropped to her feet. "Marjorie Smalley?" Noelle bit down on her lower lip as she nodded. Birdie let out a nervous giggle, her hand going over her mouth. "Oh, no. What did you do?" "The only thing I could. Put a dark rinse on it." "Wow, you have had an interesting day. How did Vivian react to the hair disaster?" "Marjorie is one of her best clients, and Marjorie has a loud mouth." Birdie grimaced. "I'm sure news of her hair has circumvented Franklin several times by now." "I'm sure you're right. Vivian wasn't happy. She told me the only reason she didn't fire me on the spot was because of my beauty pageant title. She thinks my former crown will bring in business." Birdie's eyes rounded. "Are you serious?" "Yep," Noelle snipped. "It would seem that my graduating from one of the top cosmetology schools in the nation means absolutely nothing. The only reason Vivian hired me was because I'm a former Miss Georgia Royal." Noelle had entered the pageant because her college roommate talked her into it, saying that it was something they could do together. Noelle had no idea that she would actually win. Birdie grinned. "Well, it was quite the honor. Your mama was bursting with pride over it." Her voice grew sentimental. "Remember how she put that picture of you up at the bakery?" Laughter rose in Noelle's throat. "You mean the one with me wearing a bikini?" "That's the one," Birdie sang. "You had on that mile-high crown with your Miss Georgia sash draped over you." Her hand flourished from her shoulder to her waist. "I about died when I saw that." Birdie perched her hand on her hip, her tone going sassy. "Honey, anyone who looks like you in a bikini has a right to have their picture prominently displayed." That was pre-Aiden. I wouldn't be caught dead parading around in a bikini now. Birdie gave her an admiring look. "Trust me, you're still as beautiful as ever." "Thank you," Noelle murmured in surprise. "I look just like you and Mom." Noelle had Birdie's same body type. She was 5'7" and thin, but not skinny. Her blonde hair fell a little below her shoulders. Her eyes were green like Birdie's, whereas Noelle's mom had hazel eyes. "Yes, you do look like me." Birdie touched her hair. "I take it as the highest compliment when people ask if you're my daughter." A wave of tenderness rose in Noelle's chest. She couldn't fight back the tears that moistened her eyes. "I hope you know how much I appreciate everything that you're doing for me and Aiden." Her throat clogged as she coughed. "If it weren't for you, I don't know that I would have had the courage to leave Kyle and start over again." Birdie gave her a perceptive look. "You're a lot stronger than you think. Keep trusting in the feelings that you've had. The Lord will continue to lead you along until the path becomes clear." A tear dribbled down Noelle's cheek as she wiped it away. "I wish I had your faith and optimism," she said gruffly. "You do," Birdie said, with such certainty that it spoke a sliver of peace to Noelle's soul. "So, what do we want to make for dinner?" Birdie asked, her voice taking an upward lilt. A loud crash came from the living room. Noelle ran that direction with Birdie close on her heels. Noelle stopped in her tracks, her eyes flying open wide when she saw the Christmas tree toppled on its side, ornaments littering the floor. "Aiden!" she exclaimed. "What did you do?" Panic raced through her. Birdie's beautiful tree. He thrust out his lower lip. It trembled as he spoke.
"I was trying to get a candy cane, but it was stuck. The tree fell," he exclaimed.
Hearing the giggle from behind, Noelle turned. A second later, Birdie burst out laughing. Something broke loose inside of Noelle as the mirth took over. Noelle and Birdie laughed until they cried. It felt good to release the stress. A few minutes later, Birdie mopped her eyes.
"Aiden, you are a marvel. You remind me of my boys when they were little."
She looked at Noelle. "Did I ever tell you about the time that Jackson set the tree on fire?" Noelle's jaw fell.
"Huh?
No, I haven't heard that one." Aiden was such a handful that Noelle couldn't begin to imagine what it must have been like for Birdie with her 6 children, 5 of them boys. Birdie nodded.
"Yep, he decided to put candles on the tree because he'd seen it in an old Christmas movie that we watched as a family."
Noelle sniggered as she glanced at the tree. I guess it could be worse. She appreciated Birdie trying to make her feel better about the situation.
"Is Santa still gonna come and see me?"
Aiden asked, his little voice coated with worry.
"If you'll be very good from here on out, he'll come,"
Birdie assured him. Aiden's dark eyes danced with such excitement that it warmed Noelle's heart. He was a good kid. It was just a confusing time for him right now. Noelle needed to be more patient, show him extra love.
"Can we leave Santa cookies?"
Aiden asked eagerly.
"Yep, and we'll leave a carrot for Rudolph,"
Birdie answered. Noelle looked at the tree as she took in a deep breath.
"Well, I guess we should get this mess cleaned up so we can make dinner."
She felt the heaviness of the situation descend over her. She was exhausted, but she had to push herself through the weariness. After she got Aiden fed, bathed, and in the bed, she could decompress. A sudden thought occurred to her. She'd not even thought to check if Aiden had homework. He probably did.
"I have a better idea."
Birdie gave Noelle an astute look.
"Let's get the tree picked up, and then we'll go and get some pizza and ice cream."
"Yay!" Aiden clapped, jumping up and down.
"Thank you."
Noelle flashed Birdie a grateful smile.
"One step at a time."
Birdie winked.
"You've got this."
Noelle could only hope her aunt was right. Chapter 3. The cacophony of female voices filling the salon with a bubbly chatter was soothing to Noelle as she worked to fold the towels. While building her clientele, she was acting as a helper to the other stylists by sweeping up stations, folding towels, washing hair, grabbing lunch, manning the front desk, basically doing whatever menial task was needed. Bits of conversation drifted up. One woman chatted about her Christmas menu. Another spoke of her grown children and grandchildren flying in from Chicago to visit. The hubbub of the holidays kindled the air with energy. Upbeat Christmas music played in the background. Noelle hoped some of the excitement would rub off on her. She needed to put on a happy face for Aiden so that he would enjoy Christmas. It would be hard for him to be away from his dad and grandparents. No, she wasn't going to cave to Dottie and allow Aiden to go to Tybee Island. Aiden needed to be here with his mom and great-aunt. Noelle folded the last of the towels. She gathered them in her arms and placed them in the cupboards behind the row of sinks. Grunt work was not what Noelle thought she'd be doing at this point in her career. Most of the stylists were appreciative of her help, a couple telling her that they'd started out just like her and now they had a large client base. Noelle merely smiled and thanked them for the encouragement, not feeling the need to point out that she'd built her client base up so large in Decatur, Georgia, that she could no longer take on new clients. It was daunting to be the low man on the totem pole again, starting from scratch. Meredith was intolerable. She'd been bossing Noelle around all morning. Thankfully, the diva had left the salon an hour ago, announcing that she was taking a long lunch. The very air seemed to breathe easier now that Meredith was gone. Noelle could tell that Meredith had rubbed many of the other stylists wrong. Vivian seemed oblivious to Meredith's better-than-thou attitude. In her eyes, her daughter could do no wrong. Noelle's thoughts moved ahead to the evening. She and Aiden were going to the ranch with Birdie to have dinner with Knox, her cousins, and their spouses. Zoe, her husband and kids, would be there. Birdie suggested that it might be helpful for Noelle to talk to Zoe about her divorce. "It was tough on Zoe and the kids at first," Birdie explained, "but Zoe's doing great now, as are Milo and Madison." Birdie's eyes had sparkled as she added, "Incidentally, Zoe ended up with her former boyfriend, Briggs. Maybe you should take a lesson from her. Hint, hint." "That door was officially closed and nailed shut the second I realized that Holden was with Meredith Sims," Noelle retorted. The shocked look on Birdie's face had given her a sense of vindication. "I thought Holden was too smart to get mixed up with Meredith," Birdie said. "One would think, but obviously not." Birdie had pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Well, you know what they say. All is fair in love and war." "That's what they say, but I don't think anything is fair in either love or war." "You're probably right," Birdie chuckled. Noelle had ended the conversation by stating firmly that she had no intention of getting involved with anyone right now. She needed to heal, and she needed to work on her relationship with her son. She needed to build her career, so she and Aiden could get a place of their own. Birdie had told Noelle repeatedly that she could stay at her house as long as she wished. But Noelle didn't want to take advantage of her aunt's generosity. Tina, the front desk receptionist, approached with a spring in her step, a Texas-sized grin slathered over her lips. She clasped her hands, twisting her foot. "I have a client for you. A haircut." Barely out of high school, Tina was petite with a large personality. She was in cosmetology school and wanted to get on-the-job experience while she did her schooling. Her long floral dress, edged with cream lace, was a stark contrast to her black combat boots. Noelle wasn't sure what style Tina was going for. She was certainly interesting. "Oh, that's great!" Vivian had agreed to give Noelle all the walk-ins for several weeks, promising that there would be a handful each day. Yesterday there had been zilch. The only reason Noelle got to do Marjorie Smalley's hair was because Marjorie's normal hairstylist was under the weather. And what had seemed like a lucky break at the time wasn't so lucky after all. Yesterday's fiasco would tarnish Noelle's reputation as a hairdresser before she even got off the ground. This was the first walk-in of the day, and it was well after lunch. Noelle was glad to get at least something. Vivian was paying her an hourly rate for helping out around the salon, but it was a pittance. Noelle needed clients to make a go of her career. Eventually, Noelle hoped to open her own salon. She wanted to be a business owner like her mom and aunt. "I think you'll like this one." Tina's tone went juicy as she lowered her voice. "But do yourself a favor. Don't tell Meredith that I put him with you, or she'll pitch a fit." Noelle tugged her brows together. Why would Meredith care if I take a walk-in? No sooner had the words left her mouth when she turned, looking up at the front. Her eyes bugged. Holden was leaning against the booth, his legs crossed in a casual stance, a hand in his pocket. Her throat went drier than a pile of rocks at high noon in the desert. She swallowed. "Sorry, I can't take anyone right now." Tina made a face. "But you're not doing anything." Noelle lifted her chin. "I'm folding towels." "You just finished," Tina pointed out, motioning to the stack of towels Noelle had just placed in the cupboard. "Vivian said to give all the walk-ins to you. Everyone else is booked solid." Tina gave Noelle a meaningful look. "I would have thought you'd be happy to cut Coach Hunt's hair.
He's some sweet eye candy, if you know what I mean. She fanned her face. Even his muscles have muscles.
Tina gave Noelle a playful shove.
Come on, girl, cut his hair, she urged. What have you got to lose? I won't tell Meredith that you're stepping in on her man.
Noelle's spine stiffened.
I'm not stepping in on anyone, she said tartly.
Tina waved a hand.
I know, I'm just teasing you,
she said with a good-natured grin. She wiggled her eyebrows.
I'd cut his hair if I had my license. Know what I mean?
Noelle's voice went sickly sweet.
If Meredith is so tight with the coach, then why doesn't she cut his hair?
Tina tipped her head, her finger going to her chin.
I hadn't thought about that, she mused. I guess he would get Meredith if she were here. So I'm a fallback,
Noelle huffed. Tina's expression was quizzical, as if she couldn't understand why Noelle was getting so upset.
Yeah, I guess you are.
Noelle closed her eyes and pressed her lips together.
Fine, she huffed. I'll take him. He'll have to wait a few minutes, though, because I'm taking my break. Okay, I'll tell him, but don't take too long. Vivian doesn't like it when the customers have to wait. Well, then, it's a good thing Vivian isn't here, isn't it?
Vivian hadn't come in today. Noelle supposed that was the prerogative of the owner, to come and go as she pleased. Tina gave Noelle a searching look.
Are you okay? You seem a bit edgy.
She leaned close, speaking in a low tone.
Is this because of what happened to Mrs. Smalley's hair yesterday? No, it has nothing to do with her. I'm just dealing with a lot right now.
Sympathy touched Tina's features.
I get it. The holidays are rough. I'm sorry about your divorce, or your husband's affair. In my opinion, you're much prettier than Tiffany Wade.
The comment came at Noelle like a slap in the face.
How did you know about Tiffany Wade? Tiffany Wade is big news, and it doesn't hurt that you were Miss Georgia Royal. The royal pageant is a huge deal. It ranks right up there with the Miss USA and Miss America pageants. People want to know about your life.
Tina smiled brightly.
You're famous.
With that, she sashayed off, her dress swishing as she went. Noelle went to the restroom. She took her sweet time, washing her hands and looking in the mirror. She raked her fingers through her long tresses of blonde hair. Ugh, she looked as haggard as she felt. The shadows of circles beneath her eyes spoke of her fitful sleep, where she tossed and turned, worrying about Aiden and the future. She caught hold of the sides of the sink. Her insides were pinging with a feverish anticipation that made her heart pound. She'd have to touch Holden's hair, make conversation with him. Had he come here so that she would have to cut his hair? Or had he come hoping to find Meredith? It was a little after 2 p.m. Wasn't Holden supposed to be at the school? Noelle forced herself to walk with a slow and confident step as she went up to where Holden was sitting and leafing through a magazine. "Hello," she said in a cordial tone as he looked up. "Hey." His dimples deepened. She tried not to notice how adorable they were, or the sizzle that had darted through her when their eyes caught. She pointed to the magazine. "I never pegged you as a gossip rag reader." He laughed. "Normally I'm not, but you never know what you might find." He turned the magazine around to show her what he'd been reading. She gasped softly when she saw herself on the page. Her picture was placed beside Tiffany Wade. The caption above read, "Which would you choose, the beauty queen or the actress?" There was a picture of Kyle also. A molten anger burned through Noelle. She'd not seen the pictures, hadn't even realized that she was in the tawdry magazine. The page was dog-eared. She pointed, giving Holden an accusing look. "Did you do that?" "No, it was like this when I picked up the magazine. That's why the page caught my attention, because it was folded down." He put the magazine down. "Honest." She relaxed a smidgen as she folded her arms over her chest, studying him with a critical eye.
So you're here for a haircut?
She made a point of looking at his hair. It was tapered around the edges and back and longer on top. His chestnut hair had a natural wave. She used to tease him about how perfect he always looked.
You don't look like you need a haircut.
She'd always liked his hair a little longer than he chose to wear it. His sable eyes flecked with amusement, turning them to a warm caramel as his hand went up to his hair. He pushed his fingers through it.
"Noe, do you want my business or not?" he taunted.
Holden was the only one who'd ever called her Noe. He used to write her notes, which she'd kept. She told herself she was keeping them because they were an important part of her past, but the truth was she couldn't bear to part with them. Holden wrote her nickname as Noe, but he pronounced it as Noe, like Joey with an N. She arched an eyebrow.
If you want a haircut, I'll give you a haircut.
She turned on her heel and waved for him to follow. He caught up with her in a couple of steps. Her cells swirled with awareness at him being so close. She could feel her cheeks burning. As she led Holden to her station, the other stylists and their clients gave them curious glances. Everyone was keenly interested in the scene unfolding between her and Holden, it seemed. Noelle wondered how many of them knew that she and Holden had a past. Or maybe they were wondering what would happen if Meredith found out that she was cutting Holden's hair.
"Here we are,"
Noelle said with a forced cheerfulness as she motioned to her chair. Holden sat down. He was wearing a navy blue long-sleeved shirt, jeans, and a pair of black Converse tennis shoes. She draped the cape around him, fastening it around his neck.
"I see you're still wearing Converses."
He grinned.
"You know me and shoes."
His intimate tone sent tingles circling her spine. It was astounding and concerning how discombobulated Holden made her feel.
"So, what are we doing here?"
His eyes held hers.
"I don't know, Noe. What are we doing?"
he asked softly.
"About your hair,"
she squeaked. He was amused.
"Ah, that. Well, I was kind of hoping you'd wash it before cutting it."
He gave her a playful smirk. Her eyes widened. Crumb! She should have asked if he wanted his hair washed. She'd gotten so worked up that she took him straight to her chair.
"Okay,"
she said offhandedly.
"Let's go to the sink."
She removed the cape and laid it across the chair. She pointed to a bowl as he sat down. She retrieved a towel from the cupboard and rolled it up before placing it behind his neck. Her fingers tingled when they made contact with his skin. She swallowed, trying to get a hold of herself. This was so awkward and a bit stimulating. She willed herself to go into her professional mode. This wasn't Holden Hunt, the love of her life, the man who'd broken her heart to unrecognizable bits. This was just another client. She'd washed many a person's hair. She could do this. She turned on the water and placed her hand in the stream to make sure it was the right temperature. She reached for the sprayer and used it to wet his hair.
"Tell me if this is too hot or cold."
Her throat went dry as her eyes ran the length of his lean, strong jaw. He'd shaved today. His olive skin had a smooth golden cast. Sheesh, everything about Holden was masculine.
"It's great."
His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he spoke. A few beats of silence passed. She decided to acknowledge the white elephant between them.
"Thanks for taking the blame yesterday."
"No worries. How's your hand?"
"Good," she said lightly. The scratches were healing fast. She'd been replacing her Band-Aids with fresh ones after every shampoo.
"How about you? Were you sore?"
"Yes," he laughed. "I felt like I'd been sacked by a linebacker."
"I'm sorry," she lamented, grinning at the reference. Holden lived and breathed football. He always had. His dad played for the University of Alabama under the legendary Coach Paul Bear Bryant. Holden was the starting quarterback in high school and had gone on to play football in college. Although Noelle thought he might have played another position, she couldn't remember what it was, but it was something on the offensive line.
It's not a big deal. Aiden is a cute kid.
Thanks. He's a stinker. It was on the tip of her tongue to open up to Holden, tell him what a hard time Aiden was having because of the divorce. Luckily, Noelle caught herself before the words could escape her lips. As tempting as it was to slip back into old roles, she needed to remember that she and Holden were a thing of the past. They'd both moved on long ago. She squirted shampoo into her hand and went to work washing his hair. As her fingers moved over his scalp and through his hair, quivers cascaded through her. Too bad her stupid body wasn't getting the message that she and Holden were history. She swallowed, trying to maintain her composure. She wondered if Holden could hear her heart hammering like a rock band in her chest. Memories rolled over her like a tidal wave. Holden had been so much a part of her life, her everything. Her senses were enveloped with Holden's fresh, clean scent, mingled with the botanical smell of the shampoo.
"Come on, Noe. You can do better than that,"
he murmured. She paused, her fingers tensing. "What?"
"Rub my scalp harder," he implored.
A chortle burst through her lips. "That's right, you always liked your scalp massaged."
"Yep," he grinned. "I do. Rub harder," he commanded.
"Bossy, aren't you?" she sassed as she increased the pressure of her fingertips. She grimaced. "I feel like I'm rubbing your skin off."
"Nope, not even close."
She giggled. "Remember when you went to the pet store and got that scrubber for your hair?"
"I love that thing."
"Only you," she hummed. "You always did have enough hair for 5 people. I said you could start a hair farm." A wicked thought circled her brain as a grin tugged at her lips. "Of course, now I'd have to say that you have enough hair for only 3 people."
"Hey," he protested. "Are you saying my hair's thinning?"
It wasn't in the slightest. "Just making an observation," she said lightly. It was interesting how effortless it was to shift into her bantering mode with Holden. Maybe it was because they were neighbors and best friends before getting involved romantically. Her relationship with Holden was so different than it had been with her ex-husband. Kyle had come on strong, sweeping Noelle off her feet with expensive gifts and elaborate dates. The two of them fell in love without having any common ground. When the newness of their relationship wore off, they struggled to get along. At first, Noelle did a critical examination of herself, wondering what she could do to improve their relationship. Then she realized that Kyle was having multiple affairs. Hindsight was 20/20. She now realized that Kyle had been more enamored with her Miss Georgia Royal title than he ever was with plain and simple Noelle. That was why he was with Tiffany Wade now. Tiffany was young and naive enough to be impressed with Kyle. She was riding high on the pinnacle of her career, an A-list actress. Noelle almost felt sorry for Tiffany. When she lost her luster, Kyle would move on to the next shiny object. When Holden's hair was washed, Noelle applied the conditioner. As she smoothed her fingers over his hair, she remembered doing the same when they kissed. Warmth stirred through her stomach, causing an ache to throb in her body. She missed having someone to love. She missed being loved for her, not for her beauty queen status. Without warning, tears rose in her eyes. Horrified, she blinked back the emotion. "All done," she said in a voice that sounded too upbeat in her own ears. She hoped Holden wouldn't notice. She led him back to her station. After he got situated with the cape over him, Noelle rested her back against the edge of the counter facing him. She folded her arms over her chest, studying him critically. "So, what are we doing here?" Amusement flicked in his eyes, shimmering them with gold.
"I don't know, Noe."
Her name hung in a caress on his lips.
"What are we doing here?"
he asked softly, his eyes holding hers. Her pulse began hammering in her ears. Heat splashed her cheeks. She couldn't believe she was thinking this, but right this moment, she had the overwhelming urge to pick back up where they'd left off. Forget that she was newly divorced and rebuilding her life. Forget that Holden was dating Meredith. Stealing him away from the diva's clutches would no doubt cause Noelle grief at work. Noelle needed this job, not just because of the money. Yes, she needed that too, but even more important was her self-respect. She needed a win. Her thoughts went back to Holden. Was it possible for them to forget the ugliness, the heartache? Her heart twisted into a hard knot. No, that would be too risky. She had Aiden to think about. She was seeing the good Holden now, the man she'd fallen in love with, but when he went down that dark path, it was ugly. She couldn't go through that again. I mean, about your hair. He grinned, showing off his dimples. Oh, that. He studied his reflection in the mirror. How about you cut an inch off the top and trim the sides and back? Her jaw fell. An inch? If I do that, you won't have any hair left. She caught the playful glint in his deep brown eyes and realized that he was needling her. Holden knew she liked his hair longer on top. Do whatever you want. I'm in your capable hands.
Sounds good,
she said casually, trying to calm her erratic heartbeat. She'd known that coming back to Franklin and seeing Holden again would be tough. She had tried to mentally prepare herself for the emotional battle. The pull to Holden had always been great. It had taken her a long time to piece her life back together after the two of them parted ways. It helped that Noelle was far removed, in a different state. Here, however, with the memories bombarding her, and with Holden in the flesh, looking even better now than he did before, it was hard to keep a clear head. She reached for her scissors and comb. She'd trim the top with scissors before using her trimmer around the sides and back. Noelle was used to making casual conversation with clients while she worked. It went along with the job description. However, right now, her mind was as blank as a new sheet of paper. "How are you and Aiden settling in?" Holden asked. Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. She was grateful that Holden was taking the lead and navigating them through the awkwardness of polite conversation.
"We're okay."
He arched an eyebrow. "Just okay?"
"It depends on the day. Aiden's having a hard time adjusting, as you witnessed firsthand yesterday."
He pressed his lips together in understanding. "I'm sorry. He seems like a good kid."
"He is. Everything's just so confusing right now, with his dad." Her stomach tensed. "You saw the article in the magazine. Kyle is off sowing his wild oats while I'm trying to figure out how to take care of our son." Acid rose in her throat as she swallowed it back down. "I'm sorry," she croaked. "That's TMI."
"No," he countered, holding her gaze in the mirror. "I want to know." The genuine concern in his voice got to her, touched some core part of her heart that she didn't want to be touched right now, especially not by Holden. "We'll be fine," she said in a pragmatic tone. "I'm not the first woman to deal with a philandering husband. The good news is that Aiden is still young enough so that he doesn't fully realize what's happening. By the time he's old enough to understand, it will be old news." Before Holden could comment, Noelle switched gears. "Tell me about you." Her hands worked expertly, falling into old habits as she pulled his hair between her fingers and used her scissors to cut his hair in neat snips. "Birdie tells me that you're making quite a name for yourself as a coach." "I don't know about that," he said offhandedly. "I have a great group of boys to work with and a good support staff. That helps." A smile tipped her lips. Well, I see that's one way you haven't changed. He looked surprised.
What's that?
Always deflecting praise. Deep-throated musical laughter rumbled in his throat.
You know me too well.
He caught her eyes in the mirror and held them. She blinked to break the connection as she cleared her throat. So, you've been back in Franklin for 2 years? I think that's what Birdie said.
Yep, after college, I coached a few years in Huntsville, Alabama. It's good to be back home.
How are your mom and dad?
Great. Mom's still working at the hospital. Dad retired last year. He keeps himself busy milling around the house, doing repairs, and helping all the neighbors with their handiwork.
Your parents are great. I miss seeing them. Holden's mom, June, was a pediatric nurse, and his dad, Artie, was a junior high school principal. The accident had hit them hard. Noelle couldn't even begin to imagine the heartache and turmoil they'd been through. She was glad to hear that they were doing well. Holden looked thoughtful.
You should stop by and visit my folks. They'd love to see you and meet Aiden.
I might do that sometime, she said evasively. Maybe she would eventually, but right now she wanted to get acclimated before going back to her old neighborhood and seeing her former home. She didn't need any more painful reminders right now that her mom was gone. When the top was done, Noelle ran her fingers through his hair, checking the length. Next, she picked up her trimmer, placed a guard over the blade, and began working on the back. She tried not to notice how masculine Holden's tanned neck was. His shoulders were broad and muscled. She remembered running her fingers over those shoulders, pulling him close, getting lost in the feel of his lips. She squelched the renegade memories flat like a bug under a rug. So, she began, you and Meredith are together. Yep, that's the point she needed to touch on. It was a good reminder that she needed to keep her thoughts in check and not venture too far down memory lane. His face went red.
We've dated off and on, nothing serious.
It was curious and concerning how quickly Noelle's heart lifted. Remember, she commanded herself, you're not going there with Holden ever again. It doesn't matter who Holden dates.
How about you? He asked. Are you dating anyone?
She jerked, a startled chortle rising in her throat. Nope, and I don't plan on it anytime soon. I'm taking a break, trying to get my life back in order. The corners of his lips turned down.
That's too bad.
She was partially amused by his reaction. Why's that? He shrugged.
I was hoping we could go out and get some pizza.
His eyes sparkled with teasing.
I mean, it's not every day that a guy gets to go out with a girl who can eat him under the table.
Her mouth fell as she pulled the trimmer away from his hair and shoved his shoulder. That was years ago, she scoffed.
You put away 6 slices of pizza, he laughed.
6. 5, she countered, rolling her eyes. I was, 16 or 17 years old? I hadn't eaten all day.
I was just impressed that a little thing like you could hold that much pizza.
He spoke the words as a compliment that wasn't lost on her. Well, I certainly wouldn't be eating that many slices now, she retorted.
I'll bet you could still put away your fair share of pizza, he mused.
She gawked. I'll bet I can't. His eyes lit with adventure.
Care to put a wager on it?
She grunted, a smile tugging at her lips. I don't think so.
Come on, Noe, he urged. We can even take Aiden with us. I'm sure he'd love it.
She blinked several times, her voice pitching high. Are you asking me on a date? He didn't so much as flinch.
Would that be a bad thing?
Noelle was caught off guard by the fierce longing that rose inside her. She had to put her brain in control here, not her heart. Yes, she uttered, disappointment squeezing her in a tight hold. I can't go down that road again. I'm sorry. She looked down at the floor.
I know,
he said calmly. She lifted her eyes, meeting his gaze in the mirror. The regret on his handsome face tore at her. Her first inclination, even after everything that happened, was to say something to put him at ease. But she couldn't go there. She had to be strong. "It's okay," he continued. She could feel his disappointment. It called to her, beckoning her down forbidden paths. She couldn't stop tears from rising in her eyes. "I wish things were different." Oh, how she wished it were so. "Me too." The muscles in the corners of his jaw flicked. "I don't suppose it would help if I pointed out that I'm a changed man." She took in a breath, trying to rein in her emotions. It wouldn't do to fall apart here at the salon. "I guess we've both changed," she said stiffly. His voice took on a playful lilt. "Miss Georgia Royal, I never saw that one coming." Laughter gurgled in her throat. "Me neither. My college roommate talked me into entering the pageant. I never dreamt in a million years that I would win." He gave her an appraising look. "I wasn't surprised in the least about that part, only that you'd entered." A crooked grin tipped a corner of his lips. "See, like I always said, you're a girly girl." A smile played on her lips. "There was a time when I would have popped you in the lip for that wisecrack." She'd been a big tomboy when they were kids, priding herself on running faster than any boy and climbing any tree. Noelle was grateful that she and Holden had steered the conversation back to safer ground. She could talk to Holden all day long about their growing-up years. She just didn't want to revisit the tragedy that had broken them apart. She resumed buzzing around the sides of his hair. She'd have to use scissors to get the straggler hairs close to his ears. He grew speculative. "Didn't you come close to winning the Miss America royal pageant?" She nodded. "Yep, I was first runner-up," she grimaced. "I botched the final question." She caught a look at Holden's cheeky expression and realized that he already knew. She rolled her eyes, repeating her faux pas. "We need to make education even more better for all women." "Gah! I still can't believe I said more better," she grunted. "People probably thought I needed educating." His eyes sparkled. "I thought you were kind of cute. You certainly looked good in the swimsuit," he murmured. "Didn't you win that part?" Her cheeks were flaming red. "Yep, I did." She put down the trimmer and reached for the scissors. "Okay, almost finished," she said, mostly to herself. She needed all the positive affirmation she could get. The haircut was almost over. Thank goodness. Maybe her heart could get out of the tailspin that being so close to Holden had put her in. She snipped the stragglers away, giving him a smooth hairline above his right ear. After checking her work to make sure it was adequate, she moved to the other ear. She crouched down slightly, getting at a good angle to trim the hair. "What do you think you're doing?" a female voice demanded. Noelle's hand jerked. She felt the scissors cut flesh and realized that she'd nicked Holden's ear. He yelped as a slash of blood appeared across his skin. "Oh, no, I am so sorry." Noelle dropped the scissors onto the counter before grabbing a nearby towel and pressing it to Holden's ear. "You cut his ear," Meredith explained incredulously. She was standing with her hand perched on her bony hip, glaring at Noelle, her long dark hair flying out behind her like a battle flag. I wouldn't have, but you startled me," Noelle said, her defense falling lamely from her lips. "It's no big deal," Holden said easily. "It's just a scratch." "It is a big deal," Meredith countered. Her eyes narrowed as she raised her voice loud enough for the entire salon to hear. "First you turn Mrs. Smalley's hair purple, and now you cut someone's ear. This is unacceptable." A hard smile curled her lips. "I don't know how they do things over in Georgia, but it's not how we operate here." Noelle felt the sting of all the eyes in the salon, humiliation burning through her.
"Take it easy," Holden urged Meredith in a low tone. "You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Noelle was still pressing the towel to Holden's ear. "I've got it," he said as he held a hand over the towel. A second later he removed the towel and shifted in the chair, turning his ear toward the mirror so he could examine it. "See, it's just a scratch." Noelle was relieved to see that his ear was indeed okay. It was red from being nicked, but the bleeding had stopped. Good grief! She hadn't nicked an ear since cosmetology school. Meredith pinned Noelle with a scathing glare. "My mother will hear about this." She lifted a sculpted eyebrow as she homed in on Holden. "I go to find you at the school, and one of your assistant coaches tells me that you're here getting a haircut." Her voice took on a petulantly wounded note. "I always cut your hair. Why didn't you wait until I was here?" A brittle amusement circled Noelle's insides as she looked at Holden, awaiting his answer. Was he really going to let Meredith Sims lead him around by the nose? If so, then he wasn't the man Noelle remembered. The Holden she knew wouldn't put up with Meredith's crap. "I needed a haircut, so I came in," Holden answered simply, the edge in his voice making it clear that the topic wasn't up for discussion. Noelle felt a swift ping of vindication. Yep, that was the Holden she knew. Always kind and respectful, but he stood his ground. Meredith's face turned tomato red. "I wish you would have waited," she blustered. "At least then you wouldn't have gotten cut." She made a point of looking at Noelle. "I don't mind taking a few nicks here and there," Holden drawled, "if it means sharing good company." He caught Noelle's gaze. Something in his expression spoke of their long history together, the tenderness and passion of their relationship. "Thanks for the haircut, Noe." He winked. "See you around." He rose from the seat, removed the cape, and draped it over the chair. Meredith's beautiful face was twisted with fury, an arsenal of fiery arrows pointed straight at Noelle. If Holden noticed Meredith's rage, he chose to ignore it. "I'll just pay for this up front," he said pleasantly. "This one's on me," Noelle quickly inserted. "It's the least I can do." Noelle's eyes locked with Holden's. She felt strangely possessive of him now that Meredith was here. While Noelle knew that it wouldn't be smart for her to get involved with Holden, she wanted him to end up with someone decent. "I guess I'll owe you then," Holden said meaningfully. "I'll put it on your tab." Noelle grinned, feeling a gush of connection that flowed through her like a rushing river current. She couldn't deny or ignore the impact Holden had on her. Whatever happened in the future, the two of them had shared too much to pretend that it hadn't happened. "Sounds like a winner to me." Holden strode through the salon in fluid, confident steps, his posture erect. Noelle traced the outline of his impressive physique, taking note of the muscles in his back that moved like a well-oiled machine. His waist was tapered and tight, not an ounce of flab on it. His long legs were encased in faded jeans. She grinned at the Converse tennis shoes. So Holden. No wonder Meredith was acting so territorial. Guys like Holden Hunt were few and far between. Noelle knew that from sad experience. "Howdy." Holden smiled and nodded to the various women watching him with curious eyes. This was a side of Holden that was new, his diplomatic, handle-the-crowd persona. Noelle had seen it last night at the grocery store when he was talking to the manager. Holden had gotten good at being in the public eye. That was something Noelle hadn't mastered. The year she reigned as Miss Georgia Royal had been torture. She was relieved that she hadn't won the Miss America Royal title. She learned quickly that she preferred to be behind the scenes rather than in the limelight. "This isn't over," Meredith hissed, getting up in Noelle's face, so close that Noelle felt a puff of Meredith's hot breath on her face. The hair on the back of Noelle's neck bristled.
She didn't know how much more of Meredith Sims she could take before losing all reason and pummeling the woman. Meredith glanced toward the front of the salon before taking off after Holden, her heels clopping noisily against the polished concrete floor. Meredith caught up to Holden just as he was going out the door. Judy, one of the stylists, threw Noelle a surly grin. "Well, Miss Georgia Royal," she quipped, "you're making quite the name for yourself." In her early 30s, Judy was thickly set with long, curly, bleached blonde hair. "So it would seem," Noelle muttered. "That was beautiful," Tina trilled from the front desk. "I thought Meredith was going to wet her pants when she realized that you were cutting Coach Hunt's hair." She leaned over the reception booth and looked at Noelle as she spoke. "For the record, Coach asked for you when he came in." Noelle rocked back. "Really?" It pleased her to know that Holden had come in for her. Judy rattled on. "Sugar, you've got my vote. Coach Hunt would be much better off with you than Meredith." "Amen," the older woman sitting in the chair chimed in. "Meredith has no idea what she's getting in the middle of with Coach Hunt and Noelle. If she were smart, she'd bow out now." The comment took the air out of Noelle's lungs. She took a closer look at the woman in the chair. She was wearing silver cat-eyed glasses, and layers of silver foils were pressed around her hair. Noelle's brain dinged with recognition. "Mrs. Blanche, is that you?" "Hey, dear," the woman smiled. "It's good to see you again." Her cultured voice was a touch gravelly with age. Phyllis Blanche had been the high school secretary working in the front office. "It's good to see you again," Noelle said. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you earlier." Phyllis grunted. "I probably wouldn't recognize myself with all this aluminum foil stuck to my head. Who needs an antenna? I could channel an entire TV station right now." Judy and Noelle looked at one another as they laughed. "Coach Hunt's a fine man," Phyllis observed, cutting her eyes at Noelle, "inside and out." A startled chortle rose in Noelle's throat as her hand went to her mouth to stifle it. Phyllis sported a mischievous grin. "I may be old, dear, but I'm neither blind nor dead. I know a good-looking man when I see one. Do yourself a favor. Run interference before a certain other cat gets her claws in too deep, if you know what I mean." "I hear you," the middle-aged woman sitting next to Phyllis agreed. "I'm afraid that ship sailed a long time ago," Noelle said glumly. She'd forgotten how smothering it was to live in a small town and have everyone in her business. All eyes were lasered in on her. She didn't like her personal life being on display to the entire salon. Phyllis didn't skip a beat. "Well, then, I suggest you chase that ship down and hop back on board. Life only gives us so many chances to make things right. If your mama were still alive, she'd tell you the same thing." "Yes, she would," the woman beside Phyllis piped in, giving Noelle an encouraging smile. "Thanks, I think," Noelle mumbled. She turned her attention back to her station and the scattered bits of hair over the floor. With a sigh, she went to retrieve a broom so she could sweep it up. Holden seemed like he was in a good place now. According to Birdie, he'd not had a drop of alcohol in years. It was obvious that the town folk loved him. Noelle had no doubt that Holden was a terrific coach. But what would happen if the going got tough? Life was bound to throw its share of curveballs. Would Holden cave under the pressure and go back to his old ways? Or was he truly a changed man? Noelle knew there was no perfect guy out there, but she had to do all she could to protect Aiden. She couldn't put them in a bad situation. They were dealing with so much already. The divorce, starting over, the incessant hounding of her ex-mother-in-law, who'd already called twice today and left messages. The smart thing for Noelle to do was to keep her feelings in check and stay as far away from Holden Hunt as she could get. That wouldn't be easy in a small town. but it was her only viable course of action. The sooner her gullible heart got the message, the better off she'd be.
Chapter 4. As they drove through the open gate, Noelle looked up at the arched sign that read 1,000 Acres Ranch. She had fond memories of visiting the ranch as a kid. It had seemed like a fabulous playground then, with endless things for kids to do, like romping through the pastures, chasing the chickens, petting the horses, and playing in the mud. She grinned, remembering how her mom and Birdie pitched a fit when Noelle and Noah tracked mud in the house. Noah was closest to Noelle's age, so that's who she'd played with the most. But she also hung out with Cash, who was a couple years younger. It had been several years since Noelle had seen all of her cousins. She'd seen Zoe, Jackson, and Mason at her mom's funeral, but Cash and Ramsey were out on tour, and Noah was on a photo shoot somewhere across the world. Noelle couldn't remember where. "Look, cows!"
Aiden exclaimed, his face and hands pressed to the window. Noelle and Birdie grinned at one another before Birdie answered,
"Yep, there are plenty of cows on the ranch, that's for sure. Can I ride one?"
Aiden asked eagerly. A snigger rose in Noelle's throat when she saw the surprised expression on Birdie's face.
"He did grow up in the suburbs,"
Noelle said in Aiden's defense. Birdie shook her head.
"We need to get that boy acclimated. You can't ride a cow,"
Birdie explained as she glanced back in the rear-view mirror at Aiden.
"But you can ride one of the horses." "Okay,"
Aiden answered in a chipper tone. Noelle turned in her seat to face Aiden. Her heart warmed at the gargantuan smile on his face. It was good to see Aiden happy. Kindergarten had gone better today, which was reassuring. No negative reports from Aiden's teacher. However, just when Noelle was starting to think that everything might work out, the phone call came that imploded everything. Kyle had called, asking to speak to Aiden. Noelle was glad that Kyle was finally taking an interest in his son. She'd passed the phone to Aiden, not thinking twice about it. Then she realized, all too late, that Kyle had ulterior motives. He started talking up Christmas in Tybee Island, telling Aiden all of the fun things they could do together, if only his mom would let him go. After the phone call, Aiden had broken into tears, saying how much he missed his dad.
"I want my daddy,"
he'd wailed until he was hoarse. It broke Noelle's heart to see Aiden in such a state. She was furious with Kyle for manipulating Aiden. Noelle suspected that Dottie had put Kyle up to calling. She was starting to detest her former mother-in-law. The woman would stop at nothing to get her way. Dottie didn't care about Aiden, not really. All she cared about was herself and what she wanted. Going to the ranch and having dinner with Uncle Knox and a few other members of the Romeo family was a well-needed diversion from the drama. Birdie tightened her hands on the steering wheel, her voice gathering enthusiasm.
"Aiden, you'll enjoy getting to know Maddie. She's a few years older than you, but I think y'all will get along just fine. Maddie's great with younger children,"
Birdie said to Noelle.
"Maddie is a cutie,"
Noelle remarked.
"She looks just like her mom with her dark hair and eyes."
It had been a while since she'd seen Maddie in person, but she'd seen pictures of her on Facebook and Instagram.
"Yes, she does,"
Birdie agreed with a touch of pride.
"Remind me again of the history of the ranch,"
Noelle prompted.
"Wasn't it started by Knox's father?"
"Yes. Hugh Romeo was the one who purchased it. Originally, there were 5,000 acres. Over time, parcels were sold off and developed into neighborhoods. It was Hugh's desire that the ranch remain at least 1,000 acres, which is how it got its name."
"Are Knox and his brother Dylan still developing neighborhoods?"
Noelle asked.
"They sure are. They're working on a project now. Do you remember Swallows Creek?"
"I do. I used to go swimming in that creek."
"I remember your mama used to worry about you getting eaten by water moccasins."
I had forgotten about that. A reminiscent grin moved over Noelle's lips. Her mom had been afraid of everything.
What are water moccasins?
Aiden asked, his voice coated with concern. Birdie's eyes widened. Oops, I need to remember about those little ears listening.
Nothing you need to be concerned about,
Noelle inserted smoothly. Birdie quickly changed the subject.
Knox and Dillon are working on a residential development near Swallows Creek. Knox must be super busy, running the ranch and doing his real estate.
Noelle had been young when her Aunt Birdie and Knox divorced. She still didn't know the full story, only that Knox had an affair. She'd gathered that through hushed conversations she'd overheard between Birdie and Noelle's mom, Jolie. Given her current state, Noelle had been tempted to broach the topic with Birdie, but she sensed that Birdie might resist talking about the past. She and Knox were obviously in a good spot now. From the tender way Birdie spoke of Knox, one would think they were still a couple. Noelle didn't see how she could ever reach that point with Kyle. Merely thinking of him made her stomach coil into a hard knot. Then again, Kyle was no Knox Romeo. For all his shortcomings, Knox was a good man. Maybe that's why Birdie had been able to forgive him.
Knox is busy, Birdie continued, but he likes it that way. Jackson oversees the day-to-day ranch operation, which takes a lot of stress off Knox. Also, Jackson and Lemon have been busy with Lemon's equestrian therapy program. It's going really well. Her voice swung up. Oh, I meant to tell you I talked to Lemon. They're already booked for spring, but she's going to make a space for Aiden.
Wow, that was really nice of her. Noelle was on a tight budget, squirreling away everything she could to hopefully buy a house in the near future, but she'd scrimp and save more if it meant giving Aiden unique opportunities. Noelle remembered Lemon from school growing up, but she was several years older.
You know, Birdie said casually, Jackson and Lemon were high school sweethearts, and they reconnected. So did Zoe and Briggs.
She threw Noelle a speculative glance.
We could go for 3.
Noelle felt her cheeks warm, thinking of the attraction that had zinged through her when she was around Holden earlier today. She was unprepared for the longing that arose inside her.
I don't think so. My situation is different.
She hesitated, tightening her hand into a fist.
I have Aiden to think about.
She had to be sensible, keep her mom senses front and center. Her heart was gullible and couldn't be trusted.
Holden's a great guy.
When he's sober, Noelle squeaked. Holden had decimated her heart. In many ways, she'd never fully gotten over it. She couldn't go down that road again. Birdie let out a long sigh.
He made a mistake, Noelle. It was a long time ago. He's a different man now.
Silence fell between them, Birdie's words hanging heavy in the air. Noelle felt for Holden. She really did. He'd been through a lot. On many levels, she could understand why he'd succumbed to his demons. She wasn't judging him per se, but she had to do what was right for her and Aiden.
I'm just not ready,
Noelle said brusquely, not wanting to discuss it further. She knew Birdie meant well, but her aunt needed to let the past remain where it belonged, in the past. They pulled up to the impressive ranch house, painted a glistening white. It was a little before 6 p.m. Dusk was starting to settle in. The mist in the air gave the porch lights a haloed effect. The house was bigger than Noelle remembered. She admired the large wraparound porch and neat row of sturdy columns. The large windows across the front were anchored with black shutters, and the glossy red paint on the front door was welcoming. Had the door always been red? Noelle couldn't remember. The mansion had the unique ability to look homey and grand at the same time. Lush green Christmas wreaths with red bows adorned the windows. Single candles, either electric or battery operated, were in each window, casting a soft, warm glow. The scene reminded Noelle of a Hallmark movie rolled in with the Christmases of her childhood. Her mom had loved to decorate for the holidays. A pang shot through her as she thought of her mom's home, the place where Noelle had grown up. After her mom's death, Noelle had sold the home to pay all of her mother's outstanding debts. Her mom had gotten a second mortgage on the home to cover her medical bills, so there was hardly anything left at the end. Aidan threw open the car door and made a mad dash for the house. "Don't leave the car door standing wide open," Noelle admonished, but he was already out of hearing range. She let out a long sigh, rolling her eyes. Birdie chuckled. "He's just excited. I remember what Knox used to say to our kids." She forced her voice to go deep, thrusting out her chest. "Close that door. Were you raised in a barn?" Noelle giggled. "I can imagine Knox saying that." She shook her head. "I don't think anything I say to Aidan sinks in. It goes straight through one ear and right out the other." "More sinks in than you realize. Aidan will learn. Just be patient." Birdie cast Noelle a perceptive look. "You've been so worried about Aidan transitioning, but kids are resilient. With a loving, considerate mom like you, Aidan will do just fine." Noelle's eyes misted as she blinked. "Thanks," she said gruffly. She could only hope Birdie was right. By the time they got out of the car, Aidan was pounding on the door with his fists. "Aidan, stop banging!" Noelle corrected. The door opened, and there stood Knox, looking as debonair as ever, with his broad shoulders and confident posture. "Well, hello!" he boomed as he grinned broadly while looking down at Aidan. Aidan drew into himself a touch, as if he were intimidated. Aidan's reaction was understandable, as Knox wielded a commanding presence. Noelle guessed him to be around 6 feet tall. He was lean and in great physical shape, as though he could work alongside any 30-year-old and hold his own. His hair was becoming more salt and pepper. His olive-toned skin had the golden, leathery cast of one who'd spent a lifetime in the sun. His lively teal eyes and easy smile were his best features. He was the kind of man that you couldn't help but love. "Hello," Aidan responded with a squeak as he clasped his hands. "I want to ride a horse." Confusion washed over Knox's features. "A horse?" He looked to Birdie for an answer. "I told Aidan that he could learn how to ride a horse when the weather clears." Birdie hugged her arms, suppressing a shiver. "Whoosh, it's cold out here." The humidity cut through Noelle's coat. It was biting cold. Aidan darted past Knox into the house. "Well, hello," Knox said as he held out his arms, giving Noelle a hearty hug. She caught a spicy whiff of Knox's cologne. "It's good to see you, darling." He held her at arm's length, inspecting her. "You get purtier every time I see you." His light eyes sparkled as he looked at Birdie. "You look just like your aunt." "Thanks," Noelle smiled. "I'll take that as a high compliment." She glanced at Birdie, who suddenly had a rosy hue brushing her cheeks. Was Birdie blushing? Yep, something was definitely brewing between Aunt Birdie and Uncle Knox. "Come on in the house," Knox said as he led them inside. Noelle appreciated the warmth that greeted her, staving off the frigid cold. The aromatic scent of cooking food wafted through the air, causing Noelle's stomach to rumble. She was in the mood for some good, down-home cooking. She had great memories of feasting on hearty Southern food while at the ranch. She took in the surroundings. The foyer opened to a sitting room that was decorated tastefully but simply. The soft white walls made a pleasant backdrop for the neutral decor. A plush leather, deep brown sofa was paired with oversized wicker chairs that housed comfortable beige cushions. The coffee table, made from driftwood, had a gray, aged cast. Linen curtains hung from black wrought iron rods. Sage green and chocolate brown pillows added pops of color, matching well with the rugs and artwork. Noelle grinned. recognizing Birdie's stylish handiwork. The ranch house seemed to be an extension of both Birdie's boutique and home.
"Everyone's in the kitchen," Knox said.
"We can put our coats in the closet," Birdie added, removing her coat. Noelle did the same as they hung them in the closet beside the front door. Not sure what to do with her purse, Noelle placed it on the floor of the closet. She didn't mind being separated from her phone for a few hours, especially if it meant not having to deal with Dottie's calls and texts. The wide planked wooden floor creaked pleasantly beneath their feet as they walked. As they stepped into the spacious kitchen, a smile drifted over Noelle's lips when she saw everyone.
"Hello,"
Zoe said warmly, as she stood and enfolded Noelle in a hug.
"It's great to see you." "Thanks,"
Noelle said appreciatively.
"It's great to see you, too."
Zoe looked beautiful as always, with her dark liquid hair and deep brown eyes. Zoe looked back at the table to where a blue-eyed guy with dark blonde hair grinned and waved.
"Hey, Noelle,"
he said, his voice warm with recognition.
"Good to see you."
"Good to see you too, Briggs."
Noelle was reminded of how nice it was to be home, where the town was small enough so that everybody knew one another. Zoe and Briggs were a striking couple. Zoe certainly seemed to be faring well after her divorce. Jackson was sitting beside Briggs. A sideways smile slipped over his lips.
"Hey, cuz,"
he drawled in a country bumpkin accent.
"Hey, Jax."
His arm was draped around a beautiful blonde.
"Lemon,"
Noelle began.
"Great to see you. Birdie tells me that y'all are doing great with your equestrian program."
"Yep, this little lady runs a tight ship,"
Jack said, giving Lemon an admiring look. They shared a smile. It was obvious that Jackson was smitten, which was sort of cool, considering how Jackson had once been known as the player of the Romeo family. Noelle used to tease him, saying that he went through girlfriends faster than she could go through a bottle of shampoo. Well, Jackson was certainly off the market now. Noelle glanced around.
"Have y'all seen a crazy kid about yay high?"
She held out her hand so that it was level with her chest.
"Running around here?" "Yep, he came in a few minutes ago and took off with Madison," Zoe answered. "She probably took him to the playroom upstairs." "Can we eat now?"
a teenaged boy asked in exasperation.
"I'm starving."
He was standing by the kitchen island. Tall and gangly, he had curly dark hair and freckles splashed over his nose. Noelle wondered if Aiden would look similar when he was older, with his curly hair and similar coloring.
"You're always starving,"
Zoe laughed.
"It must be that hollow leg,"
Knox piped in. Zoe went over to the boy and slid an arm around his angular shoulders.
"You remember my oldest, Milo?"
She turned to Milo.
"This is Noelle, my first cousin."
"Hey,"
he said dutifully with a rueful grin.
"Hello,"
Noelle said with a nod.
"You look like Moma,"
Milo observed. For a second, Noelle didn't understand who he was referring to, but then it registered that he was talking about Birdie.
"Yep, she sure does,"
Knox said proudly.
"She's a beauty."
Heat splashed Noelle's cheeks.
"Thanks,"
she murmured. It was flattering and a bit embarrassing to be labeled a beauty, especially amongst Zoe and Lemon, who were so glamorously beautiful themselves.
"Our little Noelle here was Miss Georgia Royal,"
Jackson bragged to Lemon. Lemon's eyes glimmered with amusement.
"Franklin's a small town. News travels fast. I think I might have heard something about that."
She winked at Noelle. Jackson made a face.
"Well, you were off in Los Angeles all those years," he huffed. "I wasn't sure what you heard."
Lemon's laughter sounded like tinkling bells. She placed a hand on Jackson's arm. It had the magical effect of smoothing his ruffled feathers.
"Jax is still disgruntled that I left Franklin to build my business."
"Darn right,"
he shot back, but he grinned, giving her an affectionate look.
"At least she finally had the good sense to come home where she belongs."
"Yes, I did,"
Lemon agreed, her voice going soft. Noelle was very familiar with Lemon's company that sold designer shoes and purses.
Shade of Lemon is one of my favorite brands. I have several pairs of your shoes.
Thank you, Lemon said, clearly touched. Knox motioned.
Have a seat. He rubbed his hands together vigorously. Gina prepared us a feast, and Zoe added the finishing touches.
Noelle tipped her head, searching her memory.
Gina?
The name didn't sound familiar. She pulled out a chair, wincing slightly at the scraping sound it made against the floor. A second later, she folded herself into the chair, shifting to get comfortable.
Gina's our housekeeper and cook,
Knox explained. By unspoken consent, he and Birdie sat down next to one another. Zoe turned to Milo.
Will you go upstairs and tell Madison and Aiden that it's time for dinner?
It was more of a request than a question.
Do I have to?
Milo frowned.
Yep,
Briggs answered in a firm but kind tone. He eyed Milo as a father would his own son. Milo slumped his shoulders, letting out a sigh of defeat.
Okay.
He hurried out with a nimble step. It was impressive and encouraging to watch how Briggs and Zoe were navigating their relationship. Noelle guessed it couldn't be easy for Briggs to raise two children who weren't his own. And yet Briggs seemed to have a good relationship with Milo. Perhaps there was hope for her and Aiden. Eventually, when Noelle decided it was time to settle down and get remarried, Zoe went over and sat down beside Briggs.
The food is all warmed up and ready, she announced. As soon as the kiddos get back, we can eat.
She looked at Noelle.
How does it feel to be back in Franklin?
Noelle did a quick perusal of her thoughts, trying to come up with an honest yet diplomatic answer.
A little strange, but good.
Zoe gave her an astute look.
Don't worry, it'll get easier.
Without warning, a lump of emotion rose in Noelle's throat.
Thanks,
she uttered, trying to keep her emotions in check.
Everything is just so muddled right now.
The compassion on Zoe's face caused tears to rise in Noelle's eyes. She cleared her throat, forcing a smile.
Sorry. How embarrassing. She couldn't lose it here in front of everyone. No apology necessary, Zoe said easily. It's tough to make a change.
There was a world of significance in her words as her gaze locked with Noelle's. A second later, Zoe broke the connection by glancing at Birdie.
Mama tells me that you're working at Viv's salon.
Yes, Noelle was grateful that Zoe had switched topics. Zoe touched her hair.
Can I get on your schedule? I'd like to get something done to my hair before Christmas. It's been so hectic at the gallery and with the kids that I haven't had a chance to do anything.
Briggs gave her a worried look.
You're not cutting your hair off, are you, Z?
Zoe laughed.
No, I just need a trim.
Oh, he said, looking relieved. Lemon's expression grew thoughtful.
I'll book an appointment with you, too. I could use a trim.
You can add me to the list, Birdie chimed in. Maybe I should jump on the bandwagon, Jackson teased. Do you cut men's hair?
Yep, sure do, Noelle answered.
All righty then, sign me up too,
Jackson drawled before casting a challenging glance at Briggs.
Don't you need that mop of yours cut too?
Hey, Zoe protested.
My man's hair looks great.
Thanks, babe,
Briggs quipped as he smirked at Jackson. Zoe tipped her head, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief as she held up a finger.
Although you could use a smidgen of a trim around the edges and the back.
Briggs's jaw dropped as laughter pealed around the table.
She told you,
Jackson hooted. Briggs looked at Zoe with a mock-wounded expression.
I see how it is.
Zoe just laughed. Thank you. Noelle felt a rush of gratitude for their kindness and generosity. She could tell they were getting their hair done to help her out.
It's good to have you here, Jackson said heartily. We're glad you and Aiden are spending Christmas with us.
Yes, we are.
Birdie gave Noelle a radiant smile.
It'll be good to see everyone.
Noelle offered. Knox grinned from ear to ear. "The entire family will be here." His eyes popped open wide. "Do you think we can survive it?" he joked. "All those turkeys in one place?"
"Hush your mouth," Birdie swatted his arm. Milo returned with Madison and Aiden in tow. Noelle stifled a grin. Aiden was holding Madison's hand, and from the way he looked at her, it was obvious that he was smitten. No wonder. Madison was a beauty like her mom, with her dark hair and eyes. Zoe did the introductions. "Madison, this is Noelle, my cousin. It's been a long time since you've seen her, so you may not remember." "Hello," Madison responded with a bright smile. "It's nice to see you again," Noelle said. Zoe motioned to the empty chairs. "Y'all sit down. We need to have the blessing so we can eat." She threw Milo a playful grin. "Before a certain guy starves to death." Milo grunted, but Noelle could tell from his half-smile smirk that he was somewhat amused by his mother's remark. "Can I sit by Maddie?" Aiden asked. "Sure," Madison said in the patient tone of a grown-up. Birdie was right. Madison was good with younger kids. Everyone joined hands as Knox offered the prayer, expressing thanks that Noelle and Aiden had joined them. Noelle's heart warmed. It felt nice to belong, if only for an evening. After the prayer, Zoe and Lemon went to get the bowls of food. "Would you like some help?" Noelle asked as she moved to stand. "Nah, we've got it," Zoe said breezily. Her eyes danced as she grinned. "We'll let you off easy tonight, but don't worry, we'll need plenty of help on Christmas." "Sounds good," Noelle replied as she settled back into her seat. The food was excellent, some of the best she'd had in a long time. No wonder she had such fond memories of coming to the ranch. She took an appreciative bite of the country fried steak, which she dipped in a generous amount of creamy white gravy. The mashed potatoes were fluffy and light, the green beans crisp, the creamed corn smooth, with the perfect amount of sweetness. Her favorite were the flaky biscuits with savory butter soaked into them. Conversation drifted easily around the table. Knox spoke of his residential development and how 3 of the houses were almost finished. Jackson and Briggs swapped stories about the ranch, which led to the equestrian program. "Thanks so much for making space for Aiden," Noelle said. "You bet," Lemon smiled. Aiden had been chowing down. Hearing his name, he paused mid-bite, looking up. "This spring, when the weather warms up, you're going to learn how to ride a horse," Birdie explained with a large, enthusiastic smile. Aiden's eyes bubbled with anticipation. He turned to Madison. "Will you ride with me?" Hope rang in his voice. "Yep," she answered. Madison was clearly flattered by Aiden's infatuation. A coy smile tugged at Jackson's lips. "It looks like Mads has a new admirer." Blushing furiously, Madison looked down at her plate. Lemon tapped his arm. "Don't tease her." Jackson just laughed. "He's just bemoaning the fact that he doesn't have a long string of admirers anymore," Zoe taunted. Jackson didn't miss a beat. He turned to Lemon, gracing her with an adoring look. "I've got the only admirer I'll ever want or need right here beside me." It was cute how color seeped into Lemon's light complexion. The doorbell rang. Knox scooted back his chair and stood, placing his napkin on the table. "Excuse me, folks," he said ceremoniously as he went to get the door. "Are we expecting another guest?" Zoe looked around the table for an answer, her eyes settling on Birdie. Birdie's expression was enigmatic as she shrugged. "Could be." A warm chuckle sounded in her throat. "You know your daddy. He loves having people over for dinner." Zoe crinkled her brows. "Who did he invite this time?" She rolled her eyes. "Not that I mind having the neighbors over, mind you, but sometimes it's nice to just have family." Knox's deep-throated, unencumbered laughter sounded in the hall before he returned to the kitchen. "Look who I found lurking around outside," he joked. "I figured we'd take pity on the poor scoundrel and give him a few scraps of food."
Noelle had just taken a bite of steak. She looked up, startled as she met eyes with Holden. Her food went down the wrong way, getting caught in her throat. She coughed to clear it, but the food wouldn't budge. Panic shot through her as she gurgled, her eyes bulging. "She's choking!" Birdie's voice filled with alarm. "Mommy!" Aiden cried. Chapter 5. Noelle's body heaved as she tried to expel the food. A hot, suffusing wave of terror engulfed her. Time seemed to stand still as her life flashed before her eyes. She didn't want to leave Aiden without a mother. How horrendous it would be to die in such a senseless manner. Holden and Jackson raced toward her, coming from different directions. Jackson was the first to reach her. He gave her a hard slap in the center of her back, using the brunt of his palm. It jarred her body, dislodging the piece of steak, sending it flying out of her mouth. She breathed in a ragged breath before a fit of coughing overtook her. Her hand went up around her neck as she tried to regulate her breathing, gulping in scoops of blessed air. Holden rubbed her arm. "Are you okay?" His voice was coated with concern. She nodded, a heady relief splashing over her. Her mind reeled, grateful for the blessing of being alive. Next came the hot sting of embarrassment. Mommy? Aiden cried, his lower lip trembling. He sprang up from his seat, ran around the table, and flung his arms around her. "I'm okay," Noelle assured him, rubbing his back. She could feel that her cheeks were burning hotter than asphalt in July. Zoe got up from her chair. She went to the kitchen island and grabbed a napkin. Noelle realized with a jolt of mortification that Zoe used the napkin to pick up the piece of steak and place it into the garbage. Hot tears stung Noelle's eyes. She blinked to stay them. "I'm so sorry." She realized that her hands were trembling. Tremors were running through her entire body. She felt like a complete moron. "We're just glad you're okay," Knox said, a note of solemn concern in his tone. An awkward silence passed over the group until Knox resumed his role as host. "Have a seat." Looking at Holden, he motioned to the empty chair beside Madison, directly across from where Noelle was sitting. Everything in Noelle wanted to jump up and flee the scene, but she couldn't without humiliating herself even further. Her cheeks were scalding. She felt like everyone could see right through her. She'd been so shocked to see Holden that she choked. Holden did as Knox directed and sat down. Jackson also went back to his seat. "Help yourself to some victuals," Knox prompted, and then realized that Holden didn't have a plate. He got up and went to retrieve a plate and silverware for him. A few seconds later, he placed the items in front of Holden. "I'll get you something to drink," Zoe said as she got up. Realizing that his mom was okay, Aiden extricated himself from Noelle's arms and went back to sit beside Madison. Noelle looked at Birdie. Her face was a touch pale. When she realized Noelle was looking at her, she offered a reassuring smile. Noelle just shook her head and looked away. She suspected that Birdie knew Holden was coming tonight. She should have warned Noelle and saved her from nearly choking to death. It had been endearing, at first, that Birdie wanted to get Noelle back together with Holden. Now it was getting irritating. "Great season," Jackson said to Holden, opening up a segue of conversation. "Thanks," Holden replied as he reached for the nearby bowl of potatoes and placed a spoonful on his plate. A second later, everyone began passing him bowls of food. "That was a tough break at playoffs." Jackson sat back, stretching his arm across the back of Lemon's seat. "Double overtime, and then Ravenwood scored that field goal for the win. We'll get 'em next year," Holden said mildly, in a way that let Noelle know he was preoccupied with other things. His golden brown eyes filled with worry as he looked at her. "You okay?" Several emotions rushed through her at once. Attraction, frustration, nostalgia over all that had been between them before, sadness that nothing had gone as they planned. Even now, despite all that had happened and against her better judgment, Noelle couldn't deny the invisible line of connection stretching between her and Holden. Now that he was in the room, she was acutely aware of his presence. She nodded, smiling weakly as she looked down at her plate. She still had lots of food left, but she'd lost her appetite. She picked up her fork and stirred her potatoes around her plate so she could at least make a pretense of eating. "Speaking of field goals," Holden said, "Mason's making quite a name for himself at UTK."
"He is,"
Knox grinned with a touch of pride.
"Who would have thunk? Mason's buddy talked him into joining the football team, and as it turns out, Mason's got a foot of gold on him."
"He's got talent, that's for sure," Holden piped in. "It'll be interesting to see what happens to him after college. Do you think he'll go pro?" "I'm not sure," Knox answered.
"Mason has had his heart set on following in Cash's footsteps ever since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. I guess we'll have to see how it goes."
What happened to your ear?
Aiden asked. Noelle's head snapped up. She caught the simmer of amusement in Holden's eyes as he looked at her from across the table.
"The scissors and I had a little run-in earlier," Holden answered easily.
Again, Noelle felt her face go hot. All eyes were on her, but she didn't dare look at anyone. Right about now, she figured that they were all second-guessing their decision to let her cut their hair.
"How are plans going for the Christmas festival?"
Knox asked Birdie.
Really well,
Birdie answered, especially since I'm not in charge of it this year.
"That's right."
Knox sat back in his seat and stroked his chin.
"Jill Sandstrom's heading it up this year."
Birdie nodded.
She is, and she's doing a great job. The only thing I have to worry about this year is the bake sale.
She looked around the table.
I'll be needing volunteers for this weekend. It's for a great cause. All the proceeds go to buy children's books for the library.
It was cute how fast everyone looked down to avoid being pinged by Birdie's steely gaze.
I'll help,
Noelle heard herself say. She turned to Birdie.
That is, if you don't mind watching Aiden. I'll be happy to watch him. Knox and I can take him and Maddie to get pizza and ice cream.
Birdie looked at Knox to get his approval.
"I'm always up for ice cream."
Knox's eyes glimmered with mirth as he looked at Madison and Aiden.
"Especially if I get to go with two turkeys as cute as y'all."
"Ice cream, yay!"
Aiden sang. Holden spoke up. "I'll volunteer." Noelle jerked, giving him a questioning look. He didn't so much as blink. "It's for a good cause." A crooked grin tugged at his lips, deepening his dimples. "It's the least I can do to help the library." Birdie was quick on the draw.
"Great," she said neutrally. "I'll put you and Noelle down to volunteer Saturday afternoon and evening."
Her voice had a tone of finality, like it was a done deal. A quiver of anticipation darted through Noelle before she squashed it flat. She couldn't get involved with Holden again. She just couldn't. A phone chimed. Knox fished it out of his pocket before sliding a finger over the screen to answer.
"Hey, Dylan,"
he began. An instant later, his face fell.
"What?"
He exploded, his face going a shade darker.
"When?"
His brows darted together.
"Do the police have any leads? This is unbelievable. I'm on my way."
"What's wrong?" Birdie's voice trembled slightly as she touched Knox's arm. Fury burned in Knox's eyes.
3 of the houses in the development burned to the ground tonight."
"What?" Birdie exclaimed, her hand going over her mouth.
"How did it happen?" Jackson asked.
"Was it an accident?" Zoe wanted to know.
"We're not sure."
Knox shoved his phone back into his pocket as he scooted back his chair. His jaw was rock hard, eyes blazing with determination.
"But you can better believe I'm going to find out,"
he growled as he rose to his feet.
"I'm going with you,"
Jackson asserted, springing from his chair.
"Me too,"
Briggs added. The 3 of them rushed out. A stunned silence fell over the table. Zoe was the first to speak, her words coming out in breathy chunks. "Do you think it was faulty work? An accident? Arson?" Birdie merely shook her head. She fingered the pearl necklace around her neck. "We don't need to make any assumptions. Let's just wait and see what Knox finds out. Please," she added, her voice catching when Zoe looked like she might argue. Noelle's eyes found Holden's as they shared a long look. She could feel his concern for Birdie and Knox. It commingled with the worry churning Noelle's gut. She'd come back to Franklin seeking solace in the safe, predictable world of her youth. It was unsettling to have a new element of uncertainty thrown into the turmoil Noelle was already experiencing. Also, she felt for Birdie and Knox. Birdie had mentioned that Knox had a lot of money tied up in the new development. "Maybe you should call Ramsay," Lemon prompted. "Let him know what's going on." Birdie nodded. "Good idea. I'll do that as soon as I get a report back from Knox about the situation. Ramsay and Hartley are in Maui, taking some time off now that the tour has ended for the year. I hate to interrupt their vacation." Noelle thought Lemon's suggestion to call Ramsay was wise. Ramsay, the third oldest of the Romeos, was a former Navy SEAL. He now headed up the security for his younger brother Cash's tour. Ramsay was married to the singer Hartley Raines. She wasn't quite as big of a star as Cash, but close. Hartley opened for Cash's tour. "Is Papa going to be okay?" Milo asked Zoe. "Daddy will be just fine," Zoe assured him in the confident tone that only a mother could perfect. The only hint of Zoe's apprehension was the slight tightening around the edges of her eyes. "We don't want to jump the gun here," Birdie cautioned. "Hopefully it's just an accident." She looked around the table, offering a strained smile. "Let's finish our dinner and have dessert. Gina made us some apple cobbler. Zoe, will you heat it up?" "Sure." Zoe rose from her seat. This time Noelle didn't ask. She stood and went to help Zoe dish up the cobbler. It wasn't until later, as Noelle was putting on her coat and getting ready to leave, that she overheard Zoe and Birdie talking in low strains. "Did you mention to Daddy that you feel like your house is being watched?" Noelle's insides froze, a shudder slithering down her spine. Birdie's house was being watched? By whom? Her heart began to pound. "No," Birdie answered quietly. "I wanted to make sure that I wasn't imagining things before I said anything." Was Birdie imagining things? Why hadn't she said anything to Noelle? "Do you think the fires are connected?" Zoe asked. I'm not sure." Birdie glanced in Noelle's direction. Her eyes widened when she realized that Noelle was listening. "What's going on?" Noelle demanded. Before Birdie could answer, Holden stepped into the foyer with a chipper smile. "Well, Noe, I guess I'll see you on Saturday. Pick you up at 3?" Her jaw dropped. "Pick me up?" A streak of uncertainty ran through his features. "Yeah, Birdie said it would be easier for me to just swing by and grab you. That way we'll have only one vehicle at the festival." "Really?" Noelle spouted as she looked at Birdie, who wore a sheepish expression. "Parking is horrendous at the festival," Birdie said in the way of a defense. Zoe grinned. "Aw, just let him pick you up," she said offhandedly with a wave of her hand. "It'll make his day." Noelle looked at Holden to get his reaction to Zoe's comment. His cheeks were a tad flushed. He shoved a hand in his pocket, shuffling his Converse tennis shoes. He looked so darn cute that Noelle felt herself relent. "Okay, fine," she sighed. "We'll go to the festival together." A pleased smile moved over Holden's lips, showcasing his dazzling white teeth. "I guess it's a date," he winked. Since when did he start looking like a poster child for a hunk? How could she not be affected by him? "No," Noelle gawked, her cheeks stinging. "It's definitely not a date." Amusement flitted over Holden's chiseled features.
Glad we got that squared away, he mused.
Look, Zoe cooed, pointing. Y'all are standing under the mistletoe. To her horror, Noelle looked up, realizing that it was true. Kiss her, Zoe urged with a wicked smile. It's tradition. Noelle shot her cousin a dark look. She wanted to shove a sock into Zoe's meddling mouth. Zoe's eyes zinged with a playful teasing that let Noelle know her cousin wasn't the least bit quelled by Noelle's irritation. What are you waiting for, Coach? Zoe chirped. I've given you the ball. Time to run it into the end zone. Zoe, Birdie exclaimed. That's enough. Give them a break. Holden pursed his lips thoughtfully, sizing Noelle up. You know, he mused, I think I'll pass on this one. The comment stung like a nest full of hornets. The words rushed out of Noelle's mouth before her head could comprehend what she was saying. What? You think you're too good to kiss me? Yikes, had she really just said that? She must be losing it. His eyes took on a deep smolder as he stepped up to her. His gaze moved over her slowly, thoroughly, as if drinking her in. Her pulse shot through the roof when he leaned in, his lips brushing with feather lightness against her cheek. His warm breath tickled and teased, circling tingles around her spine. She lost herself for a minute. Good night, Noe, he murmured as he stepped back and moved past her with lithe, sure steps as he went out the door. He's good, Zoe drawled with a velvety laugh. Now that's what I call a smooth operator. Noelle took in a deep breath, trying to calm her erratic heartbeat. She was astounded and alarmed by the ache of longing that Holden had evoked. It seeped through her body, going clear to her bones. In that one terrible moment, a sad, bitter truth penetrated her consciousness. She'd never gotten over Holden, not by a long shot. Maybe she never would. That was a crying shame, because under no circumstances could she ever go back to him again. Chapter 6. As Holden's head hit the pillow, he closed his eyes, thinking about Noelle. It had taken all the fortitude he could muster to keep from pulling her into his arms and planting a long, demanding kiss on her enticing lips. He didn't blame Noelle for being wary of him. Heck, if the situation were reversed, he'd feel the same way. He'd told himself before Noelle came back that he'd keep his distance, allow her to rebuild her life without any interference from him. Then fate stepped in, and she'd fallen into those cans of ham, providing him with the perfect introduction. A grin stole over his lips. He could hug Aiden's little rambunctious neck for causing the accident. Holden had gone to the salon today with the clear intent of getting Noelle to cut his hair. Yesterday, Meredith had mentioned that she was taking off a few extra hours around lunchtime to do some Christmas shopping. Holden figured it was the perfect time to act. He'd gotten a substitute to teach his afternoon history class and then darted over to the salon. Had Meredith not barged up and jolted Noelle, she wouldn't have nicked Holden's ear with the scissors. Holden had been questioning whether or not he should tell Noelle that Birdie had invited him to have dinner at the ranch, but then Meredith had thrown everything off course, and Holden never got the chance. He felt terrible for shocking Noelle into choking. If anything happened to Noelle because of him, an invisible fist squeezed his chest, causing perspiration to break over his pores. He thought of his older brother, Justin, the old familiar despair settling in his gut like stone. Panic raced through his veins as he struggled to get a good breath. His hands tingled, and he knew that a panic attack was coming on. A silent prayer rose in his heart. Please, Lord, let this attack pass. Help me get control of myself. Help me remember the things Pastor Charles told me. Dizziness assaulted him. He felt himself swimming in his own guilt. He was caught like a fly in thick, gooey syrup that was pulling him down, down, down. Try as he could to fight against it, the memories caught hold, taking him back to the fateful night that had changed everything. The bass from the pulsing music throbbed through Holden, causing his head to ache. He didn't know why he'd let Justin talk him and Noelle into coming to Gary Swinson's idiotic party. Gary was a friend of Justin's. The guy was a loser. He dropped out of high school and was going nowhere. The scent of booze churned Holden's stomach. He glanced at Noelle's tight expression and could tell that she was as uncomfortable as he was. No, more so.
"Hey, you two!"
Cheryl staggered over to them.
"You want something to drink?"
Her voice was several octaves too loud, her eyes glassy. She held up a can of beer, dangling it in front of them. Someone barreled into her back, and she fell forward, sloshing beer on Noelle's jeans. Noelle jumped, letting out a startled gasp. "Watch it," Holden warned. Shrill laughter bubbled from Cheryl's lips.
"Oops, sorry."
She straightened herself back up to her full height and adjusted her shirt before traipsing away.
"Hey, good looking,"
she said to the nearest guy she crossed paths with. "We should go," Noelle said through rigid lips. Her gaze moved to the couple sitting across from them, engaged in a full-out make-out session. "Good idea." Boisterous laughter caught Holden's attention as he looked across the room to where a group of guys were gathered around his brother Justin, cheering him on as he raised a can of beer to his lips and drained it down in a few swallows. He used his sleeve to wipe away the liquid dribbling down the sides of his mouth before crushing the can in his fist. Noelle tugged on Holden's sleeve. "Let's go." There was a note of urgency in her voice. Holden and Noelle had driven to the party where they met Justin and his friends. The plan was for them to stop by the party for a bit and then grab something to eat afterwards. However, Holden hadn't counted on Justin getting soused. Apprehension twisted his gut. That wasn't true. He always worried about Justin and how trouble seemed to follow him like his shadow. Justin was 3 years older than Holden, but in many ways, Holden felt like he was the older brother. Holden assumed that when Justin graduated high school 4 years earlier that he'd go off to college, but he hadn't. Justin got a job at an auto parts store. While there was nothing wrong with earning an honest wage, Holden could tell that his older brother was floundering. He'd been drinking too much, and several times Holden had smelled marijuana on his clothes. Justin's lack of ambition was a source of contention in the Hunt household. Holden's parents were genuinely worried about Justin. Lately, Justin had been getting angry at the drop of the hat, and he was always looking for a fight. Holden wasn't sure where all of the animosity was coming from. It was like a switch had flipped inside of Justin. Holden hardly recognized his brother, and yet his heart ached for him. He wished there was something he could do to help Justin shape up. "Holden," Noelle urged, tightening her hold on his arm. Her voice held a hint of exasperation. "I don't feel comfortable here." Holden was caught between his desire to get Noelle out of a difficult situation and his need to stay with his brother. Justin wouldn't think twice about getting behind the wheel and driving drunk. He'd either end up killing himself or someone else. He turned to Noelle, bracing himself for her reaction. "I need to stay here with Justin and drive him home." A furrow dented her brows, her jade eyes darkening with misgivings. "But what about dinner?" "I'll take Justin home and then stop by and pick you up." Resentment shadowed Noelle's features as she threw Justin a scathing look. "I knew this would happen when your brother invited us to this wretched party," she seethed. Holden let out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, babe." He rubbed his hand up and down her arm. "It won't take me long, I promise." She cut her eyes at Justin, who was downing yet another beer. "It might take longer than you think to get him out of here." She got up from the couch with a resolute sigh. He also stood. "Fine," she said dully. "Do what you have to do." The slightest hint of a smile softened her features as her gaze caught his. "Just don't make me wait too long, okay?" Desire welted through Holden as he traced the outline of her soft, perfect lips. "Did I ever tell you how beautiful you are?" he murmured into her ear, his arm encircling her waist. She smelled fabulous, a combination of fruity shampoo and cherry lip balm. She laughed as she tipped her head back, her long blonde hair swishing in the process.
"Once or twice, but I never get tired of hearing it."
"Good." He searched her face, marveling that such an incredible, exquisite woman was with him. "I love you." An impish smile tipped her lips.
"I love you back."
He gave her a kiss on the lips. It whet his appetite for more. "I won't be long." He released her and watched her walk away, her hips swaying softly, her hair bouncing on her slender shoulders. A hand shoved him roughly on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. "Put your tongue back in your mouth, little brother." Justin slurred. He tipped his head, his gaze leering after Noelle. He placed the tips of his thumbs and fingers together, framing her in a square. She's a hot little number." Holden bristled. "Excuse me." Hoarse laughter rattled through Justin's throat. "Just kidding, little bro. I know she's taken." The stench of alcohol on Justin's breath nearly boiled Holden over. He backed away, averting his face. "We need to go," Holden said sharply. "Nah, the night is still young." Holden gritted his teeth. "I said we need to go now." It only took a second for Justin's anger to flare hot. "Don't tell me what to do," he barked. "I'm not going anywhere until I'm good and ready." Several people looked their direction. Great. Just what Holden needed, for Justin to cause a scene. He caught hold of Justin's arm. "Come on, bro," he urged. "Let's get you home so you can sleep it off." Uncertainty rippled through Justin's eyes. In that blip of a second, Holden felt his brother's pain, knew that he was swimming in a sea of indecision. "Let's go," Holden said calmly. He sucked in a quick breath and held it, praying that Justin would be reasonable. Justin was stronger and bigger than Holden. The only hope that Holden had of getting his brother out of here was through persuasion. Justin's eyes narrowed a split second before his features smoothed. "Okay, little bro, we'll go." "Hey, y'all," he said loudly. "My brother and I are leaving. This is not Holden's scene. He's too much of a choir boy to have a drink." This brought a round of wisecracks and chortles. Holden placed a hand on Justin's shoulder and navigated him out. Thankfully, Justin didn't resist. When they reached the car, Holden turned to Justin. "Give me the keys." An edge crept into his voice as he held out his hand. "What? You don't think I'm capable of driving?" Justin countered. "Nope," Holden said pleasantly. "I don't." Justin reached into his pocket and pulled out the keys. He dangled them in front of Holden's face. "Is this what you're looking for?" he jeered. Holden snatched them out of Justin's hand. "Fine," Justin grunted. "I didn't want to drive anyway." When they got in the car, Justin let out a loud belch that stunk up the air. "You're a nasty buzzard," Holden cringed. Justin heaved out a wheezy laugh that turned into a fit of coughing. "You okay?" Holden asked as he started the engine and pulled out onto the road. "Yeah," Justin grunted, burping again. "That's so gross," Holden muttered, rolling down the window to air out the car. A cold blast of air cut through his coat. He rolled the window back up. It was sleeting. Holden turned on the wipers. The road was slick. Apprehension clutched his stomach. He hoped Noelle would be okay driving home. The fog was as thick as cream soup. Justin started singing a song that their mom had often sung to them when they were kids. "Well, the fox went out on a cold winter's night, and he prayed for the moon to give him a light." His voice was loud and obnoxious, not to mention off-key. "Come on, bro, sing with me," he urged. "No, thanks." Holden's mood was growing sourer by the minute. He was tired of bailing his brother out. He stared ahead at the dark line of road in front of them. The sleet coming down, mingled with the fog, made him dizzy. He couldn't look at it, but strained his eyes to look through it. "Sing with me," Justin pleaded. "No," Holden said flatly. Justin reached out and shoved Holden. "Come on, sing!" The movement caused Holden's hand to jerk the steering wheel. A twinge of alarm pinched through him as the car lurched. He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, regaining control of the vehicle. "See, I should have driven." Holden rolled his eyes. "Right. Sing!" Justin bellowed, drumming his hands on the dash. "Hey, you didn't put on your seatbelt." "Nope, I'm living dangerously." Justin laughed. "You should put it on. And you should mind your own beeswax." Holden couldn't help but grin at Justin's reference to the phrase they used to say over and over to one another when they were kids. Things had been so much simpler then. Justin was his stalwart older brother, whom he adored. Justin's voice grew plaintive. "Sing!" He picked back up on the song, going into the chorus. Begrudgingly, Holden joined in. "Many a mile to go that night before we reach this town, oh." "See, we make a pretty good team," Justin said jubilantly. He sat back in his seat, silence settling between them. Holden heard a noise. He thought for one terrible second that Justin was choking, but then realized that he was crying. I'm sorry." Justin's voice broke. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I need help." Holden's eyes collected moisture as he swallowed. It was the first time that Justin had admitted that he had a problem. "Don't hate me," Justin implored. Holden saw a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye. The deer seemed to come out of nowhere. Holden swore as his foot instinctively slammed on the brake. Too late. He felt the impact as the car hit the animal with a sickening thud. Alarm streaked through Holden as the tires lost traction with the road. Time seemed to slow and speed up at the same instant as they spun around before crashing. The first thing Holden became aware of was a sharp pain stabbing through his shoulder from where the seatbelt had caught him. The airbag was in his face. He pushed it back with his palms and lifted his head. It was throbbing with pain. He touched his forehead. It was sticky and wet. His brain raced to connect the dots. They'd gone off the road and hit something, a tree. Concern for his brother gripped him as he turned to look. A sharp terror tore through him. The right side of the car was demolished, having taken the brunt of the impact. A single agonizing word ripped through his throat. "Justin!" Holden gripped the sheet, winding it around his fist, only vaguely aware that his body was bathed in sweat. His mind was caught somewhere between the web of his memory and the present. He forced himself to take long, deep breaths in through his nose and out through his mouth. He repeated this process until his heart slowed to a normal pace. He let out a breath, relieved that the episode had passed. As he'd done countless times, his brain went through the motion of rehashing the past in a more analytical, rational manner. It was his way of coming to terms with the panic. Justin had been killed instantly. Holden's guilt had consumed him. He was angry at God for taking his brother, but even more than that, he loathed himself. He started drinking, carousing with women, becoming the very thing that he'd resented his brother for being. His relationship with Noelle disintegrated. She left for the University of Georgia, not looking back. Holden had wallowed in self-pity to the point where he could hardly stand to look at himself in the mirror. It was his mother's constant pestering that finally got him back to church. There he met the new pastor, Jeffrey Charles. Before he became a pastor, Jeffrey had worked as a financial analyst in Building 2 of the World Trade Center. He lost all of his co-workers during the 9/11 attacks. Jeffrey knew firsthand how devastating survivor guilt could be. He'd gone down a dark path that nearly cost him his wife and 2 children. Thankfully, before all was lost, Jeffrey discovered his calling as a pastor. He'd found a new sense of purpose in life through service to God and his fellow men. Holden opened up to Pastor Charles, who helped him work through his grief. Holden began the long, arduous process of rebuilding his life along with his relationship with God. Pastor Charles had gone to Clemson University where he played football. He talked Holden into going to school there, where he followed in Pastor Charles's footsteps. It was at Clemson that Holden discovered his calling. He got great reward out of helping the players on his team during their formative years. Also, he enjoyed teaching history. Holden still didn't understand why his brother had been killed. Justin's death had nearly destroyed his parents. They'd never been the same afterwards. Even now, Holden caught whispers of grief in the shadows of their expressions. This Christmas, Holden's parents were going on a cruise to the Bahamas. While Holden wasn't looking forward to spending Christmas alone, he was grateful that his parents were taking a vacation. They deserved to have some sunshine and happiness. Holden tried to have faith and put his trust in God, recognizing that God's plan was greater than his. Still, it was tough at times. All he knew to do was to keep moving forward. Over the years, as he came to himself more and more, Holden realized that his grief and those dark times had cost him the best thing that had ever happened to him, Noelle. Having her back here in Franklin awoke all of the old feelings. He couldn't deny that she was stunningly beautiful inside and out. But more important than that, Noelle was a good person. She always had been. Would Noelle ever be able to forgive him or trust him? Maybe she'd never trust any man again. She'd been betrayed by her ex-husband. To make matters worse, the jerk was with a well-known actress, making the whole thing public. Holden had never met Noelle's ex, but the guy seemed like a loser, discarding his wife and child so he could have a fling with an actress. Holden's phone buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. He retrieved it from his nightstand, frowning when he saw the text. It was from Meredith. "I miss you." She added a string of heart emojis. He let out a long sigh, muttering under his breath, "What to do about Meredith?" When Holden first arrived back in Franklin, he'd recently broken up with Chloe, a girl he'd been dating when he lived in Huntsville. Meredith had pursued him. He'd been flattered by the attention and fell into a pattern of dating her. However, as more time went on, he just wasn't feeling it. While Meredith was lively and fun to be around, the two of them didn't have much in common. Holden got the feeling that Meredith enjoyed the notoriety of dating the football coach rather than him, the actual person. Also, Meredith was becoming clingy, and she was too high maintenance. His thoughts shifted back to Noelle. Who was he fooling? One word could best sum up his waning interest in Meredith. Noelle. That was Holden's problem. None of the women he'd ever dated had measured up to Noelle. Now that she was back in Franklin, well, she was all he could think about. Holden had no idea how this would play out. Maybe Noelle would shut him down hard, but he had to at least try. He grinned, thinking about the Christmas festival and how Noelle was volunteering alongside him at the bake sale. Holden wished they were going on a real date, but at this point, he'd take every opportunity he could get. A prayer ran through his mind. "Please help me to set things right with Noelle. And if it be possible, please give me another chance with her. I promise this time I won't mess it up." Chapter 7. As Noelle got out of her car, the wind picked up, sending shivers through her body. She pulled her coat tighter around herself. The wind caught the door, swinging it back. With a swift push, she closed the door and used the clicker to lock it. Dark, low clouds filled the sky, pressing together like they were getting ready to dump snow. Snow was in the forecast. All morning long, during her shift at the salon, women had been jabbering excitedly about how they hoped it would snow during the Christmas festival. It was a little after 1 p.m. Noelle had gone into the salon at 8 while Birdie watched Aiden, Saturdays were a critical time to pick up new clients who worked full-time jobs and couldn't get to the salon during the week. Noelle didn't know what she would do without her aunt. Birdie had been picking up Aiden from school every day and watching him until Noelle got home from work. Aiden loved it because Birdie often took him to get ice cream or to the ranch where he could play with Madison. In 2 short hours, Holden would be stopping by to pick her up so they could volunteer at the bake sale. Anticipation darted through her. She couldn't deny that she was looking forward to spending time with him, but just as old friends, she kept reminding herself. Things were starting to settle down at the salon. As promised, Birdie, Zoe, Briggs, Lemon, and Jackson had all come in this week. Birdie had sent a few of her friends in as well. Business was picking up for Noelle. And thank goodness, she'd done a good job and managed to avoid any other hair disasters. The only downside to working at the salon was having to deal with Meredith, who was as catty as ever. Meredith took great pleasure in getting Noelle to do as much grunt work as possible. Noelle had lost count of the number of times she'd swept up Meredith's station or sanitized Meredith's hairstyling and cutting tools. The good news was that now that Noelle's clientele was picking up, she would be too busy to be at Meredith's beck and call. Hugging her arms, Noelle opened the gate on the picket fence and walked up the sidewalk. She felt the cold ping of one snowflake and then another. Aiden would be excited about the snow. Something she couldn't define caught her attention. Her skin prickled with unease as she glanced around. Was someone watching her? Her senses went on full alert as her heart picked up its pace. Her throat went dry as she swallowed. She took an assessment of the other houses on the street. Not a single person was outside, and there were no cars passing by. And yet, Noelle had the distinct impression that someone was watching her. Birdie lived in the historical section of town, a safe and well-kept area. Built in 1920, the 2-story home with its spacious front porch and careful attention to architectural details exuded grace and charm. The lap siding was painted khaki and the trim a creamy white. It wasn't just the house itself, but also the setting, the large beefy trees and mature landscaping that was so impressive. The neighborhood normally spoke of peace and tranquility, which is why Noelle's sense that something was off screamed so loudly. Relief swept through her as she stepped onto the front porch and quickly went through the front door, making sure to lock it behind her. Birdie routinely left her doors unlocked. Noelle was starting to think that might not be wise. Noelle edged over to the window and lifted a slat of the plantation shutter. Again she scoped the area. Nothing. Was she imagining things? Earlier in the week, after leaving the ranch, Noelle had questioned Birdie about the comment Zoe had made about Birdie feeling like she was being watched. Birdie had brushed aside the topic, saying that she was probably just being paranoid. "It only happened once as I was going into the garage," Birdie said. "It could have been one of the neighbors watching from a window. Unless it happens again, I'm not going to worry about it." But Birdie had been concerned enough about the incident to mention it to Zoe, and now it had happened to Noelle. The TV was on in the den. Removing her coat, Noelle went in that direction. She found Birdie sitting on the sectional, her cell phone pressed to her ear. Aiden was on the floor building a Lego tower. A cartoon was playing on the TV. "Mommy!" Aiden squealed with a joyous smile when he saw her. He jumped up and threw his arms around her waist. "Hey, sport," she said affectionately, tousling his hair. Birdie smiled and nodded at Noelle before turning her attention back to her phone conversation. Birdie's expression was worried, the lines around her eyes and mouth showing more prominently. Noelle wondered what was going on. Aiden reached for Noelle's hand and pulled her to his tower. "Look what I built!" "That looks amazing!" Noelle placed her purse and coat on the nearby ottoman before getting down on the floor beside Aiden. She played Legos with him until Birdie got off the phone. "Is everything okay?" Noelle asked. I'm not sure, Birdie answered, pursing her lips together. Noelle's stomach tightened. What's going on? Birdie made a point of looking at Aidan as if she didn't want him to hear the conversation. Let's go into the kitchen and talk for a minute. Sure. Noelle touched Aidan's arm. I'm going to the kitchen with Birdie. I'll be back in a few minutes. Aidan nodded, his attention immediately going back to the tower. Noelle got up off the floor and followed Birdie into the kitchen. What's wrong? Birdie was standing with her back against the counter, her arms folded over her chest. Her posture was tense. That was Knox on the phone. The investigators have determined that the cause of the house fires was arson. Oh no, that's terrible. Do the police have any leads on who did it? Not yet. Birdie's expression was grim. These weren't just regular homes. They were million-dollar homes, almost completely built. 2 of them were already under contract, with people moving into them right after Christmas. Wow. Does Knox have contractor insurance? Yes, thank goodness, but claims will have to be filed, and Knox will have to wade through a whole mess of paperwork and red tape. It could take up to 45 days for his claims to get paid. The worst part is that the buyers for the 2 houses under contract have backed out. Knox is concerned that the development will get a bad reputation and that future buyers will be scared away. There are 4 other houses under construction in the development. Knox is concerned about the safety of those houses. I would be too. Noelle shook her head. I'm so sorry. Is Knox okay? He's stressed and fighting mad that someone did this. Birdie rubbed a hand over her forehead. It's always something, she muttered. I've been looking so forward to having all of the family together for Christmas. I hate to have this thundercloud hanging over us. Did you call Ramsay to get his take on the situation? Knox was going to call him right after he got off the phone with me. Who would do something like this? I'm not sure. Birdie's features tightened. We're not sure if someone was targeting the neighborhood or if this was an attack on Knox and Dylan. A chill ran through Noelle. She figured now was as good of a time as any to tell Birdie about what happened to her on her way inside the house. She kept her voice low. Remember how we talked about you feeling like you were being watched? Wariness crept into Birdie's eyes. Yes, she said hesitantly. Well, I felt it a few minutes ago when I left my car and came into the house. She was cold all of a sudden, thinking about the way her skin had crawled. Birdie blinked fast, her words rushing out. Did you see anyone? No, it was just a feeling. I looked around at the other houses and yards, but no one was there. The raw concern in Birdie's eyes knotted Noelle's stomach. How long ago was it that you had your experience? Last week, after Aidan and I moved in with you, Noelle said, thinking out loud. Yeah, I guess so, but I don't see how there could be any connection. Noelle was filled with a searing heat. Do you think Dottie hired someone to spy on me? Birdie made a face. Why? What purpose could she possibly have? Noelle felt like she could spit fire. Who knows what's going on in that woman's head? Maybe she's trying to get some dirt on me, finagle away to get Kyle custody of Aidan? That's not gonna happen, Birdie shot back, her eyes flashing. No, it's most certainly not, Noelle spat. Dottie tried to talk Kyle into putting up a fuss about me taking Aidan out of Georgia, but Kyle was too busy falling over Tiffany Ward to care about his son. Her words left a sour taste in her mouth. Dottie, on the other hand, is relentless. She has called every day this week, some days multiple times. Have you spoken to her? No, Noelle scoffed. I let it go to voicemail. After that little stunt Kyle pulled on Tuesday, I figured I could use some space from him and his psycho mother. Has Kyle called again? No, just on Tuesday. Birdie rubbed a hand across her forehead.
I'm not sure what's going on. There are too many moving parts." She tipped her head. "Maybe you should call Dottie and ask her point blank if she hired someone to spy on you."
Noelle's eyes widened.
"Do you think she would admit it if she did?" "Probably not, but at least if Dottie is behind this, she'll realize that you're on to her." "Good point. Okay, I'll call her in a few minutes."
Noelle's thoughts shifted another direction.
If Dottie's not the one watching us, then who is? Is this somehow connected to the arson? Has Knox felt like anyone has been watching him or any other member of the family? No, not that I know of. Does Knox have any enemies? Well, sure, he's had his fair share of squabbles with various people over the years.
A wry grin touched Birdie's lips.
Knox can be a bit of a hothead. His pet peeve is when people don't keep their word. There have been disagreements with subcontractors and house inspectors over the years. Nothing extraordinary, but about what you would expect. Knox gets frustrated when subcontractors drag their feet and don't complete jobs when they say they will, or when they try to come back after the fact and increase their bid. And that makes sense. The fires could have been started by a disgruntled contractor. It's possible. Birdie paused in thought. Knox and Ellis Livingston had a falling out over a land deal a few years back. Ellis was selling a stretch of property on the river in Nashville. He and Knox worked out a deal and shook on it. Then Ellis went behind Knox's back and sold it to an out-of-town investor. Who's Ellis Livingston? He's a big name in Nashville. He owns a lot of real estate. Knox certainly didn't score any brownie points with Ellis Livingston when Ramsey shot his son Wesley.
Noelle's hand splayed over her throat as she tried to process what Birdie was saying.
The air whooshed out of her lungs with her words. "Did Wesley die?" "Yes."
Noelle's brain reeled.
"What happened?" "Do you remember how I told you about Lemon and the guy who was stalking her?" She nodded. "Well, that guy was Wesley Livingston. He was off his rocker and would have killed Lemon had Ramsey not intervened." Chills ran through Noelle as she hugged her arms. "I knew it was a bad situation with Lemon, but I didn't realize anyone was killed over it." 3 people died, actually.
Noelle's eyes widened.
"Who?" "A young maid who was having an affair with Wesley. The girl was pregnant. Wesley pushed her down a flight of stairs. Lemon saw the whole thing. That's what triggered her amnesia."
She held up a finger.
"Well, technically Lemon's amnesia was triggered when she realized that Wesley had her mother killed."
A sense of horror overtook Noelle.
"Lemon has been through a lot."
It had been torture for Noelle to lose her mother to cancer. She couldn't imagine the turmoil that it must have caused Lemon to have her mother murdered.
"She has. She's a strong woman." "Did you mention your suspicion about Ellis Livingston to Knox?" "I didn't have to," Birdie said gravely. "Knox knows what it means to have a powerful enemy like Ellis Livingston. That's part of what he wants to talk to Ramsey about." She sighed. "We hope the arson has nothing to do with Ellis, but we have to examine all the angles." "Yes, we do," Noelle said, squaring her jaw. "Which is why I'm going to call Dottie right now." She'd no sooner gotten the words out of her mouth when Aidan came trotting into the kitchen, holding out her ringing phone. "Here you go," Aidan said, handing it to her. It was with a sinking heart that Noelle realized it was Kyle. She turned the phone around so Birdie could see the face. "Should I let it go to voicemail?" She'd not yet confronted Kyle about getting Aidan worked up over Tybee Island. "No, you should talk to him. Ask him if his mother hired someone to keep tabs on you and Aidan." Noelle narrowed her eyes as she answered with a brusque, "Hello, Kyle, what do you need?"
He laughed. "Hello to you, too. How are things going in Tennessee?" he asked breezily.
"You tell me."
I'm not sure what you mean," he replied, a sliver of uncertainty creeping out from under his cheerful veneer.
She went straight for the jugular vein. "Did your mother hire someone to spy on me and Aiden?" He let out a startled laugh. "What are you talking about?" "Did your mother hire someone to spy on me and Aiden?" she repeated, punching out every word. She gripped the phone tighter, thrusting out her jaw. No. Why would you ask such a question?" Kyle sounded genuinely surprised by Noelle's accusation, but she knew from sad experience that Kyle was a good liar. Concern sounded in his voice. "Is everything okay there with you and Aiden?" "We're fine," Noelle snapped. "Is someone spying on you?" His voice shot up an octave. "Maybe you and Aiden should come home. It doesn't sound like it's safe there." Her brows knitted together. Was that the angle Kyle and Dottie were playing, frightening her into going back? She straightened her spine. "Everything's good here. I just asked about the spying because Dottie has been calling me incessantly." He pushed out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. You know, my mom, she just misses Aiden. If you would just let him go to Tybee Island for Christmas, then it would ease her concern." "Nope," she clipped. "Not gonna happen. We had an agreement. Aiden and I spent Thanksgiving there, and we're spending Christmas here." She hoped he would pick up on the unrelenting determination in her voice. There was a long pause. When Kyle spoke, his voice was a whisper. "I miss you and Aiden." She jerked as his words processed in her head. A harsh laugh rose in her throat. "I figured you were too busy chasing after Tiffany Wade and those short, tight skirts to give us a second thought." "That's not fair." His voice was morose, compliant. "I made a mistake." He paused. "I realize that now." Noelle didn't know whether to start laughing hysterically or bite Kyle's head off. "Why are you calling me?" She couldn't believe all the years she'd wasted trying to appease this egotistical jerk. The only good thing that came out of that relationship was Aiden, and she was going to do her darndest to make sure that Aiden didn't end up like his father. "Like I said, I miss you." "Cut the crap, Kyle. It won't work." His voice trembled benevolently. I'm sorry you feel that way." He paused. "Let me speak to Aiden." "Why?" she flung out. "So you can upset him like you did on Tuesday?" An edge slipped into Kyle's voice as the nice guy persona fell away. "You're the one upsetting him by keeping him away from his dad and grandparents on Christmas." Noelle heard a woman giggling in the background, and then the sultry request, "Come back to bed, I'm cold." The words came at Noelle like a fingernail scratching down a chalkboard. "Is Tiffany there with you?" Her voice rose. "I just stepped back into the bedroom," he explained. "I'll only be a minute," he said in an affectionate tone. Noelle realized that he was talking to Tiffany. A sour disgust filled her throat. "You know, you'd think by now that I'd no longer be surprised by your antics, but nothing you do ceases to amaze me. Why don't you put your little tart face on the phone so I can tell her how much you're missing your ex-wife? Isn't that what you just said before you stepped back into the bedroom with Tiffany, that you're missing me and Aiden?" Kyle let out a string of curse words. "Don't mess with me, Noelle," he warned. "Or what?" she shouted. Birdie touched Noelle's arm. "Keep your voice down," she warned as she motioned with her eyes toward the den where Aiden was. Noelle sucked in a breath, trying to gain control of her emotions. She wished she could cut ties with Kyle and never have to deal with him again. But he was Aiden's father. For better or worse, she'd always be connected to him. The doorbell rang. Birdie's eyes popped open wide. "I'd better go answer it." Noelle lowered the phone from her mouth. "Look to see who it is first. Don't worry." "What did you say?" Kyle snarled. Noelle spoke into the phone. "That I'm done with this conversation." She ended the call, feeling a ping of satisfaction. "Take that, you loathsome lizard." Her phone instantly rang again, but she silenced it. A second later, she received a text from Kyle. "If you refuse to let me speak to my son, then I will have no other choice but to take you to court and fight for custody. Trust me, Noelle, you don't want to play this game. I can guarantee you that it won't end well." Fury burned through her as her fingers flew over her keypad. "Is that a threat?" No threat, a warning. Tremors ran through her body, churning her gut and making her feel nauseous. Her throat thickened, threatening to cut off her breath. She swallowed, hot needles pelting her as she responded back. "I have no problem with letting you speak to Aiden, but I refuse to do so when your floozy is in the background, giggling like a hyena and telling you to come back to bed. Don't call or text again until you can act like an adult and present yourself honorably to your son." She held her breath, waiting for Kyle's reply. "I'll call tomorrow at 5 p.m. Make sure Aiden is there and ready to talk to me." She responded back with an emoji thumbs up. Despite her bravado, Kyle had scared her with his threat. Noelle couldn't fathom going through a legal battle right now. She had neither the money nor the emotional stamina to deal with that. Birdie stepped back into the kitchen, giving Noelle a tentative look. "Are you okay?" Noelle clenched her jaw. "Yeah," she huffed. Her cheeks were burning, her blood pumping so fast against her temples that she was dizzy. "Kyle wanted me to put Aiden on the phone while Tiffany was there. I heard the bimbo in the background asking Kyle to come back to bed." Shock registered on Birdie's features, quickly turning to outrage. "I'm so glad you got rid of that creep." "Me too." "Holden's here." Noelle's eyes bugged. "What?" She glanced at the clock on the microwave. "He's over an hour early." She wasn't ready to face Holden right now. She needed time to cool down, time to decompress. "I haven't even had time to get ready." She looked down at her sweater, jeans, and tennis shoes. Noelle loved heels, but she couldn't wear them while working. She'd wanted to fix herself up before seeing Holden. She caught the pleased smirk on Birdie's face and suspected that her aunt knew the thoughts that were racing through her brain. "It's not a date," Noelle said stiffly. Birdie grinned. "I know that's what you keep saying. I just wonder if you're trying to convince me or you." Noelle groaned. "My life is such a disaster." Moisture rose in her eyes. "I'm so confused about everything right now." Birdie touched her arm. "Things will get better. You just have to take it one step at a time. Holden's in the den. Aiden's showing him his Lego tower. Go get ready right quick. I'll hold down the fort." "Thank you," Noelle breathed as she darted to her bedroom, trying to figure out what she should wear. Chapter 8.
"Here, you can help build,"
Aiden said as he handed Holden a Lego. "Thanks." Holden placed the piece on top of the tower. Aiden was a cute kid. His cheeks were rosy, freckles dotting his nose, his brown eyes lively. Holden wasn't sure how he would feel to be around Noelle's son that she'd had with another man. But it was surprisingly comfortable. Neither he nor Noelle could change the past. The best that Holden could hope for was that Noelle would let him have a place in her future. He grinned inwardly at the direction his thoughts were taking. He was putting the cart before the horse here. The only reason Noelle was going with him to the bake sale was because he'd finagled it. "Noelle will be out in a few minutes," Birdie announced as she stepped back into the room. "She just got off work and is changing clothes." She sat down on the sectional and clasped her hands together. Holden wondered if he should bring up the fires. The gossip he'd been hearing through the grapevine wasn't good. He wanted to get Birdie's take on the situation, but he didn't want to make her uncomfortable. "So," she began, studying Holden with perceptive eyes, "what's the deal with you and Meredith?" Holden jerked, a startled grin sliding over his lips. "You don't pull any punches, do you?" To think he'd been worried about discussing a sensitive topic. Ha! The joke was on him. Birdie arched an eyebrow.
I'm very protective over my niece. She's been through a lot, and I don't want to see her get hurt. What's a niece? Aiden asked, wrinkling his nose. I'll explain it to you later.
Birdie smiled briefly at Aiden before turning her attention right back to Holden, fixing him with a hawk-like gaze as she awaited his answer.
Okay,
Aiden sang in a casual manner that let Holden know his mind had already moved to another topic.
Here you go.
Aiden grabbed all the Legos his little hands could hold and pushed them toward Holden. Thanks, buddy. Holden began absently snapping Legos on top of the tower, his mind trying to figure out how to answer Birdie. Meredith and I aren't serious. We've dated off and on, but that's about it.
Does Meredith know that? Birdie pressed. Who's Meredith? Aiden asked. No one worth mentioning, Birdie shot back, making her distaste for Meredith crystal clear.
No, Holden sighed. Not yet. He met Birdie's eyes full on, hoping she would catch the sincerity of his words. But she will. Birdie nodded, her features relaxing. As for the hurting thing, knowing Aiden was listening intently to every word he and Birdie were saying, Holden tried to figure out a way to dance around the topic of everything that had happened before between him and Noelle. What happened before, I was a different person then. I'm a changed man. A hint of a smile moved over Birdie's lips, softening her features. You don't have to tell me that. I know the kind of man you are, Holden Hunt. The resemblance between Birdie and Noelle was strong, indicating how Noelle would look when she got older. Birdie was a beautiful woman, with her vivid green eyes and honey blonde hair. She carried herself with a sense of grace and authority. It wasn't hard to see why Birdie was a pillar of the community. Holden was glad to have Birdie in his corner. Thank you, he said, relieved, but Birdie wasn't finished. She held up a finger. I'm not as concerned about what happened in the past as I am about what will happen in the future. Her eyes locked with his. What I'm asking is, what are your intentions concerning my niece? This part was easy. His answer was simple and to the point, his voice ringing with fervor. I intend to do everything in my power to win her back. Good, Birdie piped in, her expression pleased. Then you have my blessing. Noelle stood just outside the den, listening to the conversation between Birdie and Holden. She'd about died of embarrassment when Birdie asked Holden what his intentions were concerning her. Then when she looked down and saw that she was balling her fists so hard that her fingernails were digging into her palms, she realized that she wanted to hear his answer. When he said that he intended to win her back, Noelle was assaulted with varying emotions. She felt a strange sense of pleasure and elation pulsing through her, and then the misgivings took over. Everything was so muddled right now. It was the worst possible time for her to get involved with anyone, especially Holden. On the other hand, when Holden told Birdie that he was a changed man, he'd spoken the words with such conviction that Noelle believed him. Hope sprang in her breast. Would it be possible to put aside the hurt of the past and start anew? She'd never loved anyone like she had Holden. In her darkest hours, when things were their worst with Kyle, Noelle's thoughts had drifted to Holden more often than she cared to acknowledge. He was the fantasy that she could never let go of, the what might have been. It was one thing to daydream, the practical voice in her head argued, quite another to jump into a relationship the second she got back to Franklin. Another voice chimed in, a quieter, more seductive voice that circled around her in a blanketing whisper. Hadn't she known, deep down, that this was the course she would follow? Her heart longed for the kind of relationship that she and Holden once shared. Nothing was guaranteed in life. Noelle knew that firsthand. But that didn't mean she should just throw in the towel and stop living. She chuckled inwardly, grateful that no one could read her thoughts. Otherwise, they'd think she was the most indecisive person on the planet, or loony. Taking in a deep breath, Noelle straightened her shoulders, smoothing a hand over her green sweater. She'd chosen it to bring out the color of her eyes. She grinned, looking down at her shoes. She wondered what Holden would say when he saw them. A legion of butterflies swarmed in her stomach. She got the feeling that everything was changing. Once she stepped through that door, nothing would be the same again. She was embarking on uncharted territory. Did she dare risk her heart, Aiden's well-being? Oh, how she wanted to believe that Holden had changed, that he could weather whatever hard knocks life might throw his way without falling apart and going down another binge of self-destruction. She wished she could see into the future. She wished she could quiet the fears of her heart. She wanted to hope for a better life for her and Aiden. She craved stability. She needed someone she could depend on, someone who could love her unconditionally. Was Holden that man? Her thoughts were running away from her again. Right now, the object was to get through the bake sale. "Hey," she said with a casual smile as she stepped into the room. The flicker of appreciation in Holden's eyes was flattering as he looked her up and down. "You look fantastic," he said. "Thanks," she murmured, sitting down on the sectional next to Birdie. "Look at the Lego tower," Aiden said proudly as he pointed at Holden. "The man's helping me build it." Laughter gurgled in Noelle's throat, especially when she saw the streak of surprise that came over Holden's features. "His name is Holden," Birdie inserted with a chuckle. "Holden," Aiden repeated with a sheepish grin. "Wow, the snow's really coming down," Birdie observed, looking out the window. Noelle looked outside to where large, puffy snowflakes were softly falling. Aiden's eyes rounded as he sprung up and ran to the window. "It's snowing!" he shouted with glee. He spun around. "Can I go outside and play?" Noelle looked at Birdie's face and could tell that her aunt didn't relish the idea of going outside in the cold. "Not right now," Noelle answered diplomatically. "Holden and I need to go help with the Christmas festival. Maybe we can play in it tomorrow after we get home from church." Aiden's face crumbled. "I want to go outside now, please," he whined, bringing his little hands together. Noelle could understand Aiden's frustration. Tomorrow probably seemed like an interminable amount of time to a 5-year-old. "I could go out with him for a few minutes," Birdie offered. "Yay!" Aiden started jumping up and down. Holden was reclining on the floor, propped up on his elbow, his long legs crossed, wearing his black Converse tennis shoes. Noelle was impressed with how comfortable Holden was in Birdie's home, building a Lego tower with Aiden. As he rose to a sitting position, his muscular body moved with the ease of one in pristine physical condition. "I have a better idea. Why don't we take Aiden outside?" He looked at Noelle as he spoke. Her eyes rounded. "But what about the bake sale?" "We have an extra hour," Holden pointed out. "I guess that's true," Noelle conceded. She'd just curled her hair and didn't relish the idea of getting snow all in it. Then again, she was about to be outside at a bake sale, so her hair getting messed up was a moot point. A grin tugged at Holden's lips, deepening his dimples. "I remember a girl who used to live for playing in the snow." The tone of his melodic voice was intimate, evoking a trove of memories. His dark eyes sparkled with adventure and a hint of challenge that called to her now as much as it always had. She'd never been able to resist joining Holden on what she termed his madcap adventures. He wiggled his eyebrows, making him look boyishly charming. "What do you say, Noe? You ready for another madcap adventure?" She laughed in surprise. "You know, I was just remembering our madcap adventures." "That's a splendid idea," Birdie said, a large smile filling her face. "I'll make y'all some hot chocolate while you're outside. You can have a cup before you head out to the bake sale." Noelle frowned as she turned to Birdie. She asked the question with her eyes that she didn't want to voice out loud right now. Was it a good idea for them to go outside when she distinctly felt someone watching her? "It'll be fine," Birdie reassured her, making a point of looking at Holden as if to say, "He'll be out there with you." Holden stood. He exuded such confidence and energy that his presence seemed to fill the entire room. No wonder Noelle had fallen so hard for him before. Holden had a casual manner about him that put people at ease. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and jeans. She traced the impressive lines of his wide shoulders. Holden had been on the thin side when they were younger, but he'd certainly filled out his frame well. Okay, she needed to stop ogling Holden. She was a grown woman with grown-up responsibilities. She couldn't afford to get swept off her feet. "Let's get your coat and shoes on," Noelle said to Aiden. A few minutes later they were outside. Snowflakes were falling in a steady succession, blanketing the ground in white. Noelle glanced around, surveying the area. As before, she didn't spot anyone. Holden sensed her unease. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she answered, forcing a smile. He touched her arm, searching her face. "Noe, what's wrong?" The concern in Holden's voice struck a chord inside her. Noelle had forgotten what it was like to have someone who cared about her. "I'll fill you in later," she said quietly. He nodded, pressing his lips together in tight lines. The air seemed easier to breathe. Noelle no longer felt that anyone was watching. She wondered if she'd only imagined it before. Perhaps her senses were off. There had been so much turmoil lately in her life. Maybe she was starting to look for trouble, anticipating that things would go wrong. Her conversation with Kyle brought back all of the old angst. Noelle felt like her problems were piling so high and deep that she'd never be able to escape them. With a conscious effort, she shrugged off the despondent thoughts. "Let's make a snowman," Aiden suggested. "There's not enough snow," Noelle countered. "We'll have to wait until more accumulates." Aiden frowned, throwing his hands into the air. "Then what can we do?" Noelle made a face, her gaze moving to Holden. There wasn't much they could do, except enjoy being out here. The cold stung her nose as the wind picked up, swirling snowflakes around them. "We can play a game of tag," Holden suggested. "You're it," he said, reaching out and touching Aiden before darting out of his reach. Aiden's joyous laughter filled the air as he lunged for Noelle. Laughing, she moved out of his reach. Aiden chased them around the yard, tagging Noelle. "You're it!" he shouted. Noelle decided to go for Holden. "You're going down, coach," she vowed as she rushed at him. Just when she could almost touch the hem of his coat, Holden dodged out of her reach. She stumbled, falling to the ground. She caught herself with her hands. Holden stopped in his tracks. "Oops," he laughed. "Here, let me help you up." He bent down and reached for her hand. "You're it!" she yelled as their hands touched. "Hey," he countered, "that's not fair." He heaved her to her feet. "Thank you," she said lightly as she brushed her hands on her jeans. The next instant, she took off in a mad sprint. She heard Holden's footsteps on her heels as strong arms encircled her. "You're it," he murmured in her ear. His warm breath tickled her skin, cascading tingles of desire through her. "That's not fair," she protested. All she could think about was how it felt to have his arms around her. His nearness was intoxicating, overtaking her senses. "Who said it was supposed to be fair?" he countered. "Mommy's it," Aiden chimed. Holden released her as she turned to face him. Noelle could feel her cheeks flushing despite the cold. "Not for long." She lunged at Holden. His eyes streaked with surprise the second before they both went toppling to the ground, where she landed square on top of him. "You're ruthless," Holden laughed. Noelle realized that he was holding her. "I figured the coach could handle being tackled," she quipped. "That's what I call unnecessary roughness, but I don't mind." His husky voice rippled warmth through her veins. Aiden ran and belly-flopped on top of them.
"You're both it!"
Noelle hugged Aiden and started tickling him. Then Holden started tickling her. She shrieked, giggling, "Stop!" She shifted to get Aiden off her so she could get up off of Holden. A few seconds later, they were all three sitting on the ground. A lopsided smirk tugged at a corner of Holden's lips as he gave Noelle an insinuating look. "Now that's what I call a good game of tag." Again, blasted heat fanned her cheeks, and she could tell that Holden was getting a kick out of her discomfort. She gave him a slight shove. "Ha ha," she said dryly. A certain look zinged through Holden's eyes. "What?" she asked. Holden turned his attention to Aiden. "Hey, bud," he began. "Let me show you something your mom and I used to do."
"Okay,"
Aiden answered immediately, excitement wrapping his voice. "Lay on your back," Holden directed, "and look up." He shared a look with Noelle before winking. Noelle and Holden were seated together. Aiden was on the other side of Noelle. As the adults lay back, Aiden scrambled over Noelle to get in between them. The gesture tugged at Noelle's heartstrings. Aiden was craving the connection of having both a mother and a father. "Look up," Holden instructed. Aiden giggled.
"Snowflakes are falling in my mouth."
He spit them out with a sputtering cough. "What do you see?" Holden prompted.
"Snowflakes,"
Aiden said loudly, giggling. "They're like swarming bees or meteors," Noelle observed, letting her mind get lost in the swirling activity. "It's like we're living in our own snow globe," Holden said. A reminiscent smile touched Noelle's lips. She knew where Holden was going with this. "Aiden," he continued, "did you know that your mom loves snow globes? She used to collect them." A chuckle rose in her throat.
What Holden meant to say is that he loves snow globes, so he used to buy them for me to collect. He didn't want to lose face with his buddies on the football team.
Holden's easy laughter sank deep into Noelle's heart, causing her to smile. "Yep, that's what I meant to say."
"What's a snow globe?"
Aiden asked. Holden's voice shot up in disbelief. "What?" He sat up and looked at Noelle. "You've never given Aiden a snow globe?"
"I don't guess I have."
She also sat up, as did Aiden. Noelle brushed the snow and leaves from Aiden's coat and hood before doing the same on herself. Holden shook his head. "I'm dumbfounded. Little man, you haven't lived until you've gotten a snow globe. We'll have to fix that."
"What is it?"
"A magical globe that you can shake and have snow any time you want." Holden held up his hands, snowflakes landing on his black leather gloves.
"Cool,"
Aiden said. Noelle suppressed a shiver.
"It is cool out here.
Frigid, actually." The cold from the ground was seeping into her bones. "We'd better go back inside," Holden said.
"I don't want to go back inside,"
Aiden countered, his lower lip forming a pout.
"I want to stay out here and look at the snow."
He laid back down, peering up into the air, his little face set in rigid determination. Noelle let out a breath. "Time to go in, Aiden," she said in a crisp, authoritative tone, hoping Aiden wouldn't cause a scene in front of Holden. "Hey," Holden said, as if he'd suddenly had an idea.
"What?"
Curiosity sounded in Aiden's voice. "Let's go get some hot chocolate." Holden jumped up. "Last one inside is a rotten egg," he taunted. Aiden got up, his little legs scrambling after Holden as fast as he could go.
"You're the rotten egg,"
Aiden jeered as Noelle stepped through the door behind Aiden.
"Yep, that's me, as rotten as they come."
She gave Holden an appreciative smile. He knew exactly how to navigate Aiden. Maybe Noelle should take a few lessons. "Take your boots off," she admonished Aiden. "We don't want to track snow onto Birdie's floor." Aiden threw off his hat, gloves, boots, and coat, leaving them in a heap beside the door, as he bounded into the kitchen.
"Thank you," Noelle smiled at Holden. "He's a bundle of energy." She removed her coat, gloves, and shoes before picking up Aiden's things and placing them on the bench beside the front door. Holden removed his coat, gloves, and shoes. Noelle grinned at his Superman socks. "Nice socks," she said with a hint of sarcasm. "Aiden would love those." "They look like they'd be more appropriate for his age." Holden had always been a big kid at heart. It was impressive how he still enjoyed doing simple things, like looking up into the sky at the snowflakes. He didn't skip a beat. "Nice shoes," Holden remarked. "I've never seen Converse tennis shoes with heels before." His head swung back and forth. "Only you," he said admiringly. A warm connection glowed between them as a smile tugged at her lips. "I couldn't let you have all the fun. I had to get in on the deal." She'd purchased the shoes on a whim last year. They were actually very comfortable. "You moved pretty fast out there with those heels," she laughed. "What can I say? I've got skills." "I'll second that," he murmured. Her cells did a wild spin when he stepped close to her. She wondered for one crazy second if he'd kiss her, but he lowered his voice instead, the edges of his eyes tightening in concern. "What was that about outside? You were glancing around like you were worried." It had been so nice to enjoy the snow and forget about her problems for a while. Everything came rushing back, knotting her stomach. "It's nothing," Noelle said offhandedly. He caught hold of her arm. She felt the gentle pressure of his fingertips beneath her sweater. "Tell me," he implored, searching her face. She could tell that Holden wanted to help. One thing she knew about Holden was that he would keep pestering her until she broke down and told him. She'd never been able to keep secrets from Holden. It was like he could look at her and read her thoughts. "Earlier, when I got home from work, I got the feeling that someone was watching me as I went into the house." His features tightened. "That's odd." "Yeah." She blew out a heavy breath. "Birdie got the same feeling last week as she was going into her garage. I suspect that my ex-mother-in-law has hired someone to keep tabs on me and Aiden." The fury that burned through Holden's eyes was gratifying, making Noelle feel a deeper emotional connection to him. "What is the woman trying to find out?" he growled. Noelle shrugged. "I'm not sure exactly. Dottie has been hounding me to let Aiden go to Tybee Island with her husband Trent, and Kyle. Oh, and I'm sure Tiffany Wade will be there," she added bitterly. Noelle steeled her jaw. "But it's not going to happen. Aiden and I are spending Christmas here in Franklin with Birdie and all of the family at the ranch. After the divorce, Kyle didn't fight me for custody of Aiden. I think he was actually glad to get us out of his hair. If it were up to Kyle, I'd probably never hear from him again. But Dottie, my ex-mother-in-law, is not letting go easily. She's determined to get her only grandson back to Georgia to live, one way or another." "Kyle sounds like a loser," Holden growled, fury turning his eyes almost black. "He is," Noelle shot back. "My mother tried to tell me that he was no good, but I didn't listen. I was determined to put the pieces of my life back together and move forward at all costs." A humorless laugh rattled her throat. "I guess I'm paying for that now." Regret trickled into Holden's expression. His eyes took on a haunted look. "I'm the reason why your life was in pieces," he surmised. Noelle's intent wasn't to hurt Holden. They'd both experienced enough pain to last a lifetime. And yet Noelle couldn't deny the truth. She offered a strained smile. "Maybe we should leave the past where it belongs." The words rang hollow in her own ears. How could they leave the past behind when it cankered everything around them with an insidious vapor? She could never be free of it. Admittedly, some of the past she didn't want to escape from.
She cherished her memories of growing up in Franklin with Holden. She liked that he knew her so well, almost as well as she knew herself. She loved the history they shared, the fun, amazing times. The problem was that all of those memories were rolled in with the heart-rending pain. Now that pain was compounded with the loss of her mother. Holden's jaw worked. "I'm sorry." He hesitated. "If I could go back and do things differently,
"Hey, you two," Birdie said cheerfully as she stepped into the room. She stopped in her tracks, eyes widening. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wondered if I should put your hot chocolate in containers that you can take with you."
"That would be great," Noelle said mechanically.
"Thank you."
Birdie turned and went hastily back into the kitchen. Holden drew in an agonizing breath. "As I was saying—"
"Don't say it,"
she interjected. He rocked back in surprise. Her words rushed out in a jumbled heap.
"We both got through that time the best we could. We can't go back and change the past. All we can do is move forward."
He gave her a hopeful look. "Does this mean that I have a shot?" She felt like the rest of her life was hanging in the balance. Oh, how she wanted to tell him yes, but something held her back.
"I don't know,"
she answered. It was the most honest answer she could give him.
"My life is so complicated right now. I just don't know that I can go down that road again. I'm sorry,"
she croaked, swallowing the lump of emotion in her throat. He smiled, but she could see the disappointment in his eyes. His voice was light and playful as he tisked his lips. "I wanted a touchdown, but I guess I'll have to settle for a field goal." She laughed in surprise, some of the tension dissolving. Her eyebrow rose as she gave him a taunting grin.
"A field goal? You don't even have the ball yet, mister."
Amusement flitted over his handsome features as he took a step closer, giving her a meaningful look. "It sounds like I'm in desperate need of an interception." Her eyes went to his lips, her heart hammering in her chest. She'd just turned Holden down flat, and yet here they were. Her breath caught when his hand caressed her jaw.
"Holden,
She caught a whiff of his clean masculine scent. It steamrolled over her defenses. He touched her lips. "Don't," he said softly. "We'll start at the beginning."
"The beginning?"
"As friends." Disappointment and relief commingled inside her.
"Okay," she sighed. "Friends."
The word had a curious flat sound. She and Holden had long ago passed the point where they would be simply friends, but right now the term gave them a safe, neutral ground on which to stand. Holden stepped back and motioned with his hand. "Let's go get our hot chocolate so we can head to the bake sale." Laughter gurgled in her throat.
"To be such a tough guy, you certainly seem anxious to get to the bake sale," she teased.
A wide grin stretched over his lips as his eyes twinkled with mirth. "You'd be chomping at the bit to get there, too, if you'd had one of Janine Watkins' mint brownies."
"Ah, now the truth comes out," she laughed. She tipped her head. "You know, I don't think I've ever tasted any of Janine's brownies."
Janine Watkins was friends with Noelle's mother. The two had sung in the church choir together. "Well, you're about to be impressed." Noelle flinched when he caught hold of her hand, lacing his fingers through hers. Electricity zinged through her as she gave him a questioning look.
"Friends?"
He laughed easily. "Close friends." Keeping his hold on her hand, he led her into the kitchen. Noelle should have been stronger and pulled her hand away, but it felt so good to have her skin next to Holden's. Being with him was like breathing a scent of heaven. His touch was both achingly familiar and deliciously exhilarating. She caught the glimmer in Birdie's eyes when they came into the kitchen. "We're just friends," Holden asserted with a cheeky grin. "Isn't that right, Noe?" His voice wrapped her name in a caress as he released her hand and slid his arm around her shoulders. Close friends. I don't think you understand the definition of friends, Noelle retorted, cutting her eyes at him. His amused laughter flowed like water over creek stones. But I do. I understand it perfectly. I'm just prepping for my interception.
Interception? Birdie asked dubiously, looking from Holden to Noelle.
Never mind, Noelle muttered. Her cheeks glowed warm as she shot Holden an exasperated look, to which he laughed and winked. She was fighting a losing battle. The best thing she could do tonight was to stop fretting over the future and simply enjoy the evening. Having given herself that liberty, her heart felt a little lighter. Chapter 9. The town square in Franklin was bustling with excitement over the Christmas festival. The shop windows were decorated with Christmas displays, and many of the doors were adorned with large wreaths. The lampposts were decked out in greenery, making the scene look like something out of a Charles Dickens novel. Snow was still falling, cocooning everything in a soft, cushy blanket of white. Noelle's gaze swept over the craft and food booths. Holden cast her a sidelong glance, a crooked grin raising a corner of his lips. Bring back old memories? Emotion rose without warning as she blinked to stay it. Her mom had loved this festival. She practically lived on the square during the days the festival took place. Yes, she said softly. Jolie would be glad you're back here, he said with affection as he reached for her hand, squeezing it. They walked side by side to the bake sale, weaving their way through the crowded sidewalks. Holden was a popular guy. He nodded and smiled, saying hello to nearly everyone they passed. The interest on the passing faces wasn't lost on Noelle. News would travel lightning fast that the coach was holding hands with his old flame at the festival. A shaky laugh tickled Noelle's throat. How do you do that? What? Pick up all my thoughts. I don't know. Seriously, I want to know, how did you know that I was thinking about my mom? It was the way you were holding your mouth and the tension around your eyes, he chuckled. Not to mention how you're squeezing my hand like there's no tomorrow. She looked down in surprise, willing herself to relax her grip. Sorry, I didn't even realize I was holding your hand that tight. No worries, he said lightly. I wasn't complaining. Mom loved this festival, she said wistfully. I know, he answered, a smile in his voice. Remember when Jolie made us dress up like elves and pass out candy canes? She laughed. I think we ate more candy canes than we passed out. I suspect that Jolie was just trying to figure out a way to keep us out of her hair so she could run the cakewalk. You're probably right. The cakewalk. That was one of my favorite parts of the festival. You were so excited about that chocolate cake you won. You devoured the whole thing and wouldn't let me have a bite. Then you got so sick. He gave her a sharp look. And when I was in the bathroom barfing up a lung, you had the gall to tell me that it served me right. A giggle bubbled from her lips. I stand by that remark. You should have shared. It certainly would have saved me from getting sick. He threw her a grin. It turned her heart over in response. Noelle couldn't deny that it was exhilarating being here with Holden. The past and present were converging so fast that her head was spinning, and yet she couldn't make herself get off the merry-go-round. There was a long line at the bake sale booth, which was directly in front of Birdie's boutique. The booth consisted of a long table covered by a white tent. Noelle looked past the booth into the boutique. One of Birdie's employees was standing beside a customer and showing the woman a blouse hanging on a rack. The store looked warm and inviting, as opposed to the cold outside. A shiver snaked down Noelle's spine. It was frigid out here. Janine Watkins and a couple of women Noelle didn't recognize were standing behind the table. donning Santa hats and aprons with reindeer leading Santa and his sleigh. When Janine saw Noelle and Holden, she welcomed them with a warm smile. "Hello! Thanks for coming," she said breathlessly. "We can certainly use the help." Janine used the side of her finger to slide the bangs out of her eyes before turning to the woman beside her. "Evelyn, I'm going to get these guys up to speed. Do you mind handling the money for a few minutes?" "You bet," Evelyn responded as she stepped up to the cash box, smiling brightly at the young boy holding 2 large cupcakes, one in each hand. "Let's see, Trevor, your total is $6.75. Janine waved a hand. "Come on over here." She motioned for them to come around the side of the table, where she handed them each Santa hats and aprons. "Put these on." Holden made a face. "Do I have to wear the apron?" "Yes," Noelle answered, laughing. She looked to Janine for affirmation. "Yes, sirree," Janine answered, her eyes dancing with amusement. "Everyone will love seeing the coach in a Santa apron. That will help boost sales even more than Billy Campbell's famous pecan log rolls." Janine's eyes softened as she looked at Noelle. "It's good to see you again." "Good to see you, too." The two clasped in a tight hug. Janine brought her hands together, her voice going businesslike. "Evelyn and Michelle's shifts are ending soon. Y'all will take their places. The prices are listed on the table. People will be bringing more baked goods throughout the night to keep us stocked up. We can take payments through credit cards, cash, or checks." She eyed them. "Any questions?" "Just one," Holden said in a serious tone before a grin broke over his face. "You got any of your mint brownies left? Those are things the angels sing about." A pleased smile spread like soft butter over Janine's lips. Then she giggled like a schoolgirl. "This one's a silver-tongued devil," she gushed, swatting Holden's arm. "Just a few. You'd better grab one and put it aside." She looked at Noelle. "You too. They're on me." "Thank you," Holden and Noelle replied simultaneously. Janine took in a deep breath. "All right, folks, let's get back to it." She pumped a fist in the air, pasting on a determined smile. "We've got this, troops." Janine made a face, muttering under her breath. "Never mind that I can't feel my nose and toes, or that my fingers are stiffer than a board." She clenched her gloved hands. Holden chuckled. He looked at Noelle as if to say, "Watch this." "That was quite the pep speech, Janine. Maybe we should get you in the field house next year, so you can fire up the team during halftime." Janine sniggered, placing her hand to her mouth to stifle it. "You," she said affectionately, shaking her head as she went over to speak to Evelyn and Michelle. Holden knew just what to say to have Janine eating out of the palm of his hand. Noelle liked this side of Holden. His playful wit was endearing. This was a skill that he'd acquired when they were apart. Holden's dad had always been quick on his feet. Noelle guessed it must be a latent talent. "What is it?" Holden asked with a curious grin as he placed the Santa hat on his head. He looked so darn cute with it on, not to mention wildly attractive. A mocking grin pulled at her lips. "I didn't know that I was in the presence of a silver-tongued devil." His sable eyes danced with amusement. "I've been called lots of things by various townsfolk. Lousy, good-for-nothing coach, numbskull who doesn't have sense enough to blow up a pea, block-headed moron, but never a silver-tongued devil." Her jaw went slack. "Do people really call you all of those things?" "Oh, yeah, that and more. Those are just the ones I can repeat." "Doesn't it bother you?" "Nah, I've got thick skin. It goes with the territory. Everyone has an opinion about how I should coach my team." "All right, guys, time to get to work," Janine prompted, clapping her hands. It was then that Noelle realized that Evelyn and Michelle had left. It was all on their shoulders now. Noelle and Holden worked side by side for the better part of an hour. The line was constant. Noelle saw a few people that she knew. Holden was the star attraction. The older women fawned over him, basking in his attention. The men talked football with him. The young girls blushed, giving him doe-eyed expressions. Holden took it all in stride. As with Janine, he seemed to know just what to say to everyone. Finally, the line died down a bit, giving them a break. Janine touched Holden's arm.
Sue Everest just called. She needs help carrying her items. She's parked over by the First National Bank. Could you be a dear and give her a hand?
Sure, Holden answered pleasantly as he strode that direction. Noelle chuckled inwardly at his Santa hat and apron. Holden wasn't bothered in the least by his holiday attire. His gait was as smooth as it was confident. The minute he got out of hearing range, Janine turned to Noelle.
So, she began in a conspiratorial tone, you and Holden are together?
Heat rushed to Noelle's face.
No, not exactly.
Janine's face fell.
But earlier y'all were holding hands, and the way y'all looked at each other.
She pursed her lips.
I could have sworn y'all were a couple. Just friends, Noelle squeaked. For now, she added.
Janine lifted an eyebrow.
Your mom sure loved Holden.
Yes, she did. Noelle's mom thought of Holden as a son.
Jolie was a fine woman.
Janine's eyes misted.
One of the best friends I ever had.
My mom thought very highly of you. Janine gave Noelle a pointed look.
Coach Hunt is a fine man. My oldest son, Rodney, went through a rough patch last year, started drinking and smoking pot. Coach Hunt took a special interest in Rodney. He gave him a good talking to, spent time with him.
Her voice caught.
My husband Peter and I tried and tried to talk sense into Rodney, but it was like conversing with a stump. Sometimes people will listen to others more than they will their own family members. It's thanks to Coach Hunt that Rodney is now making good grades. He's looking at colleges to attend next year. Some people say that Coach Hunt turned out to be an upstanding person, despite his misspent youth.
Janine straightened her shoulders, pinning Noelle with penetrating eyes.
But I beg to differ.
She paused. When she spoke, her words carried an intensity that shot through Noelle's center.
Coach Hunt is the man he is today because of his heartache and trials.
Tears gathered in Noelle's eyes. An unexpected warmth cloaked her, warding off the cold air. A compassionate smile moved over Janine's lips.
You've also had your share of hard knocks. I'm sorry about your divorce. Your ex seems like a piece of work, running off with that actress.
Thanks, she mumbled. Would Noelle ever get used to everyone knowing her business? She'd grown up that way, but after living in the city, it was hard to get used to being in a fishbowl again. Janine touched Noelle's arm.
You deserve to be happy with a man who cherishes you. Take advantage of every ray of sunshine this life offers. She grunted. Heaven knows we all have our fair share of rainy days, like it or not.
A woman holding a baby on her hip, with several smaller children in tow, stepped up to the table. Noelle smiled. How may I help you? Holden returned, carrying a large box of cupcakes. The line picked up as they waited on customers. All the while, Janine's words kept running through Noelle's head. Janine offered a perspective that Noelle hadn't considered. Had Holden's troubles made him stronger? It had taken a lot of strength for him to straighten out his life. Noelle thought of her own life. Was she stronger because of all that she'd been through? She certainly didn't feel stronger. What she was going through was hard, like constantly walking against the wind. Holden's arm brushed against hers, sending quivers of awareness tracing through her. "How you holding up, Noe?" he asked with a smile.
"Fair to middling," she quipped. "How about you?"
A grin tipped his lips. "Fine as frog hair," she came back with.
"I'm hanging like a hair in a biscuit."
Or a booger on a tissue, she winced. Gross! Okay, we'd better stop there. He chuckled as they kept on working. A short while later, 2 women were standing over to the side of the booth, deep in conversation, hearing the words fires and Knox Romeo. Noelle cocked her ears. I hear the fires were started because of faulty wiring, the dark-haired woman said. The other woman's tone turned juicy. I heard that Dillon hired a fly-by-night outfit to do the wiring for dirt cheap, that he was pocketing some of the money and gambling with it. How terrible! The woman with dark hair cooed, but it was sickeningly obvious that she was lapping up every last word of the gossip like a cat going for cream. It sounds like the Romeos have a few skeletons in their closet, if you know what I mean. I hear you. You wouldn't catch me paying $1 million for a house out in the Swallows Creek area, especially if the workmanship is shoddy. The hair on the back of Noelle's neck bristled. How much are the brownies? A teenage boy asked. $2.75, Noelle answered. Excuse me for a minute, she said to the boy as she walked over to the edge of the table near where the women were standing. Excuse me, she called loudly. They turned to her. Noelle caught a flash of recognition on the women's faces. She could tell that they knew who she was, even though she didn't know them. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation about the fires. Their expressions radiated mortification at having been caught gossiping. What you've heard is an outright lie. Blood pumped like a piston through the vein in Noelle's neck. The fires were started by an arsonist. It wasn't caused by faulty electrical work. Knox Romeo is a fine, upstanding man. Anyone should be proud to have a house built by Knox or his brother Dillon. She eyed the women, daring them to disagree. Holden stepped up beside Noelle and touched her arm. Is everything okay? Yep. Noelle lifted her chin. Just clearing the air. Holden smiled. Hey, Maggie, Betsy. Coach Hunt, the dark-haired woman acknowledged, her expression tight. If you'll excuse us, the other woman said before they hurried away. What was that about? Holden asked. Coach Hunt, how much are the cookies? The same teenage guy cut in, irritation seeping into his voice. $1.50 or 3 for $4, Holden answered. I'll take 3 cookies, 2 chocolate chip, and 1 oatmeal raisin. Oh, and I also want 2 brownies. Step down here and I'll ring you up, Janine piped in, giving Holden and Noelle disapproving looks for holding up the line. What's going on? Holden asked quietly, touching Noelle's arm. They were talking about the fires, Noelle answered in a low tone as she turned her attention to the group of teenage girls standing at the front of the line. She forced a bright smile. How may I help you? After Noelle and Holden gave the girls their baked goods, several more people filed through. Finally, there was a break in the line. Holden turned to Noelle. Okay, spill it, he ordered. Those women were repeating nasty gossip about Knox and Dillon. They were saying that the fires were caused by faulty wiring, that Dillon hired a fly-by-night crew to do the work so he could pay them less and pocket the rest of the money to gamble. Fresh indignation spiked through Noelle's veins. Can you believe that? The nerve of some people! Where did they even come up with that nonsense? Seeing the expression on Holden's face, her blood chilled. What? Teachers at school were saying similar things. Noelle frowned. Why would people spread vicious rumors? The fires were started by an arsonist. Holden looked surprised. Really? Yeah, Birdie told me so today. He rubbed his jaw. That's odd. Who's circulating the rumors about the faulty wiring and Dillon gambling? That's what I'd like to know, Noelle harumphed. Somebody's telling a crock of lies. So the fires were started by an arsonist, Holden mused. Yes, she said emphatically. That's actually good news. It is? He nodded. Yeah, because it means that Knox and Dillon aren't at fault. I've been worried about them all week, ever since Tuesday night. I was going to ask Birdie about it while I was waiting for you to get ready, but I never got the chance."
"Because you and Birdie were too busy talking about me," her mind inserted. She wrinkled her nose. "Where did someone get the bright idea that Dylan gambles?" Holden's mouth tightened. "Does he?"
"Yeah, or at least he used to. He belongs to Gamblers Anonymous. From what I've heard, he's doing good now."
"I had no idea," Noelle said quietly, a little miffed that Birdie hadn't mentioned it. "I guess I've been away longer than I realized." It occurred to her that she was cold, even though she was wearing a coat underneath her apron and gloves. Her body was starting to ache, and her muscles were stiff. She clenched her hands to loosen them, as Janine had done earlier. "Hey, you!" a syrupy voice cooed. They turned as Meredith stepped up, looking terrific in a white coat that molded to her thin figure. Her long dark hair was a gleaming sheet of liquid. Noelle felt frumpy in comparison, wearing the ridiculous apron and Santa hat. Meredith looked at Holden, a silky smile spreading over her lips. "Are we still on for tonight, after you're done here?" A flame of fury zigzagged through Noelle. Had Holden seriously planned something with Meredith? Her mind did a quick rerun through all of the things that Holden had told Birdie, how he was a changed man and wanted to win Noelle back. What about their conversation by Birdie's front door? Was Holden playing her? Meredith hugged her arms. "It's so cold. I thought we could go back to my place and watch a movie." Her eyes flashed with triumph as they moved to Noelle. Noelle raised an eyebrow as she turned to Holden, waiting for his response. He rubbed his neck, looking intensely uncomfortable. "Yeah, that's not gonna work. I've got to take Noelle home after our shift." The words flew out of Noelle's mouth like sprinters going for the finish line. "Don't let me keep you from your date. I'm perfectly capable of getting my own ride home." She shot Holden a scathing look. "It's not what it looks like," he began. "Of course it's what it looks like," Meredith countered. "You and I are together." Noelle caught a glimpse of Janine, whose eyes were the size of golf balls. Holden glanced at Noelle before turning his attention to Meredith. "I'm sorry to do this now, but the two of us aren't going to work out. When you sent me the text this afternoon asking me to watch a movie at your place, I should have responded, but I was too busy watching snowflakes." Noelle wheezed out a startled snigger. Meredith gave her a look that could kill. She cleared her throat, drawing herself up to her full height. Her eyes pinged to Holden. "May I speak to you for a minute alone?" "I don't think that's a good idea," Holden countered. "Let's just end this on an amicable note." Tears glittered in Meredith's eyes as her lower lip trembled. "Please, all I'm asking is for a few minutes of your time. Is that too much?" Her voice broke. Was Meredith for real? Noelle wanted to gag. Talk about an award-winning performance. The woman would stop at nothing to get her way. "Sure," Noelle heard Holden say. He touched Noelle's arm. "I'll be right back." She nodded curtly as he went around the table. Meredith flashed Noelle a snarky smile before immediately pasting on her wounded expression. "Did you see that?" Janine asked, her voice filled with outrage. "That woman is something else." "I saw it," Noelle barked, clamping her arms over her chest. They watched as Meredith touched Holden's arm. Her face fell, tears rolling down her cheeks. Holden held out his hands as if trying to explain the situation to Meredith. A couple times Holden glanced at Noelle, as if talking about her. Meredith also shot Noelle malevolent glares. Noelle's insides tightened. She couldn't believe how fake and over-the-top Meredith was. It was sickening how she kept touching Holden's arm and gazing up at him with wounded puppy-dog eyes. "If he were my man, I certainly wouldn't sit back and let that hussy steal my ray of sunshine," Janine hissed. A bark of laughter broke through Noelle's lips. What? Janine's eyes sparked. Honey, do I have to spell it out for you? Go over there and take back your man. Uncertainty trembled through Noelle, causing her knees to go weak. Meredith flung her arms around Holden, pressing her reed-thin body to his. That did it. Rage ignited through Noelle, making her feel like her head would shoot off her body and fly like a rocket into the thick ceiling of clouds. Her feet seemed to have a mind of their own as she marched around to where Holden and Meredith were standing. The shock on Meredith's face was almost comical. "What are you doing?" Meredith demanded, perching a hand on her bony hip. "Taking back what's mine." Noelle stepped up to Holden and slid her arms around his neck. Surprise blitzed through his eyes as she pulled his face down and pressed her lips to his. His skin was cold against hers. Even his lips were cold at first. She gave him a long, full kiss. She was vaguely aware of several wolf calls sounding in the distance, but everything around her got crowded out as a familiar thrill raced a dizzying current through her. His lips grew deliciously warm and compliant as they moved against hers. She could tell that he was holding back. Even so, her spirit exulted at being near him. She was drifting on a cloud of euphoria, the pieces between the past and the present fitting into place. In a way she couldn't fully explain, she felt whole again. When she pulled back, she caught the flame of hunger in his eyes, wrapping her in a blanket of heat. A smile, part arrogant, part tender, drifted over his lips. "What happened to our friendship?" She lifted her chin in a direct challenge. "Do you want me or not? I'm giving you the ball here, Coach," she taunted. "Are you going to fumble or run it for a touchdown?" His compelling eyes shimmered with a faint glint of humor. "Of course I want you, Noe. I've never stopped wanting you." Meredith let out a cry that turned to a growl. "You're a monster!" she cried to Holden. Hatred raged over her features as she looked at Noelle. "You'll pay for this," she promised. "Big time." With that, she stalked away. Holden shook his head, a sly grin moving over his face. "Well, that was interesting." He glanced at the people watching them before clucking his lips. "And you accuse me of taking you on madcap adventures? I don't think tongues will stop wagging about this until spring." He placed his arms around her as he searched her face. "Was that all for Meredith's benefit, or did you mean what you said?" His words were spoken lightly, but she caught the undercurrent of seriousness running beneath them. She touched his cheek. "I meant every word. I'm ready to claim my ray of sunshine." His expression turned quizzical. "Huh?" Noelle glanced at Janine, who gave her 2 thumbs up. A blip of laughter swelled in Noelle's throat, then she immediately grew serious. "I want you, Holden Hunt." Her voice caught. "I always have." A look of pleasure overtook his expression. The next words that trembled from her lips came out of her soul's deepest desire. "I'm giving you my heart. Please don't break it." "Never again," he vowed fiercely. "This time there will be no fumbling the ball. I'm playing for keeps." Chapter 10. The next day Holden accompanied Birdie, Noelle, and Aidan to church. Noelle was surprised at how tight Holden and Pastor Charles were. Noelle's mom had often spoken of Pastor Charles and what a fantastic job he was doing with the congregation. After church, Holden went with Noelle, Birdie, and Aidan to the ranch where they had a big Sunday feast. This time Gina and her husband Hank joined them. Gina had prepared pot roast, mashed potatoes, gravy, and all the fixings to go with it. Noelle marveled at how natural it was to be with Holden, almost as if they'd never been apart. Aidan thought Holden was the greatest thing ever. Several times Noelle had to pull Aiden away from Holden, fearing that Aiden's constant attention would be overwhelming for Holden. That didn't seem to be the case at all. Holden was genuinely fond of Aiden. There was some talk of the fires over dinner. Noelle could see the strain around Knox's eyes. He'd heard the same rumors that the women were repeating at the Christmas festival and wasn't sure where they were coming from. At Ramsey's request, Knox had hired a private investigator to look into the matter. At 5 o'clock on the dot, Kyle called to speak to Aiden. Noelle, Holden, Aiden, and Birdie were all back at Birdie's house by this time, gathered in the den. Noelle's stomach tied in a hard knot as she handed Aiden the phone. She watched as Aiden nodded his head, his dark curls bobbing up and down.
Uh-huh. Yes. Okay. Love you too.
He handed Noelle back the phone. Indecision shadowed her as she tried to decide if she should speak to Kyle or just end the call. She chose to do the latter. She placed her cell phone on the side table and clasped her hands in her lap as she turned to Aiden. "How's your dad?"
Fine,
he responded. She swallowed. "What did he say?"
"That he would see me on Christmas."
She jerked. "What? Are you sure?" Noelle was sitting on the sectional beside Holden. His arm was draped around her. He started rubbing her back soothingly. Aiden nodded vigorously. An arrow of anger shot through Noelle. She looked at Birdie, who also looked peeved. "We're spending Christmas at the ranch with Birdie, Knox, Madison, and the rest of the family," Noelle reiterated. She could tell from Aiden's blank expression that he had no idea what was going on. Thankfully, he didn't realize that he was being used as the pawn in Dottie's twisted battle for control.
"Maddie said I could play with her iPad,"
Aiden chimed eagerly.
"We're going to have hot chocolate, popcorn, and watch a movie."
"Yes," Birdie smiled tenderly. "We'll do all of those things." Her gaze went to Noelle. "We're going to stick to our plan. Don't let you-know-who get to you." Noelle nodded, nibbling on her lower lip. Birdie turned her attention to Holden. "What are your plans for Christmas? Are you going to your mom and dad's?" "No, my parents are going on a cruise to the Bahamas," Holden answered. Forgetting her own problems for a minute, Noelle turned to Holden. "Are you spending Christmas alone?" "Unless I get a better offer." His eyes zinged with amusement, turning them to golden caramel. Laughter rose in Noelle's throat, a coquettish smile curving her lips. "Holden Hunt, would you like to join us at the ranch this Christmas?" She could hardly believe that this was real. Holden was here with her, in the flesh. A large grin broke over his lips, lightening his features. "I thought you'd never ask," he boomed. "Must have been some weekend. You've been grinning like a possum all morning." Judy gave Noelle a nudge as she grabbed a towel from the basket Noelle was working on and started folding. "It was an interesting weekend," Noelle said neutrally, coming out of her thoughts to the present. "Don't hold back, girl. Give me all the dirt." "Going off the sly expression written all over your face, I'd say you know exactly what went down at the festival." Judy's grin spread from ear to ear. Her head wagged saucily as she spoke, causing her long curly blonde hair to bounce. "Honey, I'd venture to say that the news of what you did has already spread to the next county by now." She leaned in, lowering her voice. "Of course, I didn't have to be a genius to put two and two together, especially when Meredith stormed in like a tornado this morning, barking orders at you like you're her little minion." Resentment churned in Noelle's gut. Meredith had been intolerable all day. Can you believe she made me refold the towels in her cupboard and stack them a certain way so they would be up to Viv's Salon code? She made air quotes with her fingers. "Viv's Salon code, my eye. That's a load of crock. Meredith was just doing that to get your goat." Noelle's hand went to her hip. "What? Vivian heard the whole thing and didn't say a word."
Of course she didn't. Judy's words dripped with all the venom that Noelle felt over the situation. She's not going to contradict her little princess. Noelle growled. Meredith had better be glad I need this job. Otherwise I would have told her where to stick it. Judy giggled. I don't blame you one bit, sugar. Somebody needed to take Meredith Sims down a few notches. She gave Noelle an appraising look. I'd say Miss Georgia Royal is the perfect one to do it. Her light eyes simmered with interest. So you and Coach Hunt are back together. About time. I think so, too. Noelle wasn't going to let Meredith's antics ruin her day. She was looking forward to going on an official date with Holden tonight. She felt a twinge of guilt that she would be away from Aiden all evening when she'd been away from him all day. School was out. Birdie had arranged for Aiden to stay with the neighbor next door, who had children close to the same age as Aiden. Noelle had organized her schedule so that she'd be done with her last appointment by 4. She figured that way she could go home and spend a few hours with Aiden before Holden picked her up at 7. Her phone buzzed. She scowled, fishing the phone from her pocket. It was a text from Dottie that simply said, "We need to talk. Call me." "Everything okay?" Judy asked, adding another folded towel onto the pile. Noelle pushed out a heavy sigh. "Don't ever get divorced." A hearty chuckle sounded in Judy's throat. "Too late. Joe's my second husband." "Really? I didn't realize. So are your 2 kids with Joe?" "Yep, Mitch and I were only married for a short while. We didn't have any kids." "Lucky you," Noelle said tartly as she pulled another towel from the basket, folding it in deliberate motions. "Don't get me wrong," she added quickly. "I would go through it all again to get Aiden if I had to." Judy nodded in understanding. Vivian stepped up to them, her authoritative gaze lasering in on Noelle. Vivian and Meredith shared the same body type, tall and skinny. Vivian kept her dark hair short and fluffy on top, but Noelle guessed that she'd probably worn it long and straight like Meredith when she was younger. "I'd like to talk to you in my office," Vivian said briskly. Her high cheekbones seemed even more prominent today, giving her thin face a solemn appearance. Noelle's throat tightened as she nodded. She'd feared this might happen, that Vivian would let her go. Birdie disagreed, saying that Vivian was a fair-minded woman who had a keen sense for business. "Vivian won't let her daughter's shenanigans get in the way of business," Birdie promised. Now it would seem that Birdie had been mistaken. Noelle glanced at Judy, who was watching the unfolding scene with worried eyes. "I'll finish up the last of the towels," Judy said. "Thanks." As Noelle followed behind Vivian, she felt like she was being led to the gallows. Her mind raced, trying to determine what she would do if Vivian fired her. Viv's salon was the most notable one in Franklin. There were other smaller salons in town. Noelle could try to get hired at one of them. If that didn't work, she'd have to look in Nashville. It was only a 30-minute commute, but that would mean more time away from Aiden. "Have a seat," Vivian commanded with a flick of her wrist as she sat down behind her desk. Noelle sat down and crossed her legs, holding her hands in her lap. Vivian's office was stylishly modern, with sleek black glossy furniture and oyster-white walls. Expensive art completed the picture. A faint scent of Vivian's pungent perfume hung in the air. Vivian leaned forward in her seat, causing her large silver earrings to catch the overhead light in flashes. She folded her hands together. Her fingernails were a shiny burgundy. Delicate flowers were painted on her pinky nail beds, compliments of Ariana, the nail tech. "Meredith told me what happened at the festival." Not sure how to answer, Noelle remained silent, waiting for Vivian to continue. Vivian's staunch eyes cut into Noelle's. "What you do on your own time is your business, providing that it doesn't reflect negatively on the salon." For a second, Noelle wondered if she'd heard Vivian correctly.
She cleared her throat. I'm not sure where you're going with this. Are you firing me? Vivian laughed in surprise, but her eyes remained cold. Goodness, no, I can't fire you for stealing Meredith's boyfriend. She sounded disappointed. Noelle's spine went ramrod straight. I beg your pardon. I didn't steal anything. Vivian waved a hand of dismissal. I'm fully aware of the situation, she sniffed. You and Holden have a long history together, and you are a former Miss Georgia Royal. She looked Noelle up and down. That's a hard combination to beat. Poor Meredith didn't stand a chance. I tried telling her that, but she wouldn't listen. Her eyes took on the hard, glassy sheen of resentment. A disbelieving laugh bubbled in Noelle's throat. This has nothing to do with my title. Was Vivian really that shallow? All she cared about was the stupid beauty queen title? This is about me coming to terms with my past and fixing something that had been broken for a long time. Her voice grew fervent. Before Holden and I dated, we were next-door neighbors and best friends. Holden has always been a part of me, even those years that I was away from him. The truth of her words settled into her heart, causing her eyes to mist. She was about to launch into more, but Vivian held up a hand, her voice dismissive. I understand, she said curtly. You don't need to say any more. Noelle bunched her brows. I'm not sure where this conversation is going. Irritation was coming to a rolling boil inside her chest. She could certainly see why Meredith acted like she did. She'd come by it honestly. Vivian was so condescending. I want to make sure this situation with Meredith isn't going to interfere with your work. My salon has a reputation for excellence, and I'll not allow anyone's personal problems to color the atmosphere. I have no problem behaving in a professional manner, Noelle shot back, locking gazes with Vivian. I would hope that my work would speak for itself. A hard amusement zapped through Vivian's eyes. Are you referring to Marjorie Smalley's purple hair or Holden's nicked ear? Heat blasted Noelle's cheeks. She wrapped her hands around her knees. I have no problem taking blame where blame is due. Marjorie's hair didn't go as I planned. You think? Vivian grunted. Noelle forged on, her words coming out in hard thrusts. However, Meredith caused me to cut Holden's ear. She came up from behind and startled me. Noelle jutted out her chin. Other than those two incidents, my work has been impeccable. I'm picking up lots of clients, many who have never stepped foot in your salon before. That was thanks to Birdie, Jackson, Zoe, and their spouses, but no need to point that out. I know that's been helpful to your business. An undercurrent of red filled Vivian's face as she nodded in acknowledgement. I feel like we could have a good working relationship if we can get past this hiccup. I have no problem working here, and I have no problem behaving professionally to everyone. Noelle gave Vivian a pointed look. Can you say the same about Meredith? Vivian sat in stunned silence. Noelle didn't rush to fill the void. She just sat, looking at Vivian. Finally, Vivian cleared her throat. I'll have a talk with Meredith. Understandably, she's upset, she blustered. She'll need time to work through her anger. If you could just be patient. Noelle had to force herself to count to 10. What she wanted to tell Vivian was that she'd created a monster. Had she called Meredith on the carpet years ago, then Meredith might not be the entitled diva she was today. This situation was a bit too reminiscent of Kyle and how Dottie always made excuses for him. Noelle made a mental vow not to make the same mistake with Aiden. She wanted him to grow into a respectable adult who could take responsibility for his own actions. Noelle couldn't say any of the things she wished to say to Vivian, not if she wanted to keep her job. And she did want to keep it, despite having to put up with Meredith. I can be patient, she clipped. Vivian breathed out a sigh of relief. Good.
"That's all I had," she said crisply. "You may go."
Noelle rose to her feet.
"Thanks," she said as she left the room.
Chapter 11. "Where are we going?" Noelle asked as she shifted in her seat to look at Holden. He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, throwing her a mysterious grin. "You'll see." All day Holden had been stewing over an idea. There was something that he needed to show Noelle. Holden had been going rounds with himself trying to decide if tonight was the right time, but he'd made a promise. A quiet whisper stirred within him. It felt like the right time. He only hoped his intuition was right. After picking Noelle up for their date this evening, Holden had taken her to an Italian restaurant in Nashville. Conversation had flowed easily between them as they reminisced about old times, all of their crazy madcap adventures, former schoolmates and teachers. Holden wanted to ask Noelle more about her marriage to Kyle. He wanted to talk about Justin's death and the darkness that it had unleashed in him. He wanted to get everything out in the open once and for all, so that there wouldn't be any more impediments between them. Holden knew it would take time before they could delve into those meaty conversations. He'd have to be patient. But tonight he could share something with Noelle that would hopefully strengthen their budding relationship. When he turned down a familiar street, he immediately sensed the change in Noelle's demeanor. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice apprehensive. He caught hold of her hand and squeezed it, welcoming the warmth that flowed into him from her skin. He pulled into his parents' driveway. The house was dark. His parents were spending a few days in Miami, Florida, at a hotel by the beach, waiting to board their cruise ship. Noelle glanced at the house next door, her old house. The lights were on, a cheery halo spilling across the front yard. The outline of a Christmas tree was visible behind the sheer curtains, colored lights blinking merrily. Her voice caught. "I'm not ready to come back here." The hurt and vulnerability in her tone tugged at Holden's gut. He clicked off the engine and turned to face her. "There's something I need to show you. It's in my parents' house." An incredulous laugh sounded in her throat. "Seriously? What could you possibly have to show me?" "You'll see. Trust me." He touched the soft curve of her cheek. "Please." In the soft light, her smooth skin glowed like alabaster. She was so incredibly beautiful, her soft blonde hair spilling over her shoulders. Now that he had Noelle back in his life, Holden hardly dared breathe for fear of losing her again. Sucking in a quick breath, she nodded. "Okay." Releasing her hand, he got out of the car and went around to open her door. Icy air splashed him in the face. It hadn't snowed since Saturday, but the temperatures were cold enough so that snow still covered the ground. Holden helped her out of the car. They huddled together, ducking their chins into their necks as they hurried to the front door. By the time Holden got the key into the lock and turned it, Noelle's teeth were chattering. The familiar woodsy and lemon scent of his parents' home enveloped Holden's senses as he went to turn on the lights. The front door of his parents' house opened straight into the living room. Noelle stood in the center, hugging her arms. Holden went over to the thermostat and turned the heat up a few notches. Next, he went to the Christmas tree in the far corner of the room and plugged in the lights. His mom had been determined to put up a Christmas tree, even though she and Holden's dad would be gone. "That way you can enjoy the tree when you stop by to get the mail and check on the house," she'd told Holden. Noelle went over to the couch and looked at the various sized pictures spread over the entire wall. "I remember when this one was taken," she laughed, her voice soft with nostalgia. "You were so cute back then." She looked back at Holden, her eyes shooting mischief. "What happened?" "Ha, ha," he said dryly, stepping up beside her. He was relieved that she was relaxing. "That's neat that your mom kept the picture of us when we graduated." She pointed to a framed photo of her and Holden wearing their caps and gowns. Holden had his arm around Noelle, pulling her close. Their expressions were so proud and hopeful, neither of them could have imagined what was coming down the pike. Noelle's gaze moved to a photo of Holden and Justin. It was taken on Christmas morning when they were kids, both still in their pajamas. They were playing with the train set that Santa had just brought. "Do you miss him?" Her voice held a hush of reverence. Emotion clogged his throat. "Every day." She turned to him, her jade eyes deep with melancholy. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "For your pain and loss." Her voice hitched. "For everything that happened afterwards." He gathered her hands in his, wishing he could erase the tension from her beautiful face. "It's not your fault." "I know," she croaked, "but I'm still sorry." She rushed on. "I'm sorry for what it did to us. Had it not happened, I never would have gone away and married Kyle." Regret pressed a heavy cloak against the air. "And you wouldn't have had Aiden," he interjected. She took in a breath. "I know." A tear rolled down her cheek. "Everything just got so crazy between us." "Let's sit down," he suggested. They sat down close enough so that their knees were touching. A brief smile floated over Noelle's lips. "I see your mother's still into knitting." She shifted around to touch the colorful afghan draped over the back of the couch. "Yes," he said, his thoughts going right back to Justin. He took in a breath as he steepled his hands, resting the tips of his fingers beneath his chin. Compassion simmered in Noelle's eyes. "We don't have to talk about this." "Yes, we do. I want to talk about it." His words came out hoarse as he coughed. "I want to clear the air between us, once and for all." The smooth hollow of her neck moved up and down as she swallowed, nodding. She clasped her hands in her lap, eyeing him warily. It was crazy how quickly a funky tension had gathered between them. The only way to navigate this was to plow straight through the center. "When Justin died, something inside of me broke. The pieces were scattered to the wind, and I didn't know how to get them back, much less how to put them together again." Tears rose in his eyes, the familiar anguish wrapping a tight band around his chest. "I was angry at myself, at God, even Justin for dying. I kept thinking, what if I'd left with you that night? Justin would have driven himself home." His throat closed, his words coming out in squeaks. "He'd still be here." He looked down. Tears slipped from his eyes, dripping onto his shirt and hands. Hastily he wiped them away. "Sorry," he croaked. She placed a hand over his. "It's okay. It's me you're talking to, remember?" The sincerity of her words dispelled some of the gloom. Holden gave her a smile, the one he offered to his players when he needed to bolster their courage by assuring them that all would be well, even when they were up against impossible odds. They sat in silence for a few beats until Noelle spoke. "You were in a bad place. I couldn't stand to see you like that. I hated what it did to us." Her eyes misted as she blinked. He could tell she was fighting hard to contain her emotion. "How did you come back from the darkness?" "By going back to church and meeting Pastor Charles." Noelle's voice lilted up. "I could tell y'all were close." "Pastor Charles was the only one in his office who survived the 9/11 attacks on the Twin Towers." "Oh, wow," she uttered. "That's terrible." "Yeah, he went down a similar path as me. Nearly lost his wife and children over it." He took in a deep breath. "I guess I just needed insight from someone who'd been there, someone to help me navigate my way back. Pastor Charles helped me to understand that trusting in God doesn't mean that you aren't upset about the way things are going or how they went down. It means that you're willing to accept God's will over your own. It means trusting in Him, even when you don't understand why things are happening." A wry grin tugged at his lips.
It sounds so easy for me to sit here and declare that I trust in God, but I suppose the application of the principle is something that I'll have to keep working on for the rest of my life."
She pushed out a soft grunt. "You and me both." Regret deepened her eyes. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Maybe if I'd stood by you, if I hadn't been so hasty to get out of town, I just couldn't stand to see you drinking. And then when I found out about the other women—"
"You were justified in leaving," he chuckled darkly. "I'm lucky that you're even speaking to me right now. I betrayed you."
His throat thickened, causing his words to come out raspy.
"I'm sorry."
A tear rolled down her cheek. "So am I." He looked at the beautiful, accomplished woman sitting beside him. She was more than the love of his life. She'd been his closest friend, the one who knew him best. The tenderness in her mesmerizing eyes nearly caused his heart to melt. His hand went to her face as he traced the curve of her cheek, his thumb stroking her smooth, milky skin. "For years I've prayed, asking God to help me find what you and I had together." She blinked in surprise as he continued. "All I could do was hope that God would show me mercy, that He would give me a second chance. Pastor Charles says that if we'll rend the veil of our unbelief and trust in God with all our hearts and go to Him with our problems, that we'll be amazed at what He'll be willing to do for us." A low chuckle rose in his throat.
"I didn't dare to even dream that God would lead me back to the one thing I want most, more than all the world. You."
Tears shimmered in her eyes as she laughed. "You sure know how to make a girl gush. You really are a silver-tongued devil."
"I'm only speaking the truth," he said firmly, peering into the depths of her compelling eyes. "I love you, Noe. I never stopped loving you. Even during those dark times, you were always there."
A shaky laugh left her lips. "I thought we were going to take things slow." Tears spilled down her cheeks. Tenderly he wiped them away.
"Could it ever be any other way with us than what it is?"
They'd crossed that divide long ago. The two of them were inseparably connected. "No, I guess not." She let out a sigh. "Thank you for telling me all of this." A ghost of a smile passed over her lips. "While we're laying everything out, I must confess that I've thought about you over the years. Losing you was my biggest regret." A furrow dented her brows. "I was worried about coming home." She nibbled on her lower lip, something she often did when she was nervous. He wondered how a woman could be so dang cute and so incredibly gorgeous at the same time. "I was worried about the old feelings resurfacing." She laughed softly, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue. "A part of me even feared that maybe the feelings wouldn't be there for either of us anymore, that you would have moved on."
"Never," he said vehemently. "It has always been you."
Her eyes met his. "And it has always been you." A bubble of pleasure glowed over him.
"You have no idea what it means to hear you say that."
He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses from Lamentations.
"The Lord is good unto them that wait for him, to the soul that seeketh him."
"Amen," she uttered quietly. The air sizzled with a new energy as their gazes locked. The need for her throbbed through his veins as he cupped her face with his hands. Her lips parted as his mouth took hers. Her lips were velvety soft, yet urgent, setting his entire body aflame. Her hands slipped around his neck, her fingers trailing up through his hair. He loved the feel of her touch. He loved her smell. He loved the softness of her hair as it brushed against him. Most of all, he loved the feeling of having her here with him. When their lips pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. A cheeky grin played over his lips.
You know what I call that?"
"What?" she asked, her eyes kindling with a faint amusement.
"A touchdown."
Delicate laughter pealed from her lips. "Always the coach." He fingered a tendril of her hair. She stroked his arm. Her touch was light and sensuous.
"Hey, I almost forgot. There's something I want to show you."
A smile tipped her lips. "Okay, I'm game, I think."
"You'll love this."
He got up from the couch and reached for her hand to help her up. Linking his fingers through hers, he pulled her over to the Christmas tree. Many of the ornaments were handmade that had been kept over the years. "Look," Noelle cooed as she released Holden's hand and caught hold of a candy cane made from a pipe cleaner and red and white beads. "I remember when we made these in kindergarten."
"In Miss Davis's class."
She reached for another ornament. This one was a picture of Holden taken when he was in the 1st grade. The frame was made from popsicle sticks. Holden was wearing an elf hat and making a silly face for the camera. "I don't know if I was mad that we were in different classes or just plain old jealous that you got Miss Clark when I had Mrs. Stein," she chuckled.
"I saw Mrs. Stein a few weeks ago at the grocery store."
Noelle made a face. "She's still alive? She was old as the hills then." Holden grinned.
"She's still alive and kicking, mean as ever. She was telling me all the things my team should have done at the playoffs that would have kept us from losing."
"Ouch," Noelle giggled. "You're a good sport, Coach. I don't know how you can stand being in the limelight all the time."
"It can be tough, but it helps that I love what I do."
He did a quick search of the ornaments.
"Where is it?"
he mused. "Where's what? Oh, look, I'd forgotten about these. Our salt dough ornaments. Here's your snowman, the one with the ridiculous face. Here's my reindeer." There was a touch of pride in her voice. "See, it's still beautiful," she declared.
"Yes, it is,"
he uttered, his gaze meeting hers. She blushed as a smile tipped her lips. "Thanks."
"Aha, here it is."
The ceramic ornament was the size and depth of a silver dollar. The outside was painted with a frame of holly and berries. Holden carefully removed it from the tree and held it in the palm of his hand for Noelle to see. Her eyes widened in understanding. "My mom painted this." Her eyes glistened. "When did she do this?"
"She gave it to me right after I moved back to Franklin. She made me promise that I would show it to you when the time was right."
Noelle read the inscription aloud. "Holden and Noelle, a match made in heaven." She looked at Holden. I don't understand. I was married to Kyle. How did she know that you and I would end up together?"
"I'm not sure. I was as shocked as you when she gave it to me. I wasn't sure what to do with it, but my mom insisted that I let her put it on the tree. According to my mom, Jolie has always had a sixth sense about these things."
Tears bubbled in Noelle's eyes. "My mom always loved you." She took the ornament from him, lovingly tracing her finger around the heart beneath the inscription. "I guess Mom was right." Her voice hitched as she smiled. "If only she could see us now." Holden's eyes grew moist.
"She can, I'm sure of it. She's looking down from heaven, smiling."
Noelle laughed. "More like she's saying, 'I told you so.'"
"That too."
Holden took in a deep breath.
"Okay, enough with the sappy waterworks. Time to liven up this party."
He motioned with his head to the large, freestanding, old-fashioned cabinet containing his dad's record player.
"Dad got some new Christmas vinyls. We should check 'em out."
Without music, he started dancing. She giggled. "Maybe you better stick to coaching."
"Hey," he countered, adopting a wounded expression. "I'm a good dancer."
"Yeah, I just love your chicken dance," she said sarcastically, rolling her eyes.
"You mean this?"
He did his goofy chicken dance. Her eyes rounded as she sniggered. Her shoulders shook, laughter convulsing out of her. It gave Holden great pleasure to know that he could still make her laugh. A few minutes later she hung the ornament back on the tree and mopped her eyes. "That was funny," she sighed. He grabbed her waist and pulled her close as he began twirling her around the room. "Hey, we move pretty well together." "Yeah, thanks to all those mandatory dance lessons your mom insisted on giving us. You used to moan and complain, saying that dancing was for sissies." He chuckled. "Yeah, I hated it." He made a point of moving his eyes over her, his voice going husky. "Of course, back then, I had no idea that I would find you so enthralling." He pulled her close, his lips nipping at her earlobe. He planted a light string of kisses down her warm, smooth neck, welcoming the attraction that pinged through him. "Do your mom and dad still dance?" He maneuvered her into a turn. Like clockwork, she followed his prompts. "Oh, yeah," he answered. "They can't wait to get on the cruise ship so they can dance." She lifted an eyebrow. "This would be so much more fun with music." "Music it is." He released her and went over to the cabinet. "Hey, I've got some peppermint ice cream in the freezer." He threw her a casual glance. "If you're interested." In the old days, Noelle could eat a half-gallon of peppermint ice cream by herself. "Wow, my favorite! I'm impressed. You're pulling out all the stops." A suspicious smile curved her lips as she tipped her head, causing her hair to fall lower on her arm. "Did you come by and stock up the fridge before our date?" "I stop by every day to check on the house," he explained. "I might have picked up some of your favorite ice cream on the chance that the evening would go as I hoped." "Has it? Gone as you hoped?" A large grin broke over his face. "It has gone much better than I would have ever dared to hope." "Yeah, for me too," she said softly. It was a wonderful thing knowing that the Lord had not only answered Holden's prayers, but he'd given him more than his lips would dare ask for. Good things come to those who wait upon the Lord. Chapter 12. "Hey, babe, how's it going?" "Great," Noelle sang. "I'm just finishing up." "Finishing up? I thought you'd already be on your way to Birdie's. I'm headed there now." "I got held up. A walk-in came in at the last minute. I'm leaving here shortly." "Awesome. I'll see you soon. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. I've got a present for Aiden. I hope you don't mind if I give it to him tonight." She smiled, hearing the excitement in Holden's deep melodic voice. "You never could wait until Christmas to open presents." She cradled her phone on her shoulder as she worked the broom to sweep up the hair around her station. He chuckled. "You know me too well. See you soon." There was a slight pause. "I love you." The words came easily from her lips. "I love you too." As she ended the call, her heart did a little dance of exultation. Things were moving fast with her and Holden, but then again, maybe not. The feelings had always been there. They were just percolating to the surface. "Look at you, girl, twirling that foot." Judy was at her station, wrapping the cord on her curling iron. She threw Noelle an insinuating smile. "Sounds like things are going well between you and Coach Dreamy." "Yes," Noelle answered, unable to stop a smile from stretching a mile wide over her lips. Things had been going gloriously well. Noelle could hardly believe what a difference a week could make. She'd been so uncertain about her future, so worried about getting back together with Holden. Now she was excited about moving forward. It was still rough dealing with Kyle and Dottie, but having Holden by her side imbued her with a new sense of confidence. Noelle and Holden had seen each other on a daily basis. Most evenings he came to Birdie's and had dinner with them. This evening they were going to the ranch to spend Christmas Eve. "I'm glad things are working out, sugar. You deserve to be happy." Judy frowned. "I'm just sorry that the witch has been putting you through the ringer." Noelle instantly knew who Judy was referring to. "Me too," she sighed. Meredith had me blow dry and style 3 of her clients' hair today, the ones with long, curly hair. Judy's expression turned sour. I saw that. I'm just glad she left early today, she sniffed. You smell that? Even the air breathes easier. Amen, Noelle chuckled. Not caring to discuss Meredith any more than she had to, Noelle changed the subject. What do you have planned for this evening? She reached for the dustpan and swept the pile of hair into it. Joe and I don't do much for Christmas Eve. I'm mainly looking forward to putting my feet up and relaxing. Tomorrow we'll spend the morning opening gifts with the kids, and we'll go to my mama's tomorrow for Christmas dinner. How about you? We're going to the ranch tonight and tomorrow. The entire Romeo clan will be there. Judy's eyes lit up. Will Cash be there? Yep, she squealed. You lucky dog. That voice. What a cutie. I could listen to that man sing all day. Her voice grew sultry. And watch him all day. Noelle laughed. Yeah, Cash is cute enough, I guess, if you're into that sort of type. Judy snorted. What? You mean the drop-dead gorgeous type? She shook her head. Honey, you've got it bad for the coach. An image of Holden flashed through Noelle's mind. Women swooned over Cash. Admittedly, her cousin was a cutie, but Noelle preferred golden brown eyes and deep dimples. Judy turned her attention back to her work as she continued putting away her tools and tidying up her station. Several minutes later, Tina stepped up to Noelle, her expression pinched. Can I talk to you for a minute? She asked quietly. Her short dark hair bobbed as she glanced over her shoulder like she was afraid someone would overhear. Sure, what's up? Not here. Let's go to the break room. Apprehension tugged at Noelle as she followed Tina in that direction. Today, Tina was donning a short blue jean skirt, black tights riddled with holes, and the black combat boots she wore every day. She dyed her hair red and green for the holidays, and she had on long gold dangly earrings. Noelle was surprised that Vivian hadn't jumped on Tina's case for dressing so radically, especially since Tina was in charge of the front desk and set the tone for the salon. I hear that you're together with Holden now, Tina said quietly after closing the door. Yes, Noelle said, not sure where this was going. The whole town of Franklin knew about her and Holden getting back together, especially after the scene at the Christmas festival. Obviously, Tina knew about it too. They worked in a beauty salon, for crying out loud, the epicenter of the town rumor mill. Why was Tina acting so clueless? I'm afraid he's playing you. Noelle narrowed her eyes, suspicion stirring inside her. What do you mean? She tried to get a read on Tina's expression, but to no avail. Was this some kind of sick joke? Noelle liked Tina, but she didn't know if she could trust her. Meredith was talking about how Holden was pulling the wool over your eyes. A hard amusement circled through Noelle. That was your first mistake, believing anything that Meredith says. She's just peeved that Holden broke up with her. Actually, Noelle amended, the two of them were never serious, but Meredith wanted it to be more than it was. Didn't Holden tell you that he stopped drinking? Of course. Noelle's hand went to her hip. What are you getting at? Tina's black eyes took on a tremulous expression. Earlier today, Meredith asked me to pick her up a sandwich while I was on my lunch break. She was in the middle of washing a client's hair and told me to grab a $20 bill out of her middle drawer. I found a bunch of pictures in there. One of them was of Meredith and Holden at the lake. Noelle's insides tensed. It went without saying that there would be pictures of Holden and Meredith together. Still, Noelle didn't like thinking about that. She reminded herself that whatever happened between Holden and Meredith was in the past. Holden was with Noelle now, and she intended to keep it that way. After I came back from lunch, I asked Meredith about the picture. That's when she told me that Holden was pulling the wool over your eyes. Noelle clenched her jaw. What's your point? I'm well aware that Holden and Meredith dated. Tina clenched her hands. Holden was holding a can of beer. Noelle felt like she'd been sucker-punched. Her pulse began thrashing against her temples. "You're lying." Invisible hands squeezed her neck, making it hard to breathe. Tina's face drained. No, she stammered. "I'm telling the truth. What reason would I have for lying?" "Maybe you're in cahoots with Meredith." This was outrageous. What was Tina trying to pull? "Not hardly," Tina snorted. "I can't stand that wench." Noelle felt dizzy, like the world was spinning out of control. It couldn't be true. Her words rushed out. "Holden hasn't touched a drop of alcohol in years." Sympathy colored Tina's features. "I'm sorry. I can only tell you what I saw." A white-hot anger seared through Noelle. Her words came out in hard punches as she got up in Tina's face. "Why are you telling me this?" Tina drew back. "Because you seem like a nice person." Her voice trembled. "I don't want you to get hurt again. I read the article in the magazine about your ex-husband and Tiffany Wade. You have your little boy to think about." Noelle threw back her head, nostrils flaring. "Okay, if what you say is true, then I want to see the picture." Tina's tongue darted over her lips. "I thought you might say that." "What?" Noelle flung back reflexively. Tina reached in her back pocket and pulled out a photo. Her hand shook slightly as she handed it to Noelle. At first, Noelle's mind refused to believe what her eyes were seeing. And then a silent scream wrenched through her heart. There it was. Proof that Holden had lied to her. Holden and Meredith were on a boat. The day was sunny and bright. Meredith had on a red string bikini, looking disgustingly terrific as always. She was snuggled up against Holden. He was shirtless, his golden skin shimmering, his muscles cut. A large smile was plastered over his face, his hair ruffled by the wind. In his hand, he was holding a can of beer. Tina's voice seemed to be coming from far away. "Meredith said the picture was taken this past summer. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I just thought you needed to know." Noelle's throat closed as a hot, suffocating panic clutched her. "Are you okay?" Tina asked. Noelle's knees buckled as Tina caught hold of her arm to steady her. "Oh my gosh!" Tina exclaimed. "Let's get you to a chair." Noelle jerked her arm away. Fire was raging an inferno through her brain. "No!" Her response came out choked. Clutching the picture in her hand, Noelle turned and hurried out of the room. Chapter 13. A broad smile lit Holden's features when Noelle stepped into the den. "Mommy!" Aiden exclaimed, his little legs running as fast as he could get to her as he held up a wrapped rectangular box. "Holden brought me a present." His rosy cheeks glowed with excitement. "He said I can open it tonight at the ranch." "That's nice," she said mechanically, piercing Holden with a scathing glare. Her fury had mounted to the point where she felt like she'd explode. "What's wrong?" he asked hesitantly. Aiden tugged on her coat. "Can we go to the ranch now?" She tousled his hair before patting his back. "We'll leave soon." She looked down at his feet. "Why don't you go to your room and get your shoes?" "Okay," Aiden said as he skipped in that direction. Holden arose from where he'd been sitting on the sectional. His eyes deepened with concern as he searched her face. "What happened?" Noelle felt like her heart had been hurled from 10 stories where it splattered into goo on the hard, unforgiving pavement. He was so ruggedly handsome, so intensely masculine. Even now her body craved him. How naive she'd been to think that they could just pick right back up where they'd left off. Her stomach churned, pushing acid into her throat. She detested the wretched tears that prickled her eyes. "How could you?" Her throat clogged. She balled her fists, willing herself to get a grip. He touched her arm. "What are you talking about?" "This." She reached into her coat pocket and shoved the picture into his hands. He looked at it, his face draining. "Where did you get this?"
Tina found it in the middle drawer of Meredith's station at the salon. Hurt battered her insides. You told me that you were a changed man. His eyebrows drew together. I am. Her voice rose to a hiss. How do you explain the beer? His eyes bulged as he looked down at the picture, as if noticing for the first time what he was holding. He blinked several times before frowning. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in years, since before I went to college at Clemson. A brittle laugh scratched through her throat. Then how do you explain that? He lowered the picture with one hand, rubbing his neck with the other. I'm not sure. Seriously? She spat. He held out a hand. Would you just calm down so we can talk about this like rational adults? Don't you dare patronize me. Her voice broke. I trusted you. I thought we could build a life together. Aiden came back into the room, carrying the present with his shoes piled on top of it. He looked at Holden. Can you help me? The trust and adoration in Aiden's eyes slashed through Noelle like a knife. Sure. Holden moved to take the shoes from the present. Don't, Noelle barked. I'll do it. She grabbed the shoes and herded Aiden to the sectional, where she began putting them on his feet with jerky movements. Mommy, are you mad? Aiden asked, his expression troubled. She forced a smile. No, Mommy's fine. When his shoes were tied, she stood, turning to face Holden. I can't trust you any more. His face fell. This is a mistake, Noe. You've got to believe me. I wouldn't lie to you. Like you didn't lie to me all those times when you were out with other women? While a part of her knew it was unfair to dredge up the past, she couldn't seem to hold the words back. He tightened his jaw. Don't do this. Don't do what? She flung back. An edge slipped into his voice. Use this stupid picture as an excuse to push me away. Tears burned her eyes as she got up in his face. I need someone I can trust. I have a son to think about. Her voice rose. I thought we could make a go of it, but I guess I was wrong. Mommy? Aiden stammered, his lower lip trembling. Holden pushed a hand through his hair. This is crazy. A disbelieving laugh riddled his throat, sending Noelle's anger through the roof. I'll tell you what's crazy. It's me thinking that I could trust you. What's going on here? Birdie stepped into the room. A second later, Aiden burst into tears and rushed into her arms. She rubbed his back, looking at Noelle and Holden. Tell me what's going on, Birdie demanded. Noelle shot Holden a heated glare. Holden was just leaving. That's what's going on. His head swung back and forth. You're making a mistake, he uttered, his gaze locking with Noelle's. She felt his disappointment and sadness. It encircled her neck like a hangman's noose. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye and rolled down her cheek. She didn't bother wiping it away. No one's going anywhere, Birdie asserted, until y'all tell me what's going on. Holden held out the picture. Evidently, Tina found this in Meredith's drawer at work and gave it to Noelle. His voice was coated with resentment. Birdie took the picture and looked at it, the corners of her lips turning down. Aiden was still clinging to Birdie for dear life. Guilt stabbed through Noelle. Aiden had seen her and Kyle fighting way too often. He didn't need the scene repeated with Holden. Aiden's behavior had gotten remarkably better now that Holden had been coming around. Aiden would have to go through the separation process all over again. Why had Noelle let her heart overrule her good sense? She'd been so quick to fall back in love with Holden, thinking they could just go on their merry way. Now Aiden would pay the price for her irresponsible actions. When was this photo taken? Birdie asked. Last summer. Noelle hurled the words like a javelin. You told me you stopped drinking. Birdie's face was masked in confusion as she looked at Holden. His jaw was hard as glass. I did. Birdie's brows bunched. Then how do you explain this? He shrugged. My guess is Photoshop.
A hard laugh clipped through Noelle's throat. "Seriously? That's your defense?" He rubbed his neck. "Yeah, I remember when that picture was taken. Meredith invited me to go out on the boat with her and some of her friends on Labor Day. I was holding a soft drink, not a beer." "It sounds like we've got some things to discuss." Birdie bent down to look Aiden in the eye. "Let's put you on a show. After it's over, we'll go to the ranch." He nodded. A second later he turned, ducking his chin in his chest, his eyes wary as they moved to Noelle. "Come here," Noelle prompted, holding out her arms. He bounded into them, clutching his present in his hands. "I'm sorry I upset you," she breathed into his hair. "Let's put you on a show." A few minutes later, Noelle, Holden, and Birdie sat down around the kitchen table. "All right," Birdie began. "Spill it." Noelle related everything that happened, taking careful note of the fury raging in Holden's eyes. He certainly seemed outraged. Birdie sat back in her seat. She folded her arms, tapping her fingers on her sweater. "It sounds like you've been set up." Noelle made a face. "You think so?" Birdie continued. "Tina happens to find a picture in Meredith's drawer, and out of the goodness of her heart, she shows it to you because, in her words, she doesn't want to see you get hurt again." Birdie pinged Noelle with piercing eyes. "Doesn't that seem fishy to you?" Noelle felt like she was being pinned in a corner. "I gave Tina the 3rd degree," she said defensively. "Tina can't stand Meredith. What reason could Tina have, other than my best interest, for showing me the picture?" "I don't know," Birdie answered. Her eyes took on a determined glint. "But I do know one thing. If you and Holden have any hope of making things work, then you're going to have to learn to trust him." Noelle rubbed her arms, her gaze flitting to Holden. His expression, a mixture of frustration and hurt, sat like lead on her chest. He lifted an eyebrow, waiting for her to respond. She wanted to be able to tell him that she did trust him, but there was still a nagging doubt gnawing at her. This whole ordeal had made her realize that she wasn't ready to make a serious commitment right now. "I'm sorry," she said, but the words rang wooden and false in her ears. Holden knew her too well. He picked up on everything she was too chicken and weary to say right now. He blew out a long breath, his eyes flat with disappointment. "Maybe I should just go." "Oh, no," Birdie asserted. "You're not running away from this. The only place you're going is to the ranch like we planned." Noelle's jaw went slack. Maybe he should go. Fire blazed in Birdie's eyes with enough fury to burn a hole clean through Noelle. "I promised my sister that I would look after you like you're my own daughter." She lifted her chin, her expression set in a rigid challenge. "One thing I always do is keep my promises, even if that means giving you a swift kick in the rear end. Holden is not just a good man, but a great man. He loves you, and you love him. I refuse to let you throw away your future because of Meredith and that harebrained Tina and her ridiculous combat boots." Noelle's eyes bulged as an incredulous cackle rose in her throat. She looked at Holden, who wore an expression of amusement. Their gazes met for one long moment. One part of her wanted to fling her arms around him and beg his forgiveness for thinking the worst of him. The other part of her was shouting from the rooftop that she needed to exercise caution. Even if the whole thing was a setup, as Birdie asserted, it was a good reminder that Noelle didn't need to be so quick to jump into a relationship. She needed time to heal, time to come to terms with her conflicting feelings. "Fine," she said dully. "Come if you want." His mouth curled into a hard smile. "Sure, I'll go, for Birdie and Aiden's sake." Chapter 14. After eating a delicious meal of chili, cornbread, and various platters of appetizers, the entire Romeo family gathered in the den to sing Christmas carols and let the kids open one present each. A cheerful fire crackled in the fireplace, stockings hung from the mantel, Greenery, pine cones, red berries, and ribbons covered the hearth. The beautifully decorated Christmas tree beside the piano twinkled with happy white lights. Laughter and the murmur of lively conversation filled the air. Noelle's gaze surveyed the group. No doubt about it, the Romeos were impressive in every sense of the word. Zoe and Briggs were sitting on the floor, their backs resting against the wall. Beside them were Ramsay and Hartley, their faces kissed with the glow of the sun from their time spent in Hawaii. Ramsay was impeccably dressed in a stylish dress shirt and trousers, looking more like a corporate guy than a retired Navy SEAL turned security expert. However, Noelle could tell that Ramsay knew his stuff. Earlier, she'd heard him talking to Knox and Birdie about the fires. Ramsay had been in close contact with the investigator who was trying to determine not only who started the fires, but also who was spreading the malicious rumors about the faulty electrical work and Dylan's gambling. Ramsay was of the opinion that someone was trying to destroy Knox and Dylan's reputations. Noelle suspected that he was right. Ramsay had pulled Noelle aside, asking her about her experience of being watched. Noelle told him that she suspected her ex-mother-in-law had hired someone to keep tabs on her. However, Noelle could tell that Ramsay was still exploring the possibility of her and Birdie being watched, being linked to the fires. Noelle had no idea how everything was connected, or if it even was. Right now, her brain was too overloaded to make sense of anything. Noelle's gaze drifted to Hartley. She was gorgeous, with her mane of flaming red hair, the kind of woman who had "star" written all over her. Ramsay enjoyed needling Hartley by making teasing comments, and she was quick to dish it right back to him. Noelle guessed that those two had the type of relationship where they fought hard and loved hard. Lots of fireworks there. Piper and Noah were sitting on kitchen chairs that Knox had brought in. Piper's dark curls and matching eyes were her best features. It was obvious that Noah doted on her from the tender looks they kept sharing. Beside them were Cash and Ava. Watching Cash and his easy, understated manner, one wouldn't peg him to be a megastar. It was admirable that Cash hadn't let stardom go to his head. Cash had his arm draped around Ava's shoulders. He was leaning close to her, whispering. She laughed at something he said. A lock of her strawberry blonde hair fell onto her arm before she tucked it back behind her ear. Cash and Ava were a little late getting to dinner, having just gotten back into town from Northern California, where they visited Ava's parents, her twin sister Luna, and her husband Hudson. Noelle's eyes moved to Jackson and Lemon. The oldest of the Romeo boys, Jackson exuded a casual authority. He was very much a distinguished cowboy, with his plaid shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots that had been recently shined. Noelle thought about everything that Lemon had been through, the crazy stalker, her mom being murdered. Noelle admired Lemon for being able to overcome so much adversity. Noelle hoped to one day be more like Lemon. Right now, she felt so despicably weak and broken. She wished she could pull Lemon aside right now and ask her how she'd gotten through everything. Lucas and his wife Magnolia were sitting beside Jackson. A smile tugged at Noelle's lips. With his spiky hair longer on top, faded jeans, and worn boots, Lucas was a more rugged, couldn't care less what anyone thinks of him type of cowboy. Magnolia was dressed to the nines, her hair styled perfectly, definitely a glamour girl. Earlier, Lucas announced that Magnolia was pregnant. Noelle searched her mind, trying to remember where Lucas and Magnolia were living. They'd bought a ranch in some small town in North Carolina. The answer pinged through her brain as she smiled inwardly that she was trying so hard to remember. Remember was the name of the town. Noelle knew that Lucas and Magnolia hadn't been married all that long. They were certainly not wasting any time starting a family. Birdie and Knox were seated on a sofa that formed an L shape from where Noelle was. They were talking animatedly to Dylan and Layla, Lucas's parents. Lexi was the only one not here. She and her new husband Asher were in New Orleans with Asher's family. Mason, the youngest of the Romeos, was on the floor by the tree, wrestling with the kids. Aiden was loving every minute of it, laughing and squealing as Mason and Milo took turns tickling him. Madison was sitting nearby, her attention fixed on her iPad. A lump formed in Noelle's throat as she swallowed hard to stay the emotion. What should be a perfect evening was a painful reminder that her life was spiraling out of control. Noelle and Holden were seated side by side on the couch for appearance's sake. However, their bodies weren't touching. Noelle wanted to make herself small and unnoticeable so she could fade into the background, but Birdie wasn't going to have it. She kept giving Noelle a reprimanding eye, as if to say, "Stop being so stubborn and make up with Holden." It wasn't stubbornness that was keeping Noelle from reconciling with Holden, but rather stark fear. Seeing that picture of Holden holding the beer had rocked Noelle to the core, taking her right back to where they'd been before. It had unearthed ghosts that she thought were long ago buried. She felt that same hopelessness and betrayal that she'd felt when Holden really had gone off the deep end. The shadows of her fear and misgivings pressed her with a feeling of impending doom. Her hands were clammy as she twisted them in her lap. Fingers of panic pricked the base of her skull, bringing on a wave of dizziness. Taking in a breath, she ordered herself to remain calm. Her mind formed a prayer. "Please help me to sort through my fears. After listening to Birdie and Holden, I believe they were right. The picture was a setup. Why can I not let it go? Why am I so afraid? Help me to understand thy plan for me and Aiden." Her heart wrenched. "I love Holden. I always have. Please let me know if we can make it work. Please help me." Noelle jerked, realizing that all of the eyes in the room were lasered in on her. "What?" she asked, a smile trembling over her lips. Mason was the one who'd spoken. He'd extricated himself from the kids and moved to the open chair beside Ava. "I'm sorry," Noelle said, eyes widening. "What did you say?" A wicked grin slid over Mason's lips as he motioned at her and Holden. "I would congratulate y'all on getting back together, but seeing that dark, impregnable wall between you," he made a slicing motion with his hand, as if cutting the space between them, "I'd say that y'all are in the middle of one doozy of a lover's quarrel." Noelle's face burned. Even though she wanted to glance at Holden to get his reaction, she didn't dare do so, but kept her eyes trained straight ahead. "Impregnable?" Ramsey hooted. "Listen to you, little brother. You're learning all sorts of big words at college. Pretty soon you'll be spouting off history facts like Cash." Cash just grunted in response. "I love talking history with you any time, babe," Ava countered sweetly, patting Cash's arm. Mason scowled, rising to the bait, as he shot Ramsey a taunting look. "Pipe down, pretty boy. You're just jealous that you don't have my extensive vocabulary." He thrust out his chest, sporting a cocky grin. "Yep, that's it," Ramsey laughed. A peculiar light lit his eyes. "I just wish I had Mason's perfect hair." He threw glances at Cash and Noah. "Oh, no." Mason held up his hands, backing up in his seat. "Don't you dare." Ramsey, Cash, and Noah sprang to their feet and rushed at Mason, messing up his hair. Ava scrambled to get out of the way. "Hey!" Mason said hotly, his face turning bright red as he tried to fend them off. "All right, you scalawags, that's enough," Knox warned as Ramsey, Cash, and Noah released Mason. He sat up, smoothing down his hair. "You're making quite a name for yourself at UTK," Holden said to Mason. Noelle marveled at how effortlessly Holden had adopted a conversational, easy tone. He was obviously steering the conversation away from him and Noelle, but he was doing it with grace. "Thanks," Mason said. "Little brother's our very own one-kick wonder," Ramsey teased. He'd sat back down next to Hartley. She swatted his arm. "Quit pestering him," she warned, rolling her eyes. "See what I have to put up with?"
"You know you love me," Ramsey quipped. "Yes, I do," she laughed. "One kick wonder my butt," Mason grumbled. "I'll have you know I have some impressive stats." "Yes, you do," Holden agreed.
He said butt.
Aiden giggled, both hands going over his mouth. Noelle's eyes widened. "Aiden!" she exclaimed, giving him a censoring look. "That's not appropriate."
"No, it's not,"
Birdie seconded, cutting her eyes at Mason.
"Watch your language around the little ones."
"Sorry," Mason amended, giving Noelle an apologetic grin. Knox cleared his throat as he sat up and scooted forward, clasping his hands. "It's such a blessing having all of y'all here tonight." His voice caught, eyes shining. "I couldn't be prouder of my family." He turned to Birdie. "We did good, didn't we?" Her eyes shimmered as she looked around the room.
"Yes, we did."
Her gaze lingered on Noelle.
"I'm proud of all of my children."
An unexpected feeling of warmth rose in Noelle's chest. She was so grateful for Birdie. How she'd welcome Noelle and Aiden with open arms. Birdie continued.
"Holden, I'm glad that you could join us tonight as well."
"Thank you." Noelle heard the smile in Holden's voice. She was acutely aware of him beside her. He was such a large part of her life that she didn't know how she could ever be without him. And yet she wasn't sure how to work through her murky, conflicting feelings. She hated the fear lurking in the shadows. She could feel it, even now, despite all of the love and happiness that was in this room. Something bad was about to happen. A sense of foreboding ran through her as she shivered. Holden reached out and caught hold of her hand. She glanced at him in surprise. His expression was cautious, hopeful. He was throwing her an olive branch. Did she dare take it? She relaxed her hand against his, appreciating his warmth. Despite everything, she couldn't deny that it was comforting having him beside her. Knox looked at Zoe, grinning. "Now I'm going to pass the floor to my favorite daughter, who's heading up our Christmas program. Easy to say since she's your only daughter. Who's your favorite son?" Mason taunted.
"Shh,"
Birdie reprimanded. Grinning, Mason settled back into his seat.
"Can we open presents now?"
Aiden asked eagerly.
"I have 2 presents,"
he announced, holding up his thumb and index finger.
"More than anyone else,"
he boasted, evoking ripples of laughter from around the room. One present was from Holden and the other from Birdie. It was tradition in the Romeo household to let the kids open one gift on Christmas Eve. Birdie's gift was pajamas. Noelle had no idea what Holden had gotten Aiden.
"You'll get to open your presents soon,"
Birdie assured him with a smile.
"First, we're going to have our Christmas program, okay? We'll sing some fun songs."
Nibbling on his lower lip, Aiden nodded. Zoe rose to her feet.
"Briggs is going to read from the book of Luke about the birth of Jesus," she announced.
A smile tugged at Noelle's lips when she saw Aiden crawl over and sit down next to Madison. Holden scooted closer to her. Their eyes caught as he smiled. The tenderness of his expression did more to ease her fears than any words could. Her throat thickened with emotion as she gulped. Maybe everything would be okay after all. She returned his smile. The apprehension was still there, lurking on the edge of her consciousness. Maybe if she ignored it long enough, it would go away. "I'm sorry," Holden uttered. "Me too." She felt a part of her broken heart mend. He slid his arm around her, drawing her close. Birdie's expression was one of relieved satisfaction as she looked at them. Briggs looked down at his Bible, reading. "And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed."
"Thank you,"
Zoe said when Briggs was finished. Her dark eyes twinkled as she brought her hands together.
"Now for the singing." "Do I have to sing?"
Milo asked.
"Not if you don't want to."
Zoe laughed as she looked at Cash and Ava.
"I guess not everyone in this family sings."
"Amen," Ramsey chimed in. "You've got a decent singing voice," Hartley countered. "I've heard you in the shower." Ramsey's face turned red.
Quit being nice, Mason laughed. We all know Ramsey can't carry a tune in a bucket. The comment earned Mason a few chortles from the Romeo brothers. Ava and Hartley are going to sing Silver Bells, Zoe continued. Then Cash will sing Joy to the World. We'll go that far in our program, and then I'll announce the rest. An all-star cast. I didn't realize we were getting a concert, Holden whispered. A snigger rose in Noelle's throat as she put her hand to her mouth to stay it. Stop making me laugh, she insisted. Her heart felt a little lighter. She needed to have more faith that good things could come to her. A feeling of love rose in her chest as she looked at Aiden. He was the greatest blessing in her life. She'd moved past this tough time with Kyle and Dottie. Kyle kept telling Aiden that he would see him on Christmas, whatever that meant. Noelle wouldn't put it past Kyle or Dottie to show up tomorrow. If that happened, she'd deal with it. Hartley and Ava's voices harmonized with precision as Cash played the piano. It was a beautiful thing to watch. They were perfect at their craft. Next, Cash left the room and returned carrying his guitar. He scooted a chair over near the piano before throwing Noah a grin. Come on up here, big brother, and sing this one with me. Noah was the one who taught me how to play this song on the guitar. Noah waved a hand. Nah, your skills far outweigh mine. Noah! Zoe began chanting as she pumped her fist. Everyone, including Piper, joined in. Finally, Noah pushed himself to his feet. Okay, he said, holding out his hands to stop the chanting. Cash strummed the intro on his guitar. He came in a half-second before Noah, whose eyes widened. Oops, I'm a little rusty, Noah said with a laugh as he joined in. He's been too busy snapping those fancy pictures that have made him famous, Mason teased as he looked at Piper. I didn't realize Noah was a photographer, Holden whispered in Noelle's ear. He goes under the name of Nolan Vant, Noelle explained. Noah likes to fly under the radar. Piper is a talented photographer also. The two of them travel the world taking photographs. When the song was over, Zoe stood. Thank you, boys, she drawled. Now for the grand finale. She rubbed her hands together, her eyes glittering with anticipation. Daddy's gonna sing Oh Holy Night. Cash removed the strap from his shoulder and handed Knox the guitar. Knox sat down where Cash had been. Knox sings too? Holden asked, his voice low against her ear. His warm breath tickled her skin, cascading tingles through her. Yes, he was in the country music business too. He could have been a superstar like Cash, but he gave it up to be near his family. Wow, a family man to the core. That's impressive. Knox's tenor voice had the clear tone of a bell as he began singing. Zoe was right. His performance was the grand finale. She'd never heard anyone sing O Holy Night with such fervor. Even the angels couldn't have sung it any better. When the last notes of the song died away, a hush settled over the room. That was beautiful, Birdie said, dabbing at her eyes. She and Knox shared a smile. Again, Noelle wondered why the two of them weren't together when they were obviously still in love. She jerked, startled by the direction her thoughts were taking. She was still in love with Holden, had never stopped loving him. She couldn't let her fears keep her from living. She had to push past the uncertainty, push past the doubts. Okay, now we'll all sing Silent Night, Zoe directed. Cash, give us our opening note. Noelle sang, her voice blending with Holden's. Neither of them could sing like the Romeos, but it was nice to have their voices joined together. All is calm, all is bright. Sleep in heavenly peace. That's what Noelle wanted, for her heart to be calm and at peace. Emotion rose in her breast as she glanced at Holden. Feeling her eyes on him, he smiled. She went warm all over. Zoe took the floor again. Thank you, Daddy, and everyone else who participated in our program. Before we open presents, we'll have some spiced pumpkin eggnog. She looked at Layla.
Lexi gave me her recipe." "Lexi's eggnog is fantastic," Layla chimed in with a touch of motherly pride. "Is it spiked?" Mason asked. "Not hardly," Zoe scoffed. Everyone stood to go into the kitchen. Holden placed his arm around Noelle's waist. "Ah," Mason cooed, a large grin filling his face as his finger wagged between Noelle and Holden. "The lovers have made up. I guess that makes it 3 for 3. High school sweethearts officially reunited. First Zoe and Briggs, then Jackson and Lemon, now y'all." "I think you mean 4 for 4, Lucas interrupted. Mason frowned. "Huh?" Lucas draped an arm around Magnolia. "You forgot us." Mason made a face. "Were y'all high school sweethearts?" "Well, not officially," Magnolia chuckled, "but we did date shortly after I graduated from high school." "Ah, I didn't know that," Mason said. "Proof that you don't know everything," Jackson joked. Mason stuck out his tongue at Jackson. Jackson made a swipe for Mason's hair, but he dodged it. "Mason's just going on about high school sweethearts because he's hoping that him and Sadie Walker will get back together." Zoe joked. "Sadie broke his heart," Zoe explained to Noelle and Holden. "Trust me, if I wanted Sadie Walker, I'd get Sadie Walker," Mason boasted. "Sure you would, you one-kick wonder," Ramsey said, coming up behind Mason and ruffling his hair. The two scuffled for a minute. The doorbell rang. Birdie frowned as she turned to Knox. "Are we expecting anyone? Did you leave the gate open?" The catch in Birdie's voice caused a shiver to run down Noelle's spine. Birdie was on edge too. Knowing that someone had been watching them, for whatever reason, was unnerving. No wonder Noelle was so edgy. "Yeah, Gina and Hank's kids are in town," Knox answered. "I didn't want them to have to fool with the keypad." Seeing the question on Holden's face, Noelle surmised that he had no idea who Gina and Hank were. She hadn't known either until recently. "Gina works for Knox as a housekeeper and cook," Noelle explained. "Hank is Gina's husband." "Gina and Hank live in one of the guest houses on the property," Birdie added. "What?" Noah piped in with a frown. "I didn't realize that Gina and Hank had moved into one of the guest houses. When did this happen?" "About 6 months ago," Jackson answered, shooting Noah a wry grin. "You've been away too long, little brother." "Like I said earlier, he's busy traveling the world and taking all of those hoity-toity pictures," Mason taunted, giving Noah a shove. Noah grinned, his eyes glinting with teasing. "Well, we can't all be one-kick wonders, now can we? Some of us have to work for a living." "Hey," Mason protested as he straightened to his full height, thrusting out his chest. "I am working. I'm making good grades in college. Well, decent grades," he amended when Birdie cut her eyes at him. Mason's face reddened as everyone laughed. A cocky smirk stole over his lips. "I can't help it that I happen to be good at kicking a football." "Poor baby," Zoe purred. "He can't help that he's a football star. It's a rough life, huh, little brother?" This brought several hoots from the Romeo brothers as Ramsey grabbed Mason in a headlock and began messing up his hair. "Stop," Mason demanded. "I'm not your punching bag," he grumbled. Ramsey laughed, becoming even more aggressive. "Boys will be boys," Knox said, a corner of his mouth quivering in amusement as he looked at Birdie. "I'll see who's at the door." Chapter 15. Holden was grateful that Noelle's frostiness was thawing. Earlier this evening, he'd been ready to storm out of Birdie's house. He was glad Birdie insisted that he come to the ranch for Christmas Eve. Holden was furious with Meredith and Tina about the picture. He'd hoped that he and Meredith could part ways as friends, but clearly that wasn't the case. Meredith knew about his drinking and how it had destroyed his and Noelle's relationship. He'd confided in Meredith about how devastated Noelle was when he went off the deep end. Meredith had used his past mistakes and twisted them into a weapon to use against him and Noelle. It was astounding to think that Meredith would stoop so low as to Photoshop a picture to make it look like he was holding a beer can. Her evil plan had almost worked. Had Birdie not been there tonight to offer a voice of reason, he and Noelle wouldn't be together right now. Holden could tell that Noelle still carried a lot of baggage, not only from her failed marriage, but also from what he'd done to her. Regret pinged through Holden as he swallowed, pushing the despondent thoughts away. He couldn't go back and change the past, no matter how much he wanted to. He had to keep moving forward. It would take time for him and Noelle to work through all of their insecurities, but Holden was willing to do whatever it took to earn back her trust. Noelle looked stunningly beautiful in her Christmas sweater and jeans, her blonde hair shimmering over her shoulders. Her eyes were so vivid and rich that he could lose himself in their depths. A smile touched Holden's lips as he looked at Aiden. He couldn't wait for the tyke to open his gift, and he wanted to see the look on Noelle's face when she realized what it was. "Let's go get some eggnog," Zoe prompted. Holden knew something was terribly wrong when Knox came back into the room, holding up his hands, his expression rigid. Holden's blood ran cold when his brain registered that a man in a ski mask was standing behind Knox. Another man, also wearing a ski mask, stepped into view. Both were holding pistols. "Nobody move," the short man standing off to the side ordered, pointing his gun at Ramsey. "Especially you." Birdie gasped. Aiden was standing beside her. With a cry, he dove into Birdie's arms. Noelle clutched Holden's arm, her fingers digging into his skin. He could feel her fear spilling out between them. "What do you want?" Knox demanded. "Shut up!" the man behind Knox yelled, shoving him forward. Knox stumbled, catching himself before he fell. He whirled around to face the men. Fear choked the air with a heavy breath. Holden looked around at the stricken faces. The Christmas tree, twinkling brightly, was a cruel parody of all that was unfolding. "He's the one we have to worry about," the shorter man in the ski mask said to the other. They both looked at Ramsey. Holden's senses went on hyper-alert as his brain took a quick snapshot of the situation. Was it better to play nice or fight back? It depended on the intentions of the intruders. These men knew about Ramsey and his skills. "Is it money that you want?" Knox asked, his voice calm. "I have a safe upstairs." The two men looked at one another as the short one barked out a derisive laugh. "This goes way beyond money," the tall man said in amusement. "This is retribution." Holden's gut roiled with the knowledge that there would be no talking these men down. They were out for blood. He glanced at Noelle. Her face was the color of chalk. "Are you the ones who burned down my houses?" Knox's voice held a dangerous edge. "Who are you working for?" "Shut your trap," the tall man yelled, "before I put a bullet between your eyes." Zoe's daughter began to whimper. "Shh," Zoe said as she pulled her daughter close. Holden looked at Ramsey. His body was pulled taut, and he was studying the men with careful precision. Holden could almost read Ramsey's thoughts. He was wondering if he could take out the man nearest him before the man could fire off a shot. Jackson and Lucas were on the other side of Holden. Holden could feel the energy building in the room, a powder keg waiting to blow. "You," the tall man ordered as he pointed at Birdie. "Come here, bring the kid with you." Holden's stomach twisted. Not Aiden. "No!" Noelle cried. "Shut up!" the short man screamed, pointing his gun at Noelle. The man's voice was high-pitched, unhinged. Holden eased in front of Noelle. "You'll have to go through me first," he growled through clenched teeth. He would do anything to protect her, even if it meant losing his life. "Tough guy, huh? Well, that can be arranged." The man's voice was cold and mocking. He cocked his pistol, aiming it straight at Holden's chest. The tall man grabbed Birdie and Aiden. Aiden began crying. As the man held the gun to Birdie's temple and dragged her back, Birdie pushed Aiden forward, out of her arms. "That was a dumb move," the man snarled. "Now the kid will pay." He pointed the gun at Aiden. A sob wrenched Noelle's throat. "Please, no!" Holden's brain shouted for him to act now. At the same instant, the tall man fired the gun. Holden lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. He was vaguely aware that 2 shots had been fired. The gun had fallen out of the guy's hand. They wrestled on the floor, knocking over chairs before Holden socked the guy in the face. The guy grunted, his head falling back. But Holden wasn't finished. Rage tore through him as he pulled his fist back and punched the guy again and again. Finally, the guy's body went slack as his head lobbed to the side. Holden glanced over and realized that the short guy was on the floor. Holden was pretty sure the guy was dead. His eyes were vacant, blood trailing from a small circle in the center of his forehead. Holden's brain pulled the pieces together. He surmised that Ramsey had taken the guy out with a shot. Holden hadn't even realized that Ramsey was wearing a gun on his person, but it made sense. In Ramsey's line of business, one had to always prepare for the unexpected. A heady relief pulsed through Holden as he got up off the tall man. Disaster had been averted. His body was still shaking with adrenaline. The next events seemed to happen in slow motion. Holden turned. Noelle let out a ragged gasp as she fell to her knees, gathering Aiden in her arms. "Oh no, he's been shot!" Aiden's body convulsed, a circle of red spilling over his light blue sweater. "Call 911!" Noelle's strangled scream cut through her tears. "Stay with me, honey," she begged. "Please." Her voice broke. Holden felt the breath leave his lungs as his legs went weak. He crumpled down beside Noelle. The anguish on her face riddled his insides. "Do something!" she screamed, looking to him for help. Despair gripped him in a tight hold as he looked at Aiden. Tears blurred Holden's vision, and he was thrust back to the past, seeing not only Aiden, but also his brother Justin. A prayer wrenched through his lips. "Please, God, help him." A curious numbness seeped through Noelle as she glanced at the clock on the wall. The black arms were ticking, inching ever so slowly around the face of the clock, like the march of doom. Holden was with her in the waiting room of the hospital, as was Birdie. Other members of the Romeo family had offered to come and sit with Noelle, but Birdie suggested that it would be better for just her and Holden to go. Noelle's gaze darted around the space. Sterile tables with sharp angles, chairs with neutral patterns that blended together in a blur, a round brown stain on the beige industrial carpet, worn magazines. There was a spindly Christmas tree in the corner. It was sparsely decorated with cheap ornaments, not even a tree skirt around the bottom. The stark cord from the lights was stretched to the nearest outlet. Except for the 3 of them, the waiting room was empty. No one wanted to be at a hospital on Christmas Eve. The silence of the room was deafening. Had it just been a short while ago when they were all gathered together singing Silent Night? Now the term Silent Night brought a new meaning as they sat, waiting. In many ways, Noelle felt like she'd been trudging through a long, silent night for more years than she could count. The night loomed so long, the darkness so complete and far-reaching that she didn't know how to escape it. Phrases that Noelle had heard the medical professionals say floated through her mind like ashes tumbling haphazardly in the wind. "We're taking your son in for surgery to remove the bullet. He's lost a lot of blood. We'll do everything we can to save him." Trembles rattled through her. She clasped her hands to stay the shakes. There had been so much blood, Aiden's blood. She kept seeing the red liquid flowing over her like syrup. Aiden's normally rosy cheeks had faded to ghostly pale. At Birdie's request, Noelle had gone into the restroom and washed the blood from her hands and arms. but her sweater was crusted with dry blood. Holden placed his arms around her. "It'll be all right," he kept repeating, but Noelle could see the truth in his eyes. No one could guarantee her that Aiden would live. A black wave of anger engulfed her, nearly stealing her breath away. She was weary to the bone, a mind-numbing, soul-sickening weariness that no amount of sleep could cure. Tears pressed against her eyes as a prayer rose in her heart. "Dear God, please don't take my son. I'm trying to understand your plan, but I can't understand this. Please help Aiden be okay." Birdie's phone rang. She reached in her purse, eyes widening. "It's Knox. I should get it." She stood and walked a short distance away from them. Birdie paced back and forth as she talked. Every few minutes, shots of anger would dart over her drawn features. Tears ran down Noelle's face. Why did they shoot my son?" She wasn't expecting Holden to answer. There was no answer for senseless violence. Noelle hoped she was in the middle of a nightmare, that none of this was real. She'd wake up in the morning, and Aiden would be jumping up and down, his face beaming, ready to open presents. Her heart twisted, head spinning. She felt like she was losing her grip on her sanity. She took in a deep breath, trying to hold herself together. Birdie came back a few minutes later, her expression rigid. "What did he say?" Noelle demanded. Birdie pushed the hair back out of her face with a shaky hand. "I don't know if right now is the best time to talk about this. Maybe we can discuss it when you're—" "No!" Noelle hissed. "I want to know who did this to my son." She glared at Birdie. Birdie sat down, clutching her phone in both hands. She took in a heavy breath. "Ramsey questioned the guy who lived. The men were hired guns." Her eyes flashed with a hot anger. "The whole sordid plan was orchestrated by Ellis Livingston." "The real estate developer in Nashville?" Noelle shot back. She rattled out a hard laugh, her hand encircling her throat. "Retribution! That's what the man said." "Yes," Birdie uttered, her eyes filling with sadness. "Ellis wanted retribution for Ramsey killing his son." "What?" Holden exclaimed, his eyes rounding as he looked to Birdie and Noelle for an explanation. Noelle was too weary and upset to even attempt to form an explanation. Thankfully, Birdie took over. Her voice was flat and devoid of emotion. "Lemon was being stalked by a crazy man, Ellis's son. Wesley hired someone to kill Lemon's mother and would have killed Lemon had Ramsey not protected her. Ellis Livingston and Knox have had bad blood between them ever since a land deal went sour. When Ramsey killed Wesley, Ellis's disdain for Knox and our family turned to pure hatred." Birdie's voice hardened. "Ellis wanted to rip everything away from Knox. He hired the men to burn down the houses and spread rumors about the faulty electrical work and Dillon's gambling. Ellis waited until the family was gathered together in one place to exact his revenge." She took in a breath, giving Noelle a meaningful look. "It was Ellis's men who have been watching us." Noelle's breath caught. She'd been so sure that it was Dottie. "Originally, Ellis had planned to kidnap me, collect a ransom, and then kill me to get at Knox and Ramsey. That's why they've been watching my house. But then Ellis decided it would make more of an impact for Knox and Ramsey to watch it all unfold. They planned to kill me in front of the family." Birdie's voice trembled. "I'm so sorry that Aiden got caught up in this." "It's not your fault," Noelle gulped. Hot tears trailed rivers down her cheeks. She didn't bother wiping them away. A sardonic smile touched her lips as she stared into the distance. "I can't believe it's Christmas Eve. Aiden has been so excited about Santa coming, He's been talking about it for weeks." Emotion overtook her as she broke down crying, her shoulders shaking as she buried her face in her hands. She was vaguely aware of Holden rubbing circles on her back. When the tears were spent, she hugged her arms as she sat in stone silence. Noelle didn't know how long they sat, waiting, before a doctor strode into the room. He was young, with sharp, perceptive eyes. "Mrs. Staley," he said in a way of greeting. Noelle's heart leapt into her mouth as she rose to her feet. Her heart was beating so profusely that she feared it would break out of her chest. Holden and Birdie also stood. Holden placed a hand on Noelle's arm for support. She wiped her slick palms on her jeans. "The bullet grazed Aiden's collarbone, but that's nothing to worry about," he said quickly. "It nicked the underside of the vein, which bled into the lung cavity. The blood filled his chest on that side, and the resulting hemothorax collapsed his lung." The words came at Noelle like an arsenal of fiery darts. She felt like her spirit was splitting from her body and watching everything from a distance. "I was able to remove the bullet. Also, I evacuated the blood during the operation to close the hole in his vein. Aiden will need to spend a couple of days in the ICU with the suction drain coming out of his chest. After we pull out the tube, we'll observe him on the pediatric surgery floor for a day and then send him home."
"Send him home?" Noelle croaked. "Is he going to be okay?"
The doctor offered an encouraging smile. "Aiden's a fighter. I expect his recovery to take a couple of weeks, and then he should be back at school."
"Wow, that's great!"
Tears of relief sprang to Noelle's eyes. She could hardly believe the words the doctor was saying. It was miraculous to think that Aiden would be well in 2 short weeks. Compassion touched the doctor's features. "The bullet came close but missed the whole brachial plexus, which are the nerves to the arm. All in all, I'd say that Aiden is a very lucky young man." "Luck has nothing to do with it," Holden said, giving Noelle a significant look. "He was being watched over." Noelle's knees went weak as she started crying in relief.
"Thank you," she breathed. "When can I see him?"
"We're moving him to a room in the ICU unit now. When he wakes up, we'll make sure to keep him happy with drugs so that he doesn't try to pull the tube out of his chest."
"Thank you, doctor, for everything,"
Noelle uttered. The doctor nodded before walking away.
"Can you believe it?"
Noelle's voice hitched.
"That's the best-case scenario."
"Yes," Birdie said. "Thank God he's okay."
Holden placed his arm around Noelle, pulling her close.
"There's one more thing that needs to be done," Birdie said.
Noelle frowned.
"What's that?"
"We need to call Kyle and tell him what's going on."
Noelle nodded, knowing that Birdie was right.
"I'll call him if you want," Birdie offered.
Noelle considered the request. It was so tempting to just let Birdie handle it.
"No,"
she finally said resolutely.
"I'll do it."
Chapter 16. Noelle felt a tug on her sleeve. She opened her eyes and raised up in her chair, scrubbing a hand over her face. She must have dozed off. She looked to where Aiden was lying in the hospital bed, his long dark lashes pressed against his cheeks. Color was returning to his cheeks, and the doctor said that his vitals were good. Aiden hadn't woken up since the surgery. Noelle had been panicky about that, but the doctors and nurses assured her that it was normal. Aiden's body was reacting to the anesthesia given to him during surgery and the trauma his body had endured. They were expecting him to wake up sometime today.
"Sorry to bother you," Holden said, "but there's someone here to see you."
Noelle sat up, trying to orient herself. It was Christmas. The room was filled with enough flowers and balloons to stock a florist. The items were sent by various members of the Romeo family. All of Birdie's kids had been in close contact with her, saying that they wanted to come and visit the hospital as soon as Noelle and Aiden were up for it.
Noelle appreciated their thoughtfulness, but she wasn't up to having visitors, which is why she was surprised that Holden had awoken her to talk to someone. Were Kyle and his parents here? They were coming in sometime today. Talking to Kyle the night before had been gnarly. He went berserk when she told him the news, accusing her of being negligent. The conversation ended with Noelle shouting back before hanging up on him. He'd called back, and Birdie had answered Noelle's phone, giving Kyle the details about the hospital so that he could come the following day. "Who's here?" Noelle asked, frowning. "Tina." She bristled. "She's the last person I want to talk to," she retorted. "Well, one of the last. I don't care to talk to Meredith, Kyle, or Dottie for that matter." "I know," Holden said patiently, "but I think you need to hear her out." Holden had been a champ, staying right by Noelle's side. The shadows beneath his eyes and his mussed hair pointed to his exhaustion. "Okay," she nodded, offering him a faint smile to soften her outburst. "I'll stay here with Aiden." "Thank you." Noelle had been insistent about not leaving Aiden's side. Birdie had gone home and showered before bringing Noelle clean clothes and toiletry items. "She's outside the door," Holden said. The minute Noelle stepped out, Tina burst into tears. "I'm so sorry about your son," she cried, embracing Noelle in a tight hug. Noelle stood woodenly, her arms pressed to her sides. Tina drew back as if embarrassed, wiping her eyes. "I just wanted to come and apologize." Fresh anger streaked through Noelle. "So you're admitting that the picture was photoshopped?" Tina nodded, her large dark eyes radiating remorse. Noelle ground her teeth. "Why did you do it? You can't stand Meredith." "No, I can't," Tina seethed. She swallowed, clasping her hands. "Meredith caught me taking money out of the cash register. She told me if I didn't go along with her plan, she'd tell Vivian." Tears pulled in her eyes. "I need this job to pay my rent." "You were stealing?" She nodded. "I know it was wrong," she shrugged. "I just had a weak moment." "What was Meredith's end game?" Noelle's voice went flint hard as she eyed Tina. Surely she didn't think her little stunt would win Holden back. No, she knew it wouldn't. She just wanted to hurt Holden like he'd hurt her. Holden told her about his drinking and how it ripped you and him apart. Meredith knew just what to do to unnerve you. Noelle ran a hand through her hair, hating how stringy and oily it felt. "What you did almost destroyed my relationship with Holden." Tina pinched her lips together. "I know. I'm so sorry," she uttered. "I hope one day you can forgive me." That day wasn't today. Noelle was too angry, too weary, too wired up. "I appreciate you coming to tell me." It was the best that she could do. Tina nodded. "How is your son?" she asked timidly. "Aiden is doing well, considering." "I'm glad. I'll be praying for him." "Thanks." Silence descended over them, their words drying up like hair color left too long in the mixing bowl. "I guess I'll go now." Tina's long skirt swished as she shuffled her feet. "See you around?" With a wave and a half-hop as she turned, Tina hurried away. Knox and Birdie passed her just before she got to the elevator. The deep, disapproving frown on Birdie's face spoke volumes as she looked at Tina's black combat boots. "What did she want?" Birdie asked as she stepped up to Noelle. "To apologize." "You and Holden were right. The whole thing was a set-up arranged by Meredith." Birdie nodded. "I knew it." She waved a hand as if to clear her mind from any further talk of Tina or Meredith. "How's Aiden?" Her eyes flickered with concern. "He's doing remarkably well," her voice caught. "It's brutal seeing him with that tube, but his recovery really is miraculous, so I can't complain." Birdie's eyes shimmered. "We have nothing to complain about, that's for sure. It could have been so much worse." She looked at Knox as she spoke. "Indeed," Knox boomed. "I'm so sorry, honey," he said. The compassion on his rugged features moved Noelle to tears as Knox enfolded her in a tight hug. He pulled back. "It shouldn't have happened," his voice caught. "I would have taken 1,000 bullets for Aiden if I could have." Emotion clogged Noelle's throat as she nodded. "I know." She could tell that Knox meant every word he said. "It wasn't your fault." His lips turned down. "I should have been more vigilant. I should have realized what Ellis Livingston was capable of." The agony in his voice tore at Noelle. How could anyone know? He took in a deep breath. "The authorities arrested Ellis last night. With the testimony of his henchman, odds are good that Ellis will be put away for a long time." "I'm glad," Noelle sighed. Holden came running out of the room, his voice coated with a breathless excitement. "He's waking up." Noelle rushed in the room and to Aiden's side. His lashes fluttered as he groaned. She touched his hand. "I'm here," she assured him, tears springing to her eyes. Aiden opened his eyes, his gaze darting round in a panic. As he tried to get up, the monitor started buzzing. "Easy," Noelle cautioned. Aiden started crying in the low wail of one still groggy as his hand went to the tube. "It hurts." "Stay still," Noelle urged. Aiden's eyes focused on her. "Mommy?" She felt his fear and confusion as if it were her own. "You're gonna be okay." Tears spilled over her eyes as she pushed his hair back from his forehead. "My beautiful boy." He relaxed against the pillow. A second later, his face crunched. "It hurts." "You're gonna be okay," Noelle kept repeating in a soothing tone. A nurse rushed in. "He's awake," Holden announced. "I'll get the doctor," the nurse said as he hurried from the room. "Where's my present?" Aiden asked, tears splattering over his cheeks. "Present? You mean the one Santa brought? They're at home under the tree." Noelle's words got strangled as her throat constricted. "They're waiting for you." "No, the present Holden got me." "Oh, that present." "I have them in the car," Knox said. "Birdie asked me to bring them." He smiled tenderly at Aiden. "She thought you might be looking for them." Noelle turned, realizing that Holden, Birdie, and Knox were in the room. She wiped away her tears using her palms as a shaky laugh rose in her throat. "He looks good." "Yes, he does," Holden said, giving her a smile so resplendent that she thought her heart would melt. "Hey, buddy," Holden said as he stepped up to Aiden. "Hey," Aiden said. The corners of his lips drooped. "My arm hurts." "The doctor will be in soon," Holden assured him. "I'll go get those presents," Knox said. "Why does my shoulder hurt?" Aiden asked, looking to Noelle for an explanation. Noelle wasn't sure how much Aiden remembered. She had no idea how to navigate the situation. She looked to Birdie for help. "Do you remember the bad man who came into the den?" Aiden's eyes filled with worry as he nodded, biting down on his lower lip. "Do you think it's a good idea to remind him of everything?" Noelle whispered. "It's better to get it out in the open so Aiden can deal with it," Birdie said in a low, firm tone. Noelle turned to Holden. He placed an arm around her shoulders. "Birdie's right." Sucking in a breath, Noelle nodded. "The bad man shot you," Birdie said. Tears gathered in Aiden's dark eyes, his lower lip trembling. "It hurts," he wailed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Noelle started crying too. She would have thought by now that she wouldn't have any tears left, but here they were. "You're going to get better," Birdie said, her voice energetic. "You're in the hospital. You'll get to eat lots of Jell-O and ice cream." Aiden sniffed. "Really?" "Uh-huh," Birdie nodded. "And you can watch all the TV you want. We can even go and get your Legos." His expression took on a new excitement, a partial grin tugging at his lips. A doctor stepped into the room. They had not met him before. He was middle-aged, his temples going silver. He smiled and nodded his head at the adults in the room before turning his full attention to Aiden.
"Hello, Aiden. I'm Dr. Christopher. How are you feeling?"
My arm hurts, Aiden complained.
"You mean your shoulder?" Aiden nodded vigorously. "Let's have a look at it, shall we?"
Carefully, the doctor did his examination. After it was over, he looked at Noelle.
"Can I talk to you outside?"
Her stomach tightened.
Sure.
During the examination, the doctor hadn't given any indication as to how Aiden was doing. Last night, the doctor had been so positive and upbeat. Had the situation changed? They stepped into the hall. Noelle's knees were wobbly, her pulse hammering in her ear.
"Aiden seems to be progressing very well."
She blew out an audible breath.
Really?
She gulped. He smiled.
"Considering the circumstances, I'd say that Aiden is very lucky."
Tears brimmed in her eyes.
Blessed, she croaked. He's very blessed.
"Yes," he agreed. "I'll have the nurse up the drug dosage so Aiden won't be tempted to pull at the tube in his chest. Also, it'll help temper the pain. We'll order him something to eat."
"Jell-O would be great,"
he chuckled.
"Jell-O it is."
As Noelle went back into the hospital room to give Holden and Birdie the good news, an unexpected feeling of warmth blanketed her. It came from someplace outside of her, speaking peace to her soul. She felt the comfort of loving heavenly arms wrapping around her. The long, silent night was finally over, and blessed daylight was shining through. Birdie held the present, while Aiden tore off the wrapping. Birdie opened the box and pulled out the gift.
"A snow globe!" Aiden exclaimed. "It has a Christmas tree." "Thank you," he said to Holden.
"You bet,"
Holden smiled.
"You can shake it any time you want snow."
Birdie gave the globe a good shake, and they watched the snowflakes whirl around the tree. Noelle stepped close to Holden as he draped his arm around her shoulders. She reached for his hand, linking her fingers through his. The two of them moved off to the side, taking this time to talk privately while Birdie and Knox were with Aiden.
"Thank you for the gift,"
she smiled up at him.
"You're welcome."
The love and gratitude brimming in her jade eyes made his soul soar. The two shared a long, tender look. She chuckled, mischief zinging over her beautiful face. "I guess it's official. Aiden can start his own collection of snow globes."
"Every guy needs his own snow globe collection," he grinned.
Her expression grew serious. "I'll never forget what you did for Aiden," she said softly. "You saved him." A shadow crossed her face. "If you hadn't tackled that man like you did—"
"We were all being watched over," he inserted.
Holden had acted on instinct. There were infinite ways in which the situation could have gone worse. He didn't want to contemplate on what could have happened, but rather on what had happened. He was so grateful that they had been protected. "Yes, we were being watched over," she sighed. She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Something that you told me at your parents' house keeps running through my mind."
"What was that?"
Curiosity simmered inside him. "It was what Pastor Charles told you." She crinkled her nose. "I know I'm butchering this, but it was something to the effect of, if we'll pull away the veil of our unbelief and put our trust in God, we'll be amazed at what He's willing to do for us." Her eyes shimmered. "My cup is overflowing. Thank you for not giving up on me. I'm sorry I doubted you."
"I'm sorry I ever gave you reason to doubt me."
"My poor little boy,"
Dottie shrilled as she rushed into the room. Her husband, Trent, and Kyle were on her heels. Trent nodded to Noelle before his gaze moved to Holden. Shock blitzed through his eyes when he realized that Noelle was with another man. Noelle was ambivalent about her former father-in-law. He'd always been polite but distant. No surprise, Kyle sneered at Noelle and Holden. Even now, despite her frustration and distaste for Kyle's rotten actions, Noelle had to admit that he was a handsome man with his dark eyes and matching curly hair. However, there was no comparison between him and Holden. Kyle was soft and pampered, whereas Holden was ruggedly handsome and so wonderfully muscled and fit. Even more important, Holden was the real deal, a kind, compassionate man that she could build a life with. He was her best friend, her soulmate. Her heart exalted at the knowledge that she was finally coming into the light. And what a glorious light it was.
"Hey, Graham,"
Aiden said. Tears gushed from Dottie's heavily mascaraed eyes.
"I can't believe this happened to you,"
she cried, her hand going over her own chest as she looked at the tube coming out of Aiden. Dottie was notorious for being overly dramatic. Her makeup was too heavy, her short bleached hair too big and too heavily styled. Even from where she was standing, Noelle caught the odor of Dottie's heavy perfume. It tickled her throat, making her want to cough. Seeing the distaste on Birdie's face as she watched Dottie, rose a short giggle in Noelle's throat. Noelle swallowed it before it could escape. Birdie was so classy, which made Dottie all the more garish.
"How are you feeling?"
Dottie asked.
"Better,"
Aiden answered with a large grin.
"I got some Jell-O and a snow globe."
He motioned at the snow globe sitting atop the tray attached to the bed. Thank goodness for modern medicine. Aiden was a new kid now that the pain medicine had kicked in.
"We were at Tybee Island when we got the news."
Dottie looked at Knox and Birdie as if they were supposed to be impressed that she was at Tybee Island.
"We got here as soon as we could."
"Hello," Trent began formally to Birdie and Knox. "I'm Trent Staley, Aiden's grandfather." Birdie spoke first.
"I'm Birdie, Noelle's aunt. This is Knox, Noelle's uncle."
Knox and Trent clasped hands. Noelle bit back a grin, noticing that Birdie had neatly sidestepped the topic of her and Knox being divorced.
"Hey, sport,"
Kyle said, his voice going soft.
"Daddy," Aiden sang, "look at my snow globe. I have more presents at home under the tree."
"That's awesome," Kyle said, his tone forced. Aiden made a face.
"Birdie and Knox got me a present, too. Pajamas."
His voice dropped with disappointment. They chit-chatted for a few minutes before Dottie threw Noelle a piercing glare.
"I need to talk to you."
Her gaze settled on Holden, giving him the evil eye.
"Sure,"
Noelle said neutrally as she mentally prepared herself for the battle that was sure to follow. "I'll go with you," Holden offered. His jaw was hard as he eyed Dottie and Kyle.
"I'll be fine,"
Noelle assured him. He searched her face. "You sure?" She forced a smile, nodding. This was something she had to do alone. She followed Dottie out in the hall, where Dottie spun around.
"I can't believe you got my grandson shot," she fumed. "You are the most irresponsible person. Had you let Aiden go to Tybee Island like I asked, this wouldn't have happened."
The hair on the back of Noelle's neck rose. It took all the willpower she could muster to keep her voice even. What happened to Aiden was an accident. The man responsible has been arrested.
"You are not fit to have custody of my grandson,"
Dottie spat. She shook her head in disgust.
"I knew it was a mistake for Kyle to just let you waltz out of the state. Now you're taken up with some guy."
Fire blistered through Noelle as she straightened her spine. "Don't you dare come here and lecture me about Holden. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me and Aiden. You only wish that your sniveling son was half the man that Holden Hunt is." Dottie barked out a laugh, her eyes taking on a wild look. Her voice went shrill.
"I'll take you to court."
She pointed her finger in Noelle's face.
"I don't care what it costs. I'll spend every penny I have to get my grandson back."
A triumphant sneer twisted over her face.
"You don't have the money to fight this. I'll ruin you."
Knox's voice cut through the air. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Noelle looked past Dottie to where Knox and Birdie were standing. Dottie spun around.
"This is none of your business."
Birdie raised an eyebrow.
"Wanna bet?"
"If you want to take this to court, then you go right ahead," Knox said. He slipped his arm around Birdie. "We'll back Noelle 100%. He looked Dottie in the eye. "I have very deep pockets. A lot deeper than yours, I'd venture to say."
Dottie's hand went to her forehead.
"This is crazy,"
she cried, her voice taking on the wounded tone of a victim.
"All I want is my grandson."
Birdie didn't bat an eye. "No one's keeping you from seeing your grandson. You can cut the martyr act because I'm not buying it." Dottie's eyes smoldered with the knowledge that her jig was up as Birdie continued. "You should be grateful that your grandson has such an exemplary mother instead of trying to tear Noelle apart." Dottie's face turned crimson and her hands started to shake. Tears raged in her eyes.
"This is not over,"
she seethed.
"I beg to differ,"
Birdie fired back.
"No judge is going to award your philandering son custody of Aiden. If I were you, I'd go back to the basics and try instilling common courtesy and decency back into your family."
Dottie pushed past Birdie and Knox, back into the hospital room.
"Trent, Kyle, let's go,"
she barked. A few minutes later, the three of them left. Trent gave Noelle an apologetic glance. "We won't be giving you any more problems."
"Trent!"
Dottie exclaimed. Trent steeled his jaw. "Let's go," he said with more authority than Noelle had ever heard the man exert. Then again, if it was a question of a long legal battle and the money that would cost, then it would rouse Trent to take a stand. After all, money was a powerful motivator for Trent Staley. "Thank you," Noelle said to Knox and Birdie. Knox gave her a pointed look.
"Hopefully this is over and they'll stay out of your business. But if not, I meant every word I said. If that woman wants a fight," he growled, "by golly, she'll get it. We're in your corner 100%.
"Amen," Birdie said with gusto, her eyes raining fire. She shook her head. "I don't know how you put up with that for all those years. It wasn't easy," Noelle said darkly. They went back into the room to find Holden and Aiden examining the snow globe. The ugliness of her conversation with Dottie slipped away like the last of the storm clouds fading in the face of the sun as Noelle watched her son and the man she loved. Despite all the turmoil, she couldn't deny that she'd been tremendously blessed.
"Are you okay?"
Holden asked a short while later. "Yeah, I'm good," Noelle answered. He motioned with his head.
"Do you care if we take a walk?"
"Go ahead," Birdie offered. "Knox and I will hang out with Aiden."
"Sure," Noelle said as Holden took her hand. They went down to the first floor, through the lobby and outside. The frigid air that splashed over Noelle made her remember that she'd forgotten to grab a coat. Holden stepped close and placed his arms around her. His strong embrace made her feel protected and safe. She noted the hardness of his fabulous muscles as she snuggled into his warmth, peering up into his handsome face. "I'm sorry you had to witness all of that with Dottie." A grin tugged at his lips, deepening his dimples.
"I'm not. Did you mean what you said?"
"Which part?"
"That I'm the best thing that's ever happened to you and Aiden."
His hopeful expression caused a smile to crease her lips. "Yes, sir. Every word." A look of joy overtook his features. She loved that this tough man, a rough-and-tumble football coach who exuded such bold masculinity, was so tender. She saw not only the man standing before her, but also the boy she'd grown up with. During their formative years, they'd practically breathed the same air. They'd shared their greatest hopes, their deepest fears, carved their dreams together. For her, it had always been Holden.
"I love you!"
he exclaimed, loud enough to be heard at the farthest end of the parking lot. A smile tipped her lips. "I love you back." He cocked his head, a peculiar look coming over him. His eyes shimmered a warm, buttery gold. "Did I ever tell you why I like snow globes so much?" She chuckled. "No, I don't suppose you did." "Because the snow never gets old and dingy. When you shake that globe, everything becomes as pristine as the newly fallen snow." His jaw worked as his eyes locked with hers. "That's what I want for us, a clean slate. This time I won't mess it up. You have my word." "I know," she said simply. Even as the words left her mouth, she knew to the depth of her soul that she could trust Holden with her heart. This new revelation was like getting a splash of pure, undiluted sunshine straight to her core. Laughter bubbled in her throat. "I guess my mother was right. We are a match made in heaven." "Yes, we are." She heard the ring of certainty in his melodic voice. As if on cue, snowflakes twirled in the air, landing on their faces. "See," Holden said exuberantly, "even the snow agrees." His gaze moved over her in a slow, leisurely way that warmed her blood. She parted her lips, welcoming the sizzle that zinged through her veins when his lips found their way home to hers. She clutched his shirt, clinging to him. This moment was hers and Holden's to savor, and yet, just before she gave herself completely to the demands of his insistent lips, she felt more than heard her mother's contented sigh, drifting in the air in a dance of jubilation before landing soft and silent on the peaceful ground. Epilogue. 5 months later. It had been one of those days. Meredith was on her high horse at the salon, and Noelle had worked as fast as she could go from the moment she got to work, taking care of her full schedule of clients in what little amount of time that she had. Noelle normally worked until 6, but today she had to stop work early to pick up Aiden from school. Birdie was great about picking Aiden up on most days, but today she was meeting with one of her suppliers at the boutique. Noelle glanced in the rearview mirror at Aiden. "How was school today?" "Great," Aiden responded with a gigantic grin, so infectious that Noelle felt herself smile. "I played with Doug and Cannon on the monkey bars." Aiden rocked his car seat from side to side, bubbling enthusiasm. "That's awesome. Can I go to the park with Doug and Cannon?" "Sure, we could do that sometime. I'll call their moms and arrange a play date." It was good to see Aiden doing so well in school and making friends. The first few weeks after Aiden got shot were rough. However, as the doctors predicted, Aiden made a full recovery. To see him now, one would never know how close he came to losing his life. The experience taught Noelle to not take one single day for granted. She was grateful that Aiden was healthy and a bundle of energy. Dottie had eased up tremendously, which was a huge relief. She did frequent video calls with Aiden, and Noelle made a point of taking Aiden to Georgia to visit his grandparents and Kyle every few weeks. Thankfully, there had been no more talk of Kyle trying to get custody of Aiden. It seemed that Trent had more control over Dottie's behavior than Noelle realized. Kyle's fling with Tiffany Wade ended 2 months after Christmas, when Tiffany fell in love with her co-star of the movie she was making. Noelle always assumed that Kyle would eventually get tired of Tiffany and move on to the next shiny object. She never figured that Tiffany would beat Kyle to the punch. Predictably, Kyle tried to win Noelle back for a week or so, until he went gaga over a department store manager who also happened to be a former Miss Georgia Royal, having won the title a couple years after Noelle. All in all, life was good. No, it was great, actually. Noelle was booking clients several weeks in advance, which was wonderful, especially since Noelle was opening her own salon in 2 months. It was time for Noelle to branch out on her own. While it would be liberating to break away from Vivian and her horrible daughter, Noelle was trepidatious about owning a business. Birdie and Zoe were Noelle's greatest cheerleaders, touting all of the benefits of being one's own boss. Noelle considered renting a space, but Knox wouldn't have it. He bought a building just off the main square of town. He was remodeling it to house Noelle's new salon, as well as a few office spaces. Noelle argued that she didn't expect him to give her partial treatment, but Knox replied with a hearty, "If I can't help my family, then what good am I?" Oh, how Noelle loved her aunt and uncle. It was fantastic being surrounded by family. As Noelle turned into the parking lot of the grocery store, her phone buzzed. She fished it out of her purse, a grin curving her lips when she saw who was calling. "Hello?"
"Hey, babe," Holden began. "What you up to?"
"Just stopping by the store. Birdie asked me to pick up a few things for dinner tonight. You still coming over?"
"I wouldn't miss it."
The warmth in Holden's tone wrapped Noelle in a silky cocoon of bliss as her smile widened. "I love you."
"I love you back." He paused. "How's our boy doing?"
"Great," she chimed, glancing back at Aiden. Holden treated Aiden like he was his own son. Likewise, Aiden was coming to think of Holden as a dad. Holden had effortlessly and seamlessly stepped into the gaping hole that Kyle had left, healing the broken parts, not only in Noelle, but also in Aiden.
"Can I talk to him?"
"Sure," she said in surprise. "Holden's on the phone. He wants to talk to you." She handed Aiden the phone, watching him in the rear-view mirror. Aiden nodded, his brown locks bobbing up and down in sync with his head. "Yep. Okay. Bye." He handed Noelle back the phone. She put it to her ear. "You still there?" Holden had hung up. She looked back at Aiden. "What did Holden say?" "He wants me to get him some ice cream." "Ice cream?" "Yep." "Was that all?" Aiden nodded. "Okay, ice cream it is." It was thoughtful of Holden to talk to Aiden, to make him feel involved by giving him the task to get ice cream. Noelle only thought she knew what it was like to love her best friend because of their history together. However, now that she and Holden were grown adults with a greater scope on life, their relationship had taken on a new, enhanced dimension. She looked through the windshield at the bright sun, shining like a coin in the clear azure sky. She sighed in content, offering a silent prayer for all of her blessings. She felt so blissfully alive, so grateful for all of the goodness in her life. "All right, let's do it." She opened her door and helped Aiden out of the car. "Can we get some cookies?" Aiden asked eagerly. "Yep, sure can, but you have to eat your dinner before you can have any cookies or ice cream." She reached for his hand. "Okay," he replied, half trotting and half skipping beside her. Once inside the store, Noelle reached for a buggy. "Stay close to me," she warned. Aiden nodded vigorously. After the fiasco with the canned ham, Noelle made a practice of saying the same thing to Aiden every time they went to the grocery store. Noelle ran through a mental list of the items she needed to get. Birdie was making chicken Alfredo and needed fettuccine noodles, heavy whipping cream, and Parmesan cheese. Noelle went down the pasta aisle, grabbing a couple boxes of noodles. She also picked up a bottle of her favorite spaghetti sauce. She liked dipping her garlic bread in marinara sauce. French bread. She needed to add that to her mental list. Aiden was getting farther ahead of the buggy than she liked. "Aiden," she called, "slow down." But he rounded the corner. She was about to go into charge mode to catch up with him when someone called her name. She turned to see Judy hurrying toward her, pushing an empty buggy. "Hey," Judy said breathlessly with a big smile. "You're a hard woman to catch. I saw you coming into the store. I called your name, but you didn't answer." Noelle made a face. "Really? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." Judy waved a hand. "No biggie." "I thought you were working late tonight at the salon." "Nope, I took off early to run a few errands." Noelle glanced in the direction that Aiden had gone. I need to grab Aiden. He just went down one of the other aisles."
"No problem, I'll walk with you,"
Judy said, matching her pace to Noelle's.
"The new salon is looking great, by the way."
Judy's eyes sparkled.
"I can't wait to make the move."
"Me either." Judy, along with 2 of the other hairstylists at Viv's salon, were leaving to go to work for Noelle. Vivian wasn't happy about the situation, but there was nothing she could do about it. Noelle welcomed the opportunity to work with stylists that she knew and trusted. When they reached the adjacent aisle, Noelle's heart dropped. No Aiden. Where did that little stinker go? She tightened her jaw. Not again. I've got to teach him somehow not to get away from me, especially in stores, she fumed.
"I'm sure he's close by,"
Judy assured her. They increased their pace to nearly running. When they reached the end of the aisle, Noelle stopped in her tracks, her jaw dropping to her feet when she spotted the group, standing in the deli section. Holden and Aiden were in the front. Holden had his hand resting on Aiden's shoulder. Birdie, Knox, Zoe, Briggs, Jackson, and Lemon were there, wearing large grins. A perplexed smile crossed Noelle's lips as she glanced at Judy. "What's going on?" Judy chuckled.
"Do you know how hard it was to catch you at the exact moment when Aiden turned that corner? I felt like a stalker lurking behind you."
That's right. Judy's buggy was empty. Noelle assumed that she just hadn't started shopping yet. Noelle stepped up to the group. "Hey, what are y'all doing here?" Aiden glanced back at Holden.
"Can I give it to her now?"
"Yep," Holden answered, nudging him forward. Noelle searched Holden's handsome face. A faint light twinkled in the depths of his eyes, washing them in that shimmery gold that she loved. "Give me what?" She gasped when she realized that Aiden was holding a small black box. Her eyes grew moist. "Is that what I think it is?"
"Open it,"
Birdie instructed Aiden with a loud whisper.
"Oh, yeah."
Aiden fumbled for a second, nearly dropping the box before flipping open the lid, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. Noelle's hands went to her mouth as she looked at Holden. He stepped up to her and got down on one knee, reaching for her hands. "I love you, Noe." His voice trembled. "You and Aiden are my everything." His eyes searched hers. "Marry me?" "Yes!" she exclaimed, exuberant laughter rising in her throat. He stood as she flung her arms around his neck. His arms encircled her waist, pulling her close where she rested her forehead against his, their noses touching. "I can't believe you orchestrated all of this." She drew back and looked at Birdie. "A meeting with a supplier? Ingredients for chicken Alfredo?" Birdie grinned sheepishly. "I had to come up with some excuse to get you here so we could recreate the scene of Aiden darting off." Noelle's head swung back and forth, a smile stretching over her lips. "You're a little stinker. You ran off on purpose." Aiden nodded.
"Yep, it was your big surprise. See, I didn't tell Mommy anything," he bragged to Holden.
"You did great, buddy,"
Holden said. The last of the pieces snapped into place in Noelle's brain. "Aha! Now I know the real reason why you wanted to talk to Aiden on the phone earlier."
"Yep, I'm proud of the little guy for not giving me away."
Holden's expression was filled with the promise of the beautiful, splendid future they would have together.
"I hope you don't mind my proposal taking place here."
A boyish grin streaked over his features.
"I figured it was only fitting."
She chuckled. "I'm just glad Aiden didn't send me flying into another pyramid of stacked hams." Holden laughed.
"Yeah, I thought we'd forego the hams this go-around."
Tears pooled in Noelle's eyes. "Good things come to those who wait upon the Lord," she uttered. Her heart felt like it would burst from all of the joy.
"Not just good things,
the best things," Holden said softly.
"Come on, Coach, quit dilly-dallying on the sideline and put the ring on your woman's finger," Jackson drawled. Oh, yeah. Holden's eyes rounded. The ring. Aiden held out the box for Holden as he took out the ring and slid it onto Noelle's finger. A perfect fit, he proclaimed. I love it, Noelle said softly.
When are you going to kiss her?
Aiden asked, a trace of impatience in his voice.
That's how all the shows end, with a kiss.
Laughter erupted from the group as Noelle's eyes widened. She focused her attention on Aiden. Exactly what kinds of shows have you been watching?
With Birdie,
Aiden answered. Birdie's face turned red as she giggled. You must be talking about my Hallmark movies. And those Cammy Checkett's romance books you can't get enough of, Zoe inserted. A lopsided grin tugged at the corner of Holden's lips, showcasing his signature dimples. All right, if it's a kiss you want, it's a kiss you'll get. Slipping an arm around her waist, his eyes deepened with a sexy smolder that caused Noelle's breath to come faster. How's this for a happy ending? Holden uttered as his mouth took hers. Noelle heard clapping and cheering that quickly got drowned out by the rapid beating of her own joyous heart.
Closing credits. This has been One Silent Night, Romeo Family Romance, Book 9, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini, copyright 2020 by Jennifer Youngblood, production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.